Chapter 226. Did I feed it for nothing? You. Sejun, waking up in the morning, came outside and stretched lazily with a yawn. Meow. Krung. Following Sejun, Theo and Kyungi also stretched beside him, raising their arms in a yawn. I'm hungry. Sejun, whose stomach had already digested the crab stew he ate to bursting point the previous night, leaving him feeling hungry again. Guys, let's eat breakfast quickly. Got it, meow. Krung. Great idea. At Sejun's words, Theo and Kyungi clung to Sejun's legs. Then, swish. He made crab stew porridge by adding rice flour to the leftover crab stew broth from yesterday. It wasn't out of laziness. It was just too wasteful to throw away food. Definitely not just for convenience. Guys, isn't it delicious? Krung. Squeak. Ook. The animals nodded vigorously and responded to Sejun's question. I should eat too. After getting an all-clear from the animals' taste test, Sejun began to eat the crab stew porridge in earnest. Hoo. Slurp. Blowing on the hot porridge to cool it down and taking a bite. The flavor of the sea filled his mouth. Gulp. This is great. The hot porridge warmed his stomach and spread heat to the parts of his body that were still waking up. Scrape. After neatly scraping off and eating everything that was stuck to the crab shell. Ice cube. While Sejun was making an iced Americano for his morning coffee. Hello, Sejun Nim. A poisonous honeybee flew to Sejun and landed on his shoulder, rubbing its body against his face as a greeting. What's up? Our queen wants to meet you. Queen? Sejun was puzzled and asked since, although there had been interactions between Sejun's domesticated poisonous honeybees and wild ones since he last visited the poisonous honeybee queen's hive, the queen had never sought him out directly. Yes, the queen has something to give you. Really? Recently, Sejun was considering tamming another poisonous honeybee queen after recently leveling up his beekeeping skills. Guys, let's go. Sejun woke up Theo and Kyungi, who were sleeping beside him, and headed towards the hive of the eastern poisonous honeybee queen. Kaiser and Kellyan emerged from the silver dragon's territory. Flap. Since we're here, shall we go drink there? Should we? While flying towards their own territory, the two landed on a floating island of a suitable size midway and polymorphed. They usually clinked their cups as statues and drank together, but they had never actually faced each other and drank like this. Clink. This is great. Do you know how hard it was to hold back from telling everyone that Sejun made this? Kek, I almost spilled it too. The two began to drink, clinking their golden cups filled with samyeonju. The cups, though made of gold, had a simple appearance that complemented the clear samyeonju inside. Kahaha, the best snack with alcohol is definitely the roasted sweet potatoes Sejun made. After a gulp of cold alcohol, Kaiser took a bite of the steaming roasted sweet potato. Kaiser had preserved these sweet potatoes, received in thousands from Sejun, with preservation magic, maintaining them in freshly roasted condition. Here, to us drinking samyeonju alone from now on. Cheers. Right, cheers. As the two emptied several bottles, planning to continue drinking samyeonju alone when... What are you guys talking about, and where did all this samyeonju come from? Red Dragon Ramter, who had followed them out of concern, asked upon seeing dozens of bottles laid out around them. Gulp. Overwhelmed by the strong aroma of samyeonju, Ramter involuntarily drooled. Ramter, this is samyeonju. Yeah, right, it's soju. Startled by Ramter's arrival, the two blurted out excuses, but don't lie, the smell of samyeonju is unmistakable. Ramter wasn't convinced at all. Snap. It's coming from here too. Ramter, after confirming by smelling the empty alcohol bottles rolling on the ground, became completely sure. These guys knew the source of the samyeonju. Then, If you guys don't tell me where you got the Samyangju from, I'll tell all the other dragons everything I've seen and heard here. Ramter threatened them. Sai, all right, but you have to swear you won't tell any other dragons. Kaiser, realizing it was hard to keep the secret, demanded a promise from Ramter to keep the source of the Samyangju confidential. It was a better choice for the three of them to share it rather than 9. Fine, I, the great red dragon Ramter Zahir, swear on my name that I will not reveal anything I've heard here today to the other dragons. Is that enough? Now tell me where you got the Samyangju. Eager to know the source of the Samyangju, Ramter quickly made his vow and looked at Kaiser. He had realized that Kaiser was the real power player in their conversation. All right, the truth is, the Samyangju was made by the tower farmer of our Black Tower. Kaiser revealed to Ramter that the maker of the Samyangju was the tower farmer of the Black Tower. What? It's made by the tower farmer of the Black Tower? Yes. Unbelievable, I owe a great debt to the tower farmer of the Black Tower then. Right, you have the essence of fire, right? Give it to me. Ramter decided to give a gift to the tower farmer of the Black Tower, who he owed a debt. Of course, there was also an intention to make a good first impression for future supplies of Samyangju. Ramter, there's something you need to keep in mind. Our tower farmer of the Black Tower is incredibly weak, so if you go by common sense it could be disastrous. Got it. Knowing Sejun had narrowly escaped death several times, Kaiser earnestly warned Ramter. Really? If you say so, he must be incredibly weak. Got it. Ramter absorbed the power of the essence of fire and adjusted it to the level of the Red Tower's tower farmer Udon, but upon hearing he was weak, he adjusted it to half the strength of Udon's level. He thought his own tower farmer was very weak as well. This should be enough, right? Ramter reduced the power of the essence of fire significantly and handed it to Kaiser. But, what is this? Ramter, you bastard, are you trying to assassinate our Sejun under the guise of giving a gift? Kaiser got angry upon receiving the gift. The tower farmer of the Black Tower was much weaker than Ramter thought. No, how was I supposed to know your tower farmer was that weak? What are you doing? Reduce it to 1/10 here. All right. Ramter, trying to give a gift, ended up being scolded. Upon arriving in front of the massive mountain where the poisonous queen bee's hive was located, Sejun saw the crops he had planted during his previous visit had grown and bore fruit. Whir. The sound of the poisonous honeybees buzzing around the flowers of the crops echoed from all directions. Before we go in, I'll harvest these. Whir. Yes. Like a sparrow unable to pass by a mill, Sejun couldn't just walk past the ripe crops. Rustle. Sejun harvested the cherry tomatoes with the sickle of freshness, cutting the stems. You have harvested 6 magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 300 experience points. After harvesting cherry tomatoes, corn, carrots, and other crops, Sejun entered the cave and reached the large room where the poisonous queen bee was. Whir. Welcome, Sejun Nim. It's been a long time. The poisonous queen bee greeted Sejun. Yeah, it's been a while. You've been doing well, right? Whir. Of course, I've been so happy lately because I get to eat delicious honey. The poisonous queen bee responded while drawing a heart. It looked really good. But didn't you say you had something to give me? Whir. Oh my, I forgot. Just a moment, please. At Sejun's words, the poisonous queen bee hurriedly fetched something from a small hole. Whir. This is the first thing I've made. They are still lacking, but I wanted to give them to you, Sejun. Plunk. The poisonous queen bee handed Sejun 5 transparent honey jellies. Thank you. Sejun closely examined the honey jellies he received. Incomplete platinum royal jelly. Right arrow, this variety of honey jelly was refined and processed over a long period of time by the poisonous queen bee using ancient secrets passed down through generations. Right arrow, it is incomplete due to the lack of a few flower types needed for the royal jelly. Right arrow, the honey jelly has been refined for enhanced taste and nutrition. Right arrow, consuming it increases all stats by 30. Forced awakening of one latent talent upon consumption. Right arrow, expiration date, 100 years. Right arrow, grade, A+. Wow, this is impressive. Despite being labeled incomplete, it boasted a plus 30 to all stats and had the ability to forcibly awaken a talent. Here, you guys eat too. Sejun shared one with Theo, Kyungi, and the golden bat, then. Gulp. Sejun then ate the incomplete platinum royal jelly. SSSSSS. As soon as the royal jelly entered his mouth, it melted away, and Sejun felt as if he were in the middle of a flower garden, so intense was the fragrance of flowers. While Sejun was intoxicated by the floral scent. Gulp. You have consumed incomplete platinum royal jelly. All stats increased by 30. A latent talent is forcibly awakened. A weak light began to emanate from Sejun's body. And talent, insignificant presence has been awakened. One of Sejun's latent talents awakened. Seeing the name of the talent, Sejun was speechless with rising irritation. This was too much, no matter how insignificant he might be, to blatantly label it as a talent. Sejun checked the talent anyway, hopping against hope. But talent, insignificant presence. A talent only possessed by beings with a low presence. Among others, you are the last to be noticed. Enemies underestimate you. The talent's description was not far from Sejun's expectations. At that moment, Krung. Haha, it's delicious. Tasty. Sejun saw Kyungi and the golden bat swallowing the royal jelly. What talents did you guys get? Sejun hurriedly asked them, hopping for something worse than his own. However, Krung. Kyungi has acquired the talent gluttony. It's a talent that makes me stronger the more Kyungi eats. Pip, for me, unrelenting grip. It's a talent that doesn't easily let go of things caught by the feet. Both had awakened far better talents than Sejun. Theo, vice chairman, what about you? Sejun asked Theo, his last hope though he expected the answer. Such was human curiosity. Meow, I didn't awaken any talent, meow. What, you didn't awaken a talent? That's right, meow. Theo responded in a dejected voice to Sejun's question. Really, that's okay. Not everyone awakens a talent, cheer up. Vice Chairman Theo wants some churu. Sejun offered churu to console Theo. Then, great meow, and pet my stomach too, meow. Theo promptly flopped onto Sejun's lap. Chomp, chomp, chomp. While Theo was enjoying the churu and getting petted by Sejun. Sniff, sniff. Krung. This is where that delicious smell came from. Kyungi started sniffing around Theo's bag. Theo's body stiffened. And Krung found it. Kyungi pulled out the royal jelly from Theo's bag. What, you didn't eat it? Sejun interrogated Theo. Was he tricking me? Sorry, meow. I didn't want to eat it, meow. Theo spoke, glancing at Sejun. He, who only ate grilled fish and churu, had hidden the royal jelly in his bag, not wanting to eat it. Eat it now, quickly. Okay, meow. Gulp. Under Sejun's watchful eye, Theo reluctantly swallowed the royal jelly. And, boom! A golden light exploded from Theo's body. Did I feed it for nothing? Sejun regretted forcing Theo to eat the royal jelly. Chapter 227. Can I borrow some money, meow? Amazon, Brazil. Crunch, crunch. The once lush forest was now sparse, with only giant trees remaining, echoing with the sound of locusts feasting. Millions of red locusts swarmed the giant trees of the Amazon, rapidly devouring them. Gradually, purple spots began to appear on the bodies of these locusts. With their population nearing almost 7 billion, the red locusts began to evolve into purple locusts. Initially, the Brazilian government tried to reduce the number of locusts, but things deteriorated rapidly after the disappearance of the tower in Brasilia. Realizing that their own towers could disappear, other countries focused on their own defenses, significantly reducing their support to Brazil. Consequently, the locusts bred at a terrifying rate without any hindrance, devouring the abundant grass around them, while the Brazilian government could do nothing but focus on defending the cities. Even the recent reappearance of the Brasilia Tower in Korea, bringing some relief as hunters returned to Brazil, was short-lived. Were. The now entirely purple locusts began attacking cities populated with people. For the first time, the locust attack led to a shocking outcome, a city with 0 survivors. The purple locusts began their devastating assault on Brazilian cities. Pew hut, little brothers, do you see it, meow? The glow emanating from my body, meow. Theo, enraptured by the golden glow from his body, bragged to his siblings. Krung, big brother looks so cool. Kyungi expressed genuine admiration and excitement. You're amazing, big brother. The golden bat also complimented Theo with a sense of envy, though it was somewhat indifferent inside. Naturally, since it was golden itself. As the golden light from Theo's body gradually faded. Vice Chairman Theo, what talent did you get? Curious, Sejun quickly asked Theo. Pew hut, I got the talent insignificant wealth, meow. Really? Sejun felt uplifted hearing Theo's talent also contained insignificant. So what does it do? I can burn insignificant wealth to increase my abilities, meow. What? The meaning behind their insignificant talents was entirely different. Sejun's talent, insignificant presence, was just that, insignificant. On the other hand, Theo, insignificant wealth implied that wealth was trivial and could be burned like scraps of paper to increase abilities. I have a lot of money too, I'm envious, and annoyed should I eat another one. Sejun considered eating another one since there were 5 incomplete platinum royal jellies given by the poisonous queen bee, and he was saving it for the black rabbit. But, no. Rather than awakening another talent like insignificant presence, Sejun thought it would be better to invest it in the black rabbit. As Sejun was sorting out his complicated thoughts, Chairman Park, can I borrow some money, meow? Your money, what happened to it? I've already used it, meow. I'm a pauper now, meow. Theo, having just acquired his talent, had already burned all his money to increase his stats, and now confidently extended his 2 front paws to Sejun, asking to borrow money. How much? The more the better, meow. Here. Although reluctant, Sejun, not wanting to appear petty, generously handed over almost his entire fortune of 70 million tower coins to Theo. Pew hut, thank you, meow. As Theo received the money from Sejun, his body began to shine with a golden light. So that was the effect of burning money, a truly expensive special effect. There goes my money. While Sejun watched Theo burning the money. Word. Oh my Sejun, your beekeeping ability has increased. Just a moment. The poisonous queen bee, sensing the increase in Sejun's beekeeping level, summoned one of her daughters, a wild poisonous queen bee. A moment later. A wild poisonous queen bee agrees to follow you. 10,000 poisonous honeybees under the wild poisonous queen bee agree to follow you. Your number of poisonous honeybees exceeds 100,000. Your beekeeping LV9 proficiency greatly increases. Sejun tamed the poisonous honeybee queen and 10,000 poisonous honeybees. These little ones will be sent to the persimmon farm. The newly joined poisonous honeybees didn't have a hive yet, and since Sejun had heard that the persimmon trees were blooming, he decided to send the poisonous honeybees to the 49th floor of the tower to help with the pollination of the persimmon trees. Pew hut, Chairman Park, I've become stronger by burning all of your money, meow. Meanwhile, Theo, having used up all of Sejun's money, proudly clung to Sejun's lap. And, Pew hut, from now on just count on me, Chairman Park, meow. I Vice Chairman Theo will protect you so that no enemy can even touch a hair on you, meow. Theo declared confidently, by vigorously rubbing his face against Sejun's knee. Okay. Sejun felt reassured. It seemed worth spending the money. I should start taking the payment for the Samyeonju from Kaiser and Kellyan in money. Sejun thought of raising Theo's stats further by getting money from the dragons. Just then, Kroong Kroong. No way, Kyungi will protect Daddy. Kyungi clung to Sejun's left leg, determined not to lose to Theo. Puhu Hut, give up Kyungi, meow. I'm not the same vice chairman as before, meow. I've become stronger after burning 70 million tower coins of Chairman Park's money, meow. Kroong Kroong. Kyungi can also burn Daddy's money. Daddy, Kyungi needs about 80 million, please. Kyungi politely extended its front paws to Sejun, asking for money. He seemed to misunderstand that burning more money than Theo would make him stronger. Here, Kyungi, eat this. Sejun calmed down the excited Kyungi by giving him some honey. Kroong. Honey. Upon receiving the honey, Kyungi forgot about trying to outdo Theo and lick. Busily licked the honey with its front paws. Sejun successfully diverted Kyungi's attention. But what flowers are needed to make complete platinum royal jelly? Sejun asked the poisonous honeybee queen, wanting to obtain complete platinum royal jelly. However, I'm not sure either. I think I'd need to taste the nectar of the flowers to know. The poisonous honeybee queen, reliant on her genetically imprinted instincts for making platinum royal jelly, did not know the exact ingredients. She mentioned that only by tasting them directly could she determine. Is that so? All right, I'll be going then. Sejun decided to return to his farm, realizing there was no other way but to diversify his crops. Goodbye, Sejun Nim, take care. Yep, you too, let's go, guys. Sejun bid farewell to the poisonous honeybee queen and left the hive with the animals and poisonous honeybees. Upon reaching the entrance to the 99th floor of the tower, Golden Bat, go with the poisonous honeybees and explain everything to Dooku. Okay. Sejun instructed the Golden Bat to take the poisonous honeybees to the 49th floor. Take care, you guys. The poisonous honeybees, having eaten their fill of honey, bid farewell to Sejun and followed the Golden Bat to their new home on the 49th floor of the tower. Here it is. Ramter, having been scolded by Kaiser and reducing the power of the essence of fire to a level usable by Sejun, handed it over. The essence of fire was almost depleted and hardly seemed worthy of its name anymore. I'll make sure to deliver it to Sejun. Thanks, but how do you guys get the Samyeonju? Ramter asked about their method of receiving Samyeonju. Kellyan and I use a statue imbued with teleportation magic to receive Samyeonju. Really? Then I should make one and send it over too. Yes, that should work, just so you know it's not free. Kaiser mentioned that they had to pay with dragon scales, engraved with dragon skin magic. Got it. As their conversation ended, aren't you leaving? Kaiser and Kellyan hinted at Ramter, who was still staring at them. They couldn't continue drinking unless he left. But Ramter showed no intention of leaving. Gulp. Can I join you guys for a drink? Ramter swallowed, eyeing their alcohol. Fine, but you have to pay back next time there's alcohol. Okay, got it. Drinking together always makes liquor tastier. So Kaiser, having gained a new drinking partner in Ramter, shared his alcohol without sending him away. Cheers. 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 Clink. 3 dragons clinked their golden cups together and began their drinking session in earnest. It's already time for lunch. Sejun realized it was lunchtime, even though he had only visited the queen bee's hive. Lunch will be simple today, Gagamak 1. Gagamak was an abbreviation for sweet potatoes, and corn, the staple foods of the 99th floor of the tower. Strangely enough, despite eating the same things for so long, Sejun never got tired of them. Gagamak remained delicious no matter how often he ate it. Krung. As expected, food tastes the best after work. Kyungi, holding a sweet potato and a potato in its front paws, ate as if he had worked hard. Work, Kyungi, you just hung onto my leg, didn't you? Sejun looked at Kyungi incredulously and then realized. For Kyungi, even just breathing was like work. After having lunch, slurp, while Sejun was sipping coffee and gazing at the sky when, Chairman Park, I'm going to go down the tower for a bit, meow. Theo, who had been lounging on Sejun's lap and getting his belly rubbed, suddenly got up and started packing. Suddenly, Theo usually only moved when Sejun urged him to go down the tower. What's going on? As Sejun looked at Theo curiously. Pew hut, I need to earn money so that Chairman Park can lend it to me, and then I can burn it to become stronger, meow. Don't worry, meow, I'll be back soon, meow. Theo boasted proudly as he packed his bag. That's the spirit. Though it seemed Theo had no intention of repaying the money, Sejun was pleased with his attitude to earn more. And, right, get a buff from Flamey before you go. Recalling Flamey's golden flame buff that increased the chances of acquiring wealth, Sejun had Theo receive it. Pew hut, I like the golden glow, meow. Theo was happy as the golden flame seeped into his body. Then I'll be off, meow. All right, be careful and come back safely. Understood, meow. Theo, buffed with the golden flame, went down the tower to earn money. After seeing off Theo, Sejun went to the walnut orchard. I can't take these to the Black Rabbit's wedding. Looking around the orchard, Sejun felt a bit disappointed seeing the 10 walnut trees that had grown up to his waist. It seemed the walnuts would need at least another month before they could be harvested. I should prepare some elixirs too. Sejun went to the mushroom ants to check if there were any elixirs for the Black Rabbit. Cakewek, cakewek. The mushroom ants approached Sejun, offering their backs for him to pick mushrooms. All right, line up. Although only 3 ants had elixir mushrooms and the rest were ordinary, Sejun lined up all the mushroom ants and picked mushrooms from each one's back. It wasn't a significant haul. Then, Krung. Daddy, Kyungi has brought herbs for Brother Black Rabbit. Filial Kyungi brought good herbs, understanding his father's heart. Of course, these herbs were very bitter, so bitter that Kyungi couldn't handle it himself, so he decided to give them to the Black Rabbit. TL notes. 1. Kogahama, inus gagamak. It's an abbreviation of sweet potatoes kogahuma enus, potatoes kogumda enus, and corn ko oksusu enus. Chapter 228, I'm not fooled, meow. Kudzu root of overflowing strength. Right arrow, unlike other kudzu roots that absorb life force from living hosts, this kudzu root strangles and kills surrounding kudzu roots to absorb their life force. Right arrow, this root is powerful, as it needs strength to strangle and kill other kudzu roots. Right arrow, it has absorbed the life force from dozens of robust kudzu roots, enhancing its medicinal properties. Right arrow consumption increases strength by 50, or potential strength by 25. Right arrow, it has an extremely bitter taste. Right arrow cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 210 days. Right arrow grade, A+. Absorbing the life force of other kudzu roots. It was an unusual kind of kudzu root. It seemed like a survival strategy to win the competition with other kudzu roots. As Sejun examined the white kudzu root brought by Kyungi. Krung. This is definitely not because Kyungi doesn't want to eat it. It's for Big Brother. Kyungi made an excuse, as if caught red-handed. But, don't lie, I know you brought it because you didn't want to eat it, Kyungi. Sejun saw through Kyungi's motives, whether it was due to Sejun's penetrating gaze or Kyungi's reluctance to be seen as a bad bear making lies. Krung. Actually, it's true that Kyungi didn't want to eat it, but it really will help Big Brother. Kyungi soon confessed his true intentions. It's okay. I was looking for a herb to increase the Black Rabbit's strength anyway. Let's give all of this to the black rabbit. Kroong kroong. Good, this is for Daddy. Pleased with Sejun's response, Kyungi happily pulled out 10 blue kudzu roots from its snack pouch and handed them to Sejun. Thank you. Sejun accepted the kudzu roots from Kyungi and ate them right away. Choo-choo. Gulp. You have consumed the blue kudzu root of potential. All stat potential stats increase by 5. Haha, it's sweet, sweet. Here, Kyungi, have some honey. While eating the kudzu root, Sejun gave Kyungi a jar filled with honey. Kuyehe kroong. Haha, tasty. Thus, father and son, having decided to give the extremely bitter kudzu root to Black Rabbit, indulged themselves in the sweet taste. I'll be working, so Kyungi, you wait and eat your snacks. Crop gigantification. Sejun filled Kyungi's snack pouch with enlarged sweet potatoes and headed to the brewery. Theo is working hard to earn money, so I should work hard to earn money too. Seeing how fast Theo was burning money, Sejun felt the need to earn more. Arriving at the brewery, he found 50 monkeys cleaning the jars used for samyeonju. As the amount of liquor brewed increased, more monkeys had been dispatched from the 77th floor to help. Of course, since this meant fewer laborers in the monkey village, Sejun decided to send crops regularly to the village, in addition to paying the monkeys working in the brewery. Ook ook. The new monkeys, busy working, noticed Sejun's arrival and bowed to greet him. It's okay, you don't have to do that here. Sejun calmed down the monkeys, feeling overawed by his presence, and let's work, guys. He started brewing samyeonju with the monkeys, filling the clean jars with rice flour. Meow meow meow. Theo hummed a tune as he took the light-speed merchant passage to the 41st floor of the tower. And, humans, I have arrived, meow. He announced his arrival at the camp where the hunters were gathered. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, you are here. Vice Chairman Theo, please come this way. Interns who were selling cherry tomatoes to the hunters hurriedly stood up to welcome Theo. Have you been doing well, meow? Yes, please come this way. Humans, Vice Chairman Theo has arrived, meow. The cat interns led Theo to the center of the camp, announcing his arrival to the hunters. We need to contact the hunting teams quickly. Yes, I'll return quickly, Theo's here. Thanks to Theo, the hunters resting at the camp could call their colleagues out hunting a bit earlier. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, I've been waiting for you. Han Tae-jun approached Theo. What's the matter, meow? Purple locusts have appeared on Earth. What, meow? Chairman Park is working so hard to help, and what are the humans doing, meow? Upon hearing Han Tae-jun's words, Theo became angry. This news would make Chairman Park anxious, meow. That's not okay, meow. It was unacceptable, meow. Huff, meow. Theo took a deep breath. Whenever there was a problem, Chairman Park used to take a deep breath like this, meow. It feels a bit refreshing, meow. Certainly, following Sejun's example had an effect, as Theo felt more composed. From now on, I'll supply detoxifying green onions. Plant them in a 9:1 ratio with the sturdy blade green onions. Theo passed on this new method to Han Tae-jun, handing over all 10,000 detoxifying green onions from his bag. Even a single detoxifying green onion could easily annihilate tens of thousands of purple locusts around it, thanks to its potent detoxifying effect. Therefore, Theo anticipated the purple locusts would rapidly devolve back into red locusts, and did not reduce the number of sturdy blade green onions. Understood. Receiving the detoxifying green onions from Theo, Han Tae-jun hurried back to Earth to plant them for Earth's defense. Vice Chairman Theo, all the hunters have gathered, meow. While Theo was talking with Han Tae-jun, the hunters who had gone out returned, and Mark, a cat intern practicing the grainier dialect and using Theo as a role model, reported to Theo. Got it, meow. Theo confidently walked to the center of the camp and climbed onto a platform made of stacked wooden boxes, prepared by the cat interns. And then, let's start the auction, meow. Theo began selling Sejun's crops. A short while later, magical peanuts sold out. Meow. Today's auction was successful again. The total sales amount was almost reaching 10 million tower coins. As the auction was about to end, Vice Chairman Theo, aren't you selling detoxifying green onions today? Hunters who had been waiting to buy detoxifying green onions asked Theo. That's right, meow. Today, I'm not selling detoxifying green onions, meow. And for the time being, I'll be reducing the quantity of detoxifying green onions for sale since they need to be supplied primarily to the Earth Defense Force to protect Earth, meow. What? How can that be? Some hunters objected to Theo's decision not to sell detoxifying green onions. How rude, meow. How dare you question Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Mark and other cat interns quietly took those hunters aside to persuade, winking face them. These cat interns were once ruffians who ruled Grainier Village, but they had been taming their tempers recently. Now I'll be going, meow. With the auction concluded, Theo hurried back to the 99th floor of the tower where Sejun was. Pew hut, wait for me, Chairman Park, meow. Theo was excited to lie on Sejun's lap, eat churu, and burn Sejun's money. It's done. After finishing the base brewing in 1,500 of the 3,300 jars that had been cleaned. Now it's time to make noodles. Noodles are a must for a wedding. Sejun decided to make banquet noodles TL, Janchai Guksu, for the Black Rabbit's wedding. And he intended to do it properly. Sejun, always dissatisfied with the bland food served at wedding venues, thought, I can't let the Black Rabbit's wedding be criticized for its food. Sejun planned to make delicious banquet noodles to ensure that no one would complain about bad food at Black Rabbit's wedding. Even if your wedding is forgotten, Black Rabbit, I'll make sure the banquet noodles are remembered. Thump thump. Sejun kneaded the rice dough, obtained using tower coins from the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. Since there was no flour, he planned to use rice for noodles. He put the finished dough into a hollow tree and began pressing it with another piece of wood that fit the hollow tree. Then, squeeze. Under pressure, the dough began to come out through the small holes that had been drilled in advance. Heh, it's working, yeah. Sejun pressed harder on the dough as he watched the compressed rice noodles coming out. 2 hours later. Shaking. That's enough for today. I can't feel my hands. Having made noodles for 1,000 servings, Sejun sat down to rest, his hands trembling. While taking a short break. Kroong. Daddy Kyungi's hungry. Squeak. Ook. It was dinner time, and the animals gathered at the cooking area. Just wait a moment. Having regained some energy, Sejun quickly prepared the meal. Today's plan was to eat banquet noodles, so he had already prepared the broth and toppings of locust meat, green onions, and other vegetables. So all he needed to do was boil the noodles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sejun used his dagger to make small holes in several small pots, creating something similar to the mesh strainers used in ramen or udon restaurants. And then, swoosh, he began boiling the rice noodles. Done. Waiting by the pot until the noodles were cooked. Swish, swish, swish. Sejun shook the pots in the air to drain the water, and then served an appropriate amount of noodles into bowls. Pour. Finally, he ladled the warm broth into the bowls to complete the banquet noodles. Everyone eat up. He distributed the banquet noodles to the waiting animals and, Kyungi, you eat here. Sejun transferred his broth to another container and put about 100 servings of noodles into the broth pot for Kyungi. Still 800 servings left. Sejun checked the remaining rice noodles and felt proud. He thought he could make up to 5,000 servings for the wedding. Slurp. After checking the quantity of rice noodles, Sejun relaxed and began to eat his noodles. Delicious. Even though the banquet noodles lacked some ingredients and didn't taste perfect, they slid smoothly down his throat, perhaps due to hunger. After dinner. I'll go to bed first, so finish up here. Tired from making 1,000 servings of noodles, Sejun went to bed first. And then, Kuyehe Krung. Had how tasty. Kyungi, left alone, continued to enjoy the banquet noodles even after the other animals had finished and cleaned their dishes. Krung. Kyungi will eat a lot and become strong to protect Daddy. Kyungi dipped the rice noodles Sejun had hung to dry, shabu-shabu style, into the broth, quickly devouring them. TL. Shabu-shabu is a Japanese-style hot pot. Krung krung. All done, feeling sleepy now. Kyungi ended up eating all 800 servings of rice noodles Sejun had set aside, underestimating Kyungi's talent. Gluttony. Meow 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 meow. Humming cheerfully, Theo was heading to the 99th floor of the tower via the Lightspeed Merchant Passage when he suddenly stopped. That's right, meow. I have to do the lottery draw, meow. He remembered he had to do a lottery draw on the 75th floor. Pewhut, I'm so smart, meow. Meow 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 tilde. Praising himself for remembering before passing the 75th floor, Theo resumed his humming and continued on his way. Then, meow. Theo was startled to see a fork in the road that hadn't been there before. Why are there two paths, meow? This place shouldn't have a split path. Theo examined the crossroads carefully. And then, meow, this side's floor is different from the usual path, meow. Theo noticed that the floor material of the left path was different. Pewhut, Vice Chairman Theo won't be fooled that easily, meow. Confidently, Theo walked down the right path. Shortly after, thud, the right path closed behind Theo, revealing a giant serpent's face. It was a trap set by Jormungandr, a fragment of the third seat among the 12 apostles of destruction in the Lightspeed Merchant Passage, waiting for prey to enter its disguised path. Kekek, it's a double trick, you fool. Theo, outwitted, had unwittingly walked right into the enemy's maw. Chapter 229, But do you have enough money, meow? Wandering Merchant Association Headquarters. How is the investigation into the disappearances in the Merchant Passage progressing? Have any suspects been identified? Mason, the chairman of the association, asked Vega, the director of the Secret Inspection Bureau. Well, we haven't found any clues yet. What? It's been a month since the first disappearance in the Merchant Passage, and now there are over 1,000 missing people. And you're telling me you haven't found a single clue? Mason reprimanded Vega. This was no small matter. If the news spread, it would severely impact the activities of wandering merchants who had trusted and used the Merchant Passage. Until now, the Wandering Merchant Association had guaranteed the safety of the merchants, allowing them to operate freely. But if it became known that the Merchant Passage was unsafe, the merchants would cease their movements. And if the wandering merchants stopped, the supply of goods to various floors of the tower would be disrupted. This could lead to significant turmoil due to shortages on several floors. Moreover, wandering merchants weren't the only users of the passage. If the passage was deemed unsafe, the trust of external parties in the Wandering Merchant Association would also plummet. Therefore, the disappearance cases had been a top priority for the association from the start, but to have not even a clue about the suspect. I'm sorry. Given the immense support received, Vega, the director of the Secret Inspection Bureau, had no excuse. Then, knock knock knock. Bang. Someone entered, without waiting for permission, after knocking on the door of the chairman's office. Who is it? I don't recognize this face. It's me, Jason. I apologize for not showing my real face to Chairman Mason and Director Vega, but I have something urgent to report and had to come immediately. James, a legendary agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau known for never revealing his true identity, showed his identification badge and bowed in apology. Ah, it's you, James, but what is this urgent matter you need to report? Mason, momentarily tense, asked in relief. I think I've found a lead on the Merchant Passage disappearance case. Really? Yes, and just now, Lord Urin has gone missing in the Merchant Passage. What, Urin, is that true? Yes, it's true. I was with Lord Urin until just a moment ago. James had been disguised as a guard mercenary for a large trading caravan, traveling to find leads on the disappearance case. Then, Lord Urin, there's a fork in the road ahead. While moving with Urin's caravan, an unforeseen fork in the road appeared, and we will go ahead, you investigate this path. Concerned for the safety of other wandering merchants, Lord Urin instructed the guards to investigate the alternate path while continuing their journey. Contrary to expectations, the guards following the alternate path safely reached the exit of the merchant passage, only to find that Urin's caravan had completely vanished. This is serious. Lord Urin, too. Upon hearing James's report, both Mason and Vega looked gravely serious. The disappearance of Lord Urin, one of the three great merchants, was a huge issue. Once the news of Urin's disappearance spread through the wandering merchants under him, it would rapidly circulate throughout the tower. Director Vega, for now, closed the merchant passage under the pretext of maintenance for a few days. Yes, to prevent the situation from worsening, Mason decided to close the merchant passage. Pew Pew Hut, Vice Chairman Theo won't be fooled that easily, meow, 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 meow. Confident he hadn't been fooled and was on the correct path, Theo continued his journey, humming cheerfully. However, not long after entering the path, hundreds of white snakes surrounded Theo. What, meow? There are strange numbers on their heads, meow. On the heads of these snakes were numbers like 0.01, 0.02. But don't block Vice Chairman Theo's way home, meow. Theo ignored the numbers and focused solely on punishing the snakes blocking his path. Snap! Meow meow storm fist. Cling! Until the white coins, both large and small, began dropping from the bodies of the snakes. Meow, what's this, meow? Were they apostles of destruction, meow? Theo was delighted to see the coins dropping from the snakes. Then, hundreds more snakes appeared and approached Theo. Pew Pew Hut, become my spoils to present to Chairman Park, meow. My slave Garon, come out, meow. Theo summoned Garon while fighting off the snakes. Garon, shrink and climb onto my head to pick up coins, meow. Jump! Following Theo's command, Garon shrank and climbed onto Theo's head. Slurp, slurp, and used its tongue to pick up the white coins, putting them into Theo's bag. Meow meow, Garon, don't miss any and pick them all up, meow. As Theo energetically fought off the snakes and joyfully collected white coins. Block them. Protect Lord Urin. Sounds of battle echoed from up ahead. Then, whoosh whoosh. Theo's front paws turned golden. The golden flame buff from Flamey signaled that there was fortune ahead. Pew Pew Hut, as expected, I'm lucky, meow. There's gold ahead, meow. Let's go, Garon. Theo hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. What? Where did everything go? Sejun, who had entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, was startled to see that the rice noodles he had laid out to dry were all gone. Then, Kuye Krung. Was I not supposed to eat those? Kyungi, who had excitedly followed Sejun into the kitchen, was taken aback by Sejun's reaction. And, Kueng Kuyong. Daddy, sorry, Kyungi ate them all. Kyungi quickly shrank back in guilt. You ate all of them, Kyungi. Krung. Yes. Kyungi answered, glancing at Sejun. Sejun was speechless at Kyungi's response. He hadn't imagined Kyungi could eat 1,000 servings of rice noodles. Krung. Sorry. Seeing Sejun silent, Kyungi, thinking his dad was angry, began to tear up in fear. No, it's not your fault. I should have told you beforehand. It's okay. We can make more rice noodles. Sejun calmed Kyungi by stroking its head. But from today, you have to help Daddy. Krung Krung. Understood, Kyungi will help diligently. Energized by Sejun's words, Kyungi spoke energetically, lifting its adorable front paws. An hour later, The tower's administrator asks if this is how it should be made. A glossy black cylinder appeared before Sejun. One end had closely spaced small holes, and the other was completely open. Attached to the side of the cylinder was a lid with a handle that fit the cylinder's size, allowing the contents to be pressed. It was a noodle-making device made of black dragon scales, requested by Sejun for Aileen to make, able to withstand Kyungi's strength. Black Noodle Maker Machine. Made using the scales of the great black dragons, this noodle maker machine is used to create noodles from dough. Right arrow, it is unbreakable, even under immense force. Right arrow automatically uses a cleaning spell every 24 hours. Right arrow, the size can be adjusted as desired. Right arrow use restriction, strength 1000 and above. Right arrow creator, Aileen Pratani. Right arrow grade, unmeasurable. Good. Sejun was pleased with the noodle maker. The material was special, but the structure of the machine itself was very simple, exactly as Sejun had wanted. Aileen, thank you. I'll treat you to delicious noodles later. The tower's administrator says they are looking forward to it. Sejun thanked Aileen and headed to the kitchen to start making rice noodle dough. Since animals with fur couldn't knead dough, this task was entirely up to Sejun. Phew, done. After several hours of kneading, Sejun finally finished making the rice noodle dough. Krung. Daddy, Kyungi has brought something good for Daddy and Big Brother. Kyungi, who had gone to the western forest late in the afternoon, returned. Since Sejun needed time to make the noodle machine and knead the dough, he had sent Kyungi to dig up kudzu roots to give to the black rabbit, who was soon to be married. Krung. Here they are. Kyungi handed Sejun 9 blue kudzu roots and 2 white kudzu roots. Good job, Kyungi. Here, eat this. Sejun gave Kyungi a bottle of honey and started eating the kudzu roots. The 2 white kudzu roots meant as a gift for the black rabbit were carefully stored in the void storage. You have consumed a blue kudzu root of potential. All stat potentials have increased by 5. After eating all 9 kudzu roots, Sejun watched as lick lick. Kyungi was still busy enjoying the honey. He's eating well. Sejun watched Kyungi enjoy eating honey until he had licked the bottom of the glass jar clean, and then he took out the black noodle maker machine. And then, now Kyungi, grow big and press the dough I give you into this. Sejun handed the noodle maker machine to Kyungi, who, Krung, understood, grew to about 10 meters tall. The black noodle maker machine, adjustable in size, also expanded to fit Kyungi's new size. Here, Sejun handed Kyungi a pot filled with prepared dough, which Kyungi then shook to empty into the noodle maker machine. Once the 1000 kg of dough prepared by Sejun was in the black noodle maker machine. Krung. Kyungi began to press down on the lid of the noodle maker machine with great force. Zuek. Despite the immense pressure, the noodle maker machine, made of black dragon scales, easily withstood Kyungi's strength and began to produce rice noodles. Thanks to this, Sejun, without any hand tremors, was able to make 10,000 servings of rice noodles. Krung. Daddy, Kyungi is hungry. Of course, 1,000 servings of those were destined for Kyungi's belly. Who's there? As Theo approached the site of the battle, a caravan guard pointed a spear at him and shouted, Pew Hut, if you ask who I am, it's only proper to respond. Theo, excited for the rare opportunity to introduce himself, was about to do so when, how dare you, insolent fools! This person, the great Theo, is my master, me, Garon the bug hunter. Garon, on Theo's head, scolded the caravan guard for disrespecting Theo. However, what, a bug hunter? If you're a bug hunter, am I a snake hunter? The comment only earned the guard's ridicule. To the guard, it was natural for a frog to eat bugs. What? Angered by the guard's dismissive attitude, Garon was about to attack, but Garon, go back, meow. You made me get disrespected, meow. An irritated Theo sent Garon away. Then, Now listen up, Meow. I am the Great Black. As Theo was about to reintroduce himself. Did you just say you are Theo? A bulky pink pig approached Theo. That's right, Meow. Who are you, Meow? Oh, I am Urine, one of the merchants. Are you really the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, Theo Park, Meow? That's right, Meow. I am indeed the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, the deadly dragon-clawed yellow cat, Theo Park, Meow. Theo properly introduced himself, puffing up his chest as much as possible. Oh, thank the gods, please save me, Theo. Urine was relieved to see Theo. Urine, too, had heard rumors about Theo through Mason. If Theo was there in the worst-case scenario, the Great Black Dragon might come to the rescue. Pew hut, but do you have enough money, Meow? Theo asked Urine with a sly, extortionist-like grin. Chapter 230. I won't let you get away with this, Meow. Within the Black Tower, numerous merchant passages and lingons were installed. Burp, what's this? Why does my stomach feel so bloated? Amidst all this, a fragment of Jormungandr, hidden in the shadows, spoke. The reason for its discomfort was that Theo and Urine's caravan had not yet been digested. Seems like they're tough ones. Well, it doesn't matter, they can't escape from inside me anyway. Squeeze. Having finished speaking, the fragment of Jormungandr bit its own tail again and hid itself more deeply. Yes, of course, I'm overflowing with money. Urine naively answered Theo's question. Theo was certain now. This pink pig was a pushover, Meow. Why ask for help if it's just about following the path? I'll save him and get a lot of money, Meow. Pew hut, just follow me, Meow. Thinking he had found a gullible target, Theo happily led the way. A short while later, the white snakes appeared again. Stay back, you guys, Meow. Meow meow, storm fist. Theo stopped the caravan guards from intervening and dealt with the snakes himself. I can't share these coins, Meow. Pew hut. All these coins are mine, Meow. After defeating all the snakes, my slave Garon come out, Meow. You call me master. Right, Meow. Garon, just quietly pick up the coins, Meow. Theo summoned Garon to collect the coins. Several hours later. Meow. Why isn't the exit of the 70th floor of the tower appearing, Meow? After battling snakes and moving for quite some time, Theo finally realized something was amiss. He should have reached the 70th floor of the tower long ago. Then, Lord Theo, didn't you know? This path is endless. We've been walking in the same place all along. Urine, who had been trapped for several days, informed Theo of what he had discovered earlier. Meow, does that mean we can't get out of here, Meow? Yes, we had no way out, so we requested your help, Lord Theo. Meow. Shocked by Urine's words, Theo panicked. Does that mean I can't go back to Chairman Park's lap, Meow? That can't happen, Meow. I must return to Chairman Park's lap quickly, Meow. The idea of being separated from Sejun's lap was unthinkable for Theo, who was fanatically obsessed with it. Nobody can come between Chairman Park's lap and me, Meow. Urine, give me the money, Meow. Theo extended his front paw confidently, asking for the money he had been promised by Urine. What? Oh, yes, I can give you as much money as you want, but why? Just give it, Meow. All right. Urine handed over his money pouch to Theo. And then, flash. Receiving the money pouch, Theo began burning Urine's money and started shining in a golden light. Sejun woke up in bed, got up and looked at his knee. He's still not back, Theo. What trouble are you causing now? Worried that Theo, who usually returned by dawn, had still not come back, Sejun wondered if Theo had gotten into some trouble. But then, no, that doesn't feel right. Sejun's intuition told him something had happened to Theo. Golden Bat, go to Yona and ask her to look for Theo. Yes. After sending the Golden Bat to Yona, Sejun got up, marked the date on his bedroom wall, and began his 350th day of being stranded, starting with the morning. I'll make samyeonju and rice noodle dough in the morning, and in the evening, I'll make rice noodles with kyungi. Checking his plans for the day, Sejun headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. Then, Sejun spotted a bunch of grapes of an unusual color in the cherry tomato field. They were purple grapes, growing on a grapevine grafted onto a cherry tomato plant. There hung a bunch of grapes, each as big as a cherry tomato. Wow, they looked delicious. The grapes appeared luscious, with a pleasant aroma and large size. Snap! As Sejun picked the bunch of grapes. You have harvested 15 large seedless grapes for beginners. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 1050 experience points. A harvesting message appeared. Seems like a failure by the name of it. Sejun sensed a failure but still decided to check the grapefruit, hoping for a positive outcome. Large seedless grapes for beginners. Right arrow, these are grapes grown from a seedless grapevine branch modified to strengthen the body of a beginner, grafted onto a cherry tomato. The size of the grapes has increased due to the influence of the cherry tomato. Right arrow, eating one grape increases all stats by 1. Right arrow, cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow, expiration date, 150 days. Right arrow, grade, A. It's a failure. It was indeed a failure. Aside from the description of the grapes being enlarged due to the cherry tomato graft, there was no significant change. Well, since it increases stats, I might as well eat it. Sejun grimaced as he ate all 15 bitter grapes. Had Theo seen him, he would have said his face looked ugly again and called for Theo's massage. You have consumed seedless large grapes for beginners. All stats have increased by 1. I will definitely make proper grapes. After finishing all 15 grapes, Sejun, still struggling with the lingering bitter taste, resolved with determination. Despite the unpleasant taste, all stats increased by 15 points was, at least, a consolation to him. Thus, Sejun, having eaten the grapes grafted onto cherry tomatoes, set out to check other crops he had grafted grapevines onto. But there are no fruits. Most of the attempts were failures. Now I just need to check the ones in the kudzu field, Toryang. Sejun decided to head to the western forest, where the kudzu field was located, riding on Toryang to check his final grafted grapevine. Sniff, sniff. Kyuhe krung. Hehe, it smells good. While digging herbs and taking a break, Kyungi followed a delicious scent and discovered a bunch of grapes on a grapevine branch grafted onto kudzu. Krung. Kyungi should bring these to Dad to eat together. As Kyungi was about to pick the grapes with the intention of sharing them with Sejun. Hold it right there. Kyungi, I got you now. You were going to eat them alone again, weren't you? Sejun, having arrived at the kudzu field, caught Kyungi red-handed trying to pick the grapes. How long has it been since you were caught eating alone, and here you are eating alone again? You're really a habitual offender. Krung krung. No, it's not like that. Kyungi protested in response to Sejun's accusation. Really? Krung krung. Yes, Kyungi was going to bring these to Dad to eat together. Sejun decided to trust Kyungi's response. After all, Kyungi might eat secretly but wouldn't lie about it. All right, I'm sorry for suspecting you. Sejun apologized to Kyungi. Krung krung. It's okay. Kyungi have deceived Dad before, so it's understandable. Kyungi coolly accepted Sejun's apology. Thanks for understanding, come here. As Sejun called, Dedada. Thump. Kyungi immediately clung to Sejun's leg. Let's see. Sejun, with Kyungi hanging on his left leg, waddled over to the bunch of grapes. Kyungi, having eaten a lot lately, had become noticeably heavier. Sejun approached the bunch of grapes and snap, harvested them from the grapevine branch grafted on kudzu. You have harvested 22 grapes overflowing with vitality. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 1540 experience points. Grapes overflowing with vitality. The name was missing the term seedless. Sejun, feeling good about this, immediately checked the grapes. Grapes overflowing with vitality. Right arrow, these grapes were grown by grafting a branch of a seedless grapevine, modified to strengthen the body of a beginner's, onto kudzu. Right arrow, the overflowing life force of kudzu infused into the grapes, creating a variety with seeds. Right arrow, the bitter taste has disappeared, and its tangy flavor is enhanced. Right arrow cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 150 days. Right arrow grade, A. Great. Although the effect of increasing all stats by 1 had disappeared, Sejun was happy that he could finally eat delicious grapes. Swoosh. Here, Kyungi, this is how you eat them. Sejun showed Kyungi how to eat a grape by roughly wiping one with his clothes and detaching the grape from the bunch, creating a small hole where he put his mouth. And then, if you gently squeeze it and suck, the grape skin will naturally separate. Squeeze. Pop. Continuing his explanation, Sejun gently squeezed the grape skin and sucked on it, smoothly drawing the grape's flesh into his mouth. Chew. As he chewed the grape, the unique aroma and sweet and sour taste of the grape filled Sejun's mouth. Yes, this is the taste. Satisfied, Sejun relished the flavor. Tui. Gulp. He spat out the grape seed and swallowed the grape. And then, swoosh. Here. After demonstrating, Sejun put the spat-out grape seeds in his pocket and cleaned another grape to hand it to Kyungi. You can do it too, right? Krung. Kyungi can do it. Responding energetically, Kyungi brought the grape to his mouth. However, Pop. The grape burst as soon as Kyungi slightly pressed it. Krung. Kyungi can't do it. Instinctively, Kyungi put the burst grape, skin and all, into his mouth. And then, chew. Gulp. Kyungi swallowed the grape whole, seeds and skin. Krung. It's hard to spit out the seeds. Kyungi, unable to spit out the seeds, replied in a downcast voice. It's okay, let's eat them whole. Swoosh. Sejun quickly cleaned 5 grapes and stuffed them all into the disheartened Kyungi's mouth. With Kyungi's digestive system, eating seeds wouldn't cause any problems. Chew. Kyuhe krung. Hehe, delicious. Thanks to this, Kyungi quickly regained his spirits and became cheerful. I'll go then. Sejun cut the branch he had grafted onto the kudzu and returned to the farm. Regrafting this branch onto the grapevine would complete his quest. The golden light faded from Theo's body after burning all the money in Urin's purse. If we can't get out, I'll break through, meow. Snap. Having become stronger from burning the money, Theo drew his dragon claws and meow storm fist. Relentlessly swung his paw at the wall, but only managed small scratches. Moreover, the scratched wall rapidly repaired itself. Urin, give me more money, meow. Yes, here you go. Overwhelmed by Theo's prowess, Urin handed over another money pouch to Theo. Meow storm fist. Theo burned the money in the pouch and attacked the wall again. This time, the wall was more damaged, but it was extremely thick. This won't do, meow. Urin, give me everything you have, meow. What go I? While Urin was flustered, Theo rummaged through Urin's belongings and took out 10 more pouches, starting to burn the money in them. Whoosh! This time, a much brighter light erupted, as each of Urin's purses contained 100 million tower coins. Hut, I'm overflowing with power, meow. Snap! Feeling confident while burning the money, Theo unsheathed his dragon claws and meow! Struck the wall powerfully with his front paw. Scrape! This time the wall easily tore like paper, creating a large hole. Scrape! Theo's attack, still having power left, tore through an adjacent merchant passage. Revealing people moving through the passage. They were agents of the Secret Inspection Bureau searching for the mysterious path where the missing persons had vanished. Lord Urin, we'll save you. The agents quickly used ropes to connect and rescue Theo, Urin, and the members of Urin's caravan. Then, dares to make a hole in my belly. Angered by the hole in its body, the face of Jormungandr's fragment appeared before them. And, you did this, meow. You're the one who got in the way of me and Chairman Park, meow. I won't let you get away with this, meow. Theo swung his golden paws at Jormungandr's fragment, furious for delaying his happy journey back to Sejun's lap. Chapter 231. I'll welcome you enthusiastically. Puhaha, what no? Jormungandr's fragment laughed mockingly at Theo's attack. However, following the path of Theo's paw, the giant serpent's head split in half. And then, it turned into ash and disappeared. Clang! White coins began to fall from where Jormungandr's fragment had vanished. The coins were scattered, not clustered in one spot, but were scattered along the path of the fragment's remains. Garon, collect them, meow. Theo, still glowing golden from burning the money, leapt towards the falling white coins and ordered Garon to collect them. Yes, master. Swoosh, swoosh. Garon, perched on Theo's head, quickly stretched out its tongue to catch the falling coins. They had to hurry because beneath the falling coins was a sinister darkness surrounding the tower. An instinct warned not to enter the darkness. Moreover, the longer they stayed outside the tower, the more unpleasant aura they felt. Initially faint, it grew stronger. Staying outside the tower for too long was dangerous. How could such a monster? Urin, petrified by Jormungandr's fragment's gaze, was frozen in fear. The same was true for the rest of the group, including the Secret Inspection Bureau agents and the caravan guards, with weaker individuals were already unconscious. They were like mice in front of a cat, unable to do anything but tremble. Shiver, shiver. Their trembling continued long after Theo had defeated Jormungandr's fragment. Although the fragment was gone, its terrifying image and gaze lingered vividly in their minds. Phew. Huff, huff. As time passed, they began to regain their senses one by one. And then, Lord Urin, who is that person? The Bureau agents, mistaking Theo as part of Urin's group, inquired about his identity. That person is the famous, subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat Theo Park. Urin proudly introduced Theo. Originally a yellow cat in Urin's mind, Theo's name had changed to that of a golden cat, imprinting Theo as the one who defeated Jormungandr's fragment. For the first time, Theo's introduction was altered by someone else. Finally, Theo's fame began to spread. Oh, so that's the famous Theo Park. Having heard of Theo while working at the Secret Inspection Bureau, they instantly recognized Theo. But just a genius wandering merchant trusted by the Black Dragon. Just a powerless boyfriend of the great destructive wizard Iona. Theo's strength was far different from the information they had. Naturally, their knowledge of Theo was based on reports written when Jiras was active as a bureau agent. Even though there were updates, the information couldn't accurately capture Theo's ability to rapidly grow stronger by burning money. We need to discard the old information. We need to start the report from scratch. The Bureau agents began gathering new information for their report, observing Theo diligently collecting the falling coins. Over there, meow. Yes. Theo and Garon energetically moved to catch the falling coins. However, collecting all the coins, falling hundreds of meters or even kilometers apart, was impossible. Eventually, Theo and Garon couldn't gather them all, and 10 white coins sank into the darkness, leaving them to watch helplessly. What a pity, meow. Theo regretted losing the coins meant for Sejun. Should I jump in after them, meow? As Theo contemplated diving into the dark void. Kaiwat, Kaiwat, Kaiwat. As expected, Vice Chairman Theo, you can't do without me. Power of the wind, heed my command and lift what I desire. Levitation. Iona used magic to halt the coins' descent, floating them towards Theo. Meow, Garon, catch them, meow. As the coins approached, Theo shouted in. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh. Garon quickly caught the coins with his tongue and put them into Theo's bag. Thanks to Iona, Theo managed to collect all 47 white coins dropped by Jormungandr's fragment. Thank Iona, meow. Theo, entering the merchant's passage, expressed his gratitude to Iona for helping him not lose any coins. Kaiwat, 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 you're welcome. But why are you here, Iona, meow? Sejun sent me because he was worried about you, Theo. Chairman Park did, meow, Pewhut. Theo was pleased to hear from Iona that Sejun was worried about him. Theo felt smug. Indeed, Chairman Park needs me, meow. Sejun is worried about you. Let's hurry back. Roll, roll, roll. Iona curled around Theo's tail and started to nap. Pewhut. Chairman Park is waiting for me, so I must hurry back to show him my face, then lie on his lap and eat churu, meow. As Theo was about to rush back to Sejun, on the 99th floor of the tower. Lord Theo, thank you for saving my life. I don't have any money right now, but if you visit me on the 65th floor of the tower, I'll properly reward you then. Urin, having already forked over 1.2 billion tower coins to Theo, made this modest offer. To Urin, that amount of money was just about a month's worth of food expenses. Urin invited Theo to the 65th floor for a proper reward. Okay, meow, I'll come later, meow. Already eager to return to Sejun's lap, Theo half-heartedly listened to Urin and hurriedly departed for the 99th floor. Thus Theo headed home. Along the way, the golden light disappeared as 1 billion tower coins burned away. And it's not efficient, meow. Burning Chairman Park's money is still the best, meow. Theo realized that, for some reason, burning Sejun's money increased his abilities much more efficiently. Podori, I'm here. TL, Kopado Enus Podo means grape in Korean. Sejun approached the grapevine carrying a branch capable of producing seeded grapes. Podori was the nickname he had given to the grapevine. Could it be, is that the branch that will give me seeds? Podori asked, looking at the branch Sejun was holding. Yeah, just wait a moment. Sejun grafted the branch onto the grapevine. Then, you have grafted the branch of the grapes, overflowing with vitality, onto the seedless grape for beginners. The seedless grape for beginners can now produce delicious grapes again. Quest completed. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained the exclusive cultivation rights for the next grape harvest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained the relic, Violet Ring. Along with the quest completion message, a thick violet ring shaped like a grapevine appeared in Sejun's hand. Let's see what the options are. Sejun examined the ring. Relic Violet Ring. Right arrow, a ring imbued with the love of a farmer who adored grapes. Right arrow, an unregistered relic in the Black Tower. Wearing it slightly increases grape harvest yield. Right arrow, wearing it allows you to harvest the coveted altar of grapes. Right arrow usage restriction, grapevine owner. Right arrow creator, vines. Right arrow grade, S. Whoa, I can harvest the altar of grapes. Sejun, who hadn't been able to hold a harvest festival since Chuchu descended to the 55th floor with the red ribbon that allowed him to harvest the giant carrot altar, was delighted to have found a way to hold a harvest festival again. Harvest festivals were a joyous occasion for everyone, and only during the festival the raccoon tribe's market opened. While he could now make rice cakes, the excitement was slightly lessened, but he looked forward to buying bread, beer, and cheese at the harvest festival. Well, I don't know when the harvest festival will be, but... Slip. Sejun put on the violet ring. With only one grapevine, he was in no rush. Eventually, the harvest festival would come as he continued to plant and harvest grape seeds. Then, thank you, Sejun tilde nim. I'll produce delicious grapes for you from now on. Podori conveyed its gratitude to Sejun. Sure, I look forward to lots of delicious grapes. Yes. Well, I'll be going now. Sejun said goodbye to Podori and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Originally, Sejun planned to make samyeonju and rice noodle dough in the morning, but he ended up spending the whole morning checking the results of grafting grapevine branches onto other trees. On his way to the kitchen, Sejun noticed something. Whoa, they've grown a lot already. Under the golden tree stump pot of abundance, the rice stalks had turned from green to golden yellow. Heh, I should be able to harvest them tomorrow or the day after. Hum tilde hum tilde hum tilde. Excited at the thought of eating rice soon, Sejun hummed a tune as he headed to the kitchen. Udon. Ramter, who had returned from drinking with Kaiser and Kellyan, called out to the Red Tower's tower farmer, Udon. Great Red Dragon Lord Ramter, did you call for me? Responding to Ramter's call, a figure in red full-body armor knelt respectfully. The armor, made by Udon himself using scales provided by Ramter, was designed to withstand Ramter's powerful aura. Of course, the armor alone couldn't completely block Ramter's mighty energy, so it was essentially dependent on the wearer's abilities. That's right, Tower Farmer of the Red Tower, create a grand statue resembling the great red dragon in my likeness. Ramter commissioned Udon to create a statue to send to the Black Tower. Yes, Lord Ramter. Then call me when it's finished. After giving his order, Ramter vanished. Meanwhile, phew. Udon sighed deeply, removing his helmet. His face, adorned with a red beard, was drenched in sweat from enduring Ramter's energy. Clank. A statue resembling Lord Ramter, the Red Dragon. Mulling over Ramter's order, Udon stood up, but his stature didn't change much from when he was kneeling. Udon was a dwarf, naturally short. Suddenly, I've got an idea. Udon hurried to a deserted rocky mountain, where he began sculpting a one life-size statue of the Red Dragon, an error on Ramter's part for not specifying the size. Thump thump. While Sejun was preparing rice noodle dough after lunch. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo called out to Sejun and leaped towards his face. But, whoosh. Once again, Theo dodged Sejun's attempt to catch him and hugged Sejun's face. Tui back already. Sejun, spitting out Theo's fur, replied nonchalantly. What meow? Chairman Park, your reaction is too bland. Vice Chairman Theo, whom you were worried about, is back, meow. Welcome me more enthusiastically, meow. Theo expected a more enthusiastic welcome after hearing from Yona that Sejun was worried about him. What are you talking about? Meow. Disappointed by Sejun's response, Theo. Pew hut, Chairman Park, are you shy, meow? Then I'll generously understand, meow, but you can't keep resisting my deadly charm forever, meow. Quickly interpreting Sejun's work and lying on his lap, Theo began to show off his charm energetically. However, this guy is shedding fur everywhere. Watching Theo's fur pile up in the rice noodle dough, Sejun's expression grew sterner. At this point, it would be better to start over. The rice noodle dough seemed beyond saving. Oh well. Vice Chairman Theo, I'll welcome you enthusiastically. Since it was ruined anyway, Sejun focused on vigorously stroking Theo's body to prevent more fur from shedding. Pew hut, as expected, Chairman Park was just shy, meow. Theo's misunderstanding grew even bigger. Chapter 232, I'll demote you. Han Tae-jun, after leaving the tower, supplied half of the 10,000 detoxifying green onions given by Theo to Brazil. This was because by simply killing the purple locusts in the Amazon, where they were most concentrated, it was possible to devolve them into red locusts. The remaining detoxifying green onions were supplied as a priority to areas exposed to purple locust attacks. On the northern border of the Brazilian Amazon, to kill so many with just a single green onion, the crops from the tower are truly amazing. Pedro, commanding the northern border and ranked 397th in the World Hunter rankings, marveled at the sight before him. Endless corpses of purple locusts, killed by the detoxifying green onions, lay stretched out before him. Initially, Pedro was puzzled by Han Tae-jun's instruction not to remove the corpses of purple locusts that died after eating the detoxifying green onions. This was because the locusts consumed the bodies of their dead, so removing or burning the corpses quickly was the best way to reduce their numbers. However, Pedro understood the reason when he saw purple locusts dying after eating the corpses of their kin. To purple locusts that had evolved to withstand poison, the detoxifying green onions meant death. The bodies of purple locusts that died after eating the detoxifying green onions retained the detoxifying effect, and those that ate these corpses were also detoxified and killed. This process repeated until the detoxifying effect of the green onions wore off, successively killing purple locusts. Just when the surrounding purple locusts were almost dealt with, "Sir Pedro, we have orders from above to load their corpses and drop them into the center of the Amazon." The government had given an order. To the center of the Amazon. Yes. The Brazilian government decided to drop the corpses of purple locusts, still carrying the detoxifying effect, into the center of the Amazon to maximize the effect. The center of the Amazon was swarming with an overwhelming number of purple locusts, too daunting for anyone to approach. Encouraged by the effect of the detoxifying green onions, the Brazilian government made a bold move, having planted detoxifying green onions around the outskirts of the Amazon and slowly advancing. The government must be confident now. Good, hurry and load the dead purple locusts onto the helicopters. Soon, hundreds of helicopters from various directions along the Amazon border flew towards its center. And then, drop them. The helicopters scattered the purple locust corpses over the Amazon from the sky. Flap, flap. A tremendous number of purple locusts swarmed towards their falling kin's bodies to feed, and about 3 hours after the operation began, the color of all locusts on Earth turned red again. Wow, we did it, we've won. While Brazil celebrated its victory. Squirm, squirm. Black life forms with squishy bodies emerged from the sea and entered Hawaii. Swoosh, swoosh. Why does this fur keep coming out? Sejun grumbled about the endless fur while stroking Theo. The expression on Chairman Park's face is turning sour, meow. It's time to reward him for his hard work, meow. Observing Sejun's expression closely, Theo stood up energetically, thinking it was time to increase his favorability. Pew hut, Chairman Park, look at this, meow. I've earned money, meow. Really? How much did you earn? 10.15 million tower coins, meow. Here it is, meow. He took out the money earned from the auction and handed it to Sejun. He planned to give the money first and then offer a massage. Good job, here's your incentive. When Sejun gave 1.15 million tower coins to Theo. Pew hut, thank you, meow. Poof. Theo immediately burned the money he received. And then, Chairman Park, lend me some money, meow. Theo, having burnt all his money, immediately stretched out his front paw to Sejun. Theo, you know you already owe me 70 million tower coins. Pew hut, don't worry, meow. I'll pay it back in one go later, meow. Theo responded confidently, disregarding Sejun's reminder about his debt. Theo, why are you so confident? Sejun became uneasy seeing Theo's confidence. Did Theo get into some kind of trouble? Then, this time I caught a pink pig sucker, meow. A pink pig sucker? Yes, meow, when I went down this time. Theo started to narrate his encounter with the Jormungandr's fragment and how he survived and returned. What, you met an apostle of destruction? Are you hurt anywhere? Although Sejun had been stroking Theo until now and noticed no injuries, he began to examine Theo's body more closely to see if he had missed anything. Pew hut, Chairman Park, this guy, caring for me like this. Chairman Park, the important part starts now, meow. I swiped my paw across that guy, face. Theo continued his story, satisfied with Sejun's attention. So, the pink pig sucker you saved is one of the only 3 legendary merchants in the Black Tower. That's right, meow. Legendary merchant is an honorary title given to those with a lot of money, meow. And such a legendary merchant said he would reward me and invited me, Vice Chairman Theo, to come to the 65th floor of the tower, meow. So, Chairman Park, you can lend me money without worry, meow. Theo boasted proudly. Okay, got it. Sejun, realizing that Theo had a reliable sponsor, handed Theo 8.9 million tower coins. 100,000 tower coins were for buying rice flour. Poof! As soon as Theo took Sejun's money, he burned it, producing a golden light. Pew Hu Hut. As expected, burning Chairman Park's money is the most effective, meow. Theo was pleased, burning Sejun's money with a satisfied expression. A short while later, these are the coin I got from defeating the Apostle of Destruction, meow. Theo, having burnt all the money, started to take out the white coins he had obtained from defeating Jormungandr's fragment. Meow, why are these combined, meow? While taking out coins from his bag, Theo discovered that the small coins he had obtained from killing white snakes inside Jormungandr's fragment had merged. It's a failure, meow. Theo, who had planned to boast to Sejun about the many coins he had obtained, was disappointed when he took out only 50 white coins. What? There are 50 coins? Sejun was surprised at the number of coins Theo was taking out. The number of coins dropped when an Apostle of Destruction dies indicates how powerful it is. But 50 coins means an unimaginable level of strength for Sejun. Theo had easily defeated such a powerful Apostle of Destruction. I guess there was a purpose in giving the 70 million tower coins. Sejun thought Theo had defeated the Apostle worth 50 coins by burning 70 million tower coins, but that was a huge misunderstanding. Sejun didn't know that Theo had burnt 1.2 billion tower coins he received from the legendary merchant Urin. Theo hadn't told the story of receiving and burning 1.2 billion tower coins from Urin. And Theo hadn't even properly burnt that money. There was a limit to the amount of money Theo could burn at once with his ability. The maximum amount of money Theo could burn at once was about 100 million tower coins. Unaware of this, Theo had nearly died trying to burn an unmanageable 1 billion tower coins at once. Fortunately, Theo instinctively awakened the hidden ability of insignificant wealth. It was the ability to convert a portion of the burning wealth into attacking power against enemies. Thanks to this, Theo was able to convert the unmanageable 900 million tower coins into attacks and defeat Jormungandr. If the fragment of Jormungandr hadn't appeared at that time, or if the efficiency of converting wealth into attacks hadn't been high, the result might have been a bad ending rather than a happy ending. Theo's attack would have needlessly destroyed dozens of merchant passageways, and he would have had to pay a tremendous amount of money. If Theo burns about 100 million tower coins more, can't he even fight the Minotaur King? While Sejun was under this misconception about Theo's strength. Meow, what is that, meow? Theo, who was about to lie down on Sejun's lap again, was surprised to see the pile of fur next to Sejun. What do you mean what? It's your fur. Sejun replied and started to stroke Theo's body again, brushing off more fur. Even during baths, Theo used his water affinity talent to prevent his fur from getting wet, so a lot of fur remained on his body. After about 30 minutes of Sejun stroking Theo's body, the amount of fur coming out had significantly decreased. Okay, we're done. Meow. Sejun picked up Theo from his lap, placed him on the ground, and started gathering the fur into a pile to dispose of it easily. Squish, squish. As Sejun bunched up Theo's fur, pressing it down, the fur began to take the shape of a ball. Wow, this is fun. Sejun rolled the fur ball between his palms like making a sweet rice ball, transforming it into a sphere. And then, ta-da, the Theo ball is complete. A fist-sized yellow fur ball was created. What's that, meow? Theo, sitting on the floor and grooming his disheveled fur due to Sejun, started showing interest in the ball made of his fur. At that moment, Kaiwat, I'll buy that. Yona, who had been curling around Theo's tail and sleeping, exclaimed. She felt that with that ball, she could sleep comfortably anywhere. You want to buy this? Kaiwat, yes, please let me buy it. Yona taking out her pouch and shouting in response to Sejun's question. Okay, Yona can have it. Sejun handed the Theo ball to Yona. Kaiwat, 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 thank you, Sejun. Kuararung. Yona, hugging the Theo ball as big as her body, happily fell asleep quickly. It had an incredible sleep-inducing effect. Here, Sejun handed the pouch he received from Yona to Theo. Since it was money made from Theo's fur, Sejun thought it was right to give it to Theo. However, I don't need it, meow. Chairman Park, you can have it all, meow. Theo coolly offered the pouch back to Sejun. Really, are you sure I can keep all this? Wow, there's 1,000,000 tower coins in here. Sejun, opening the pouch given by Yona, was surprised to see the amount of money inside. He could feel Yona's immense sincerity towards sleep. That's right, meow. Even when Sejun asked again, Theo happily let Sejun keep all the money. But lend me some money, meow. Of course, Theo had another motive. You're going to burn it, right? Just take this money. I don't want that, meow. I want to burn Chairman Park's money, meow. What? Sejun was dumbfounded by Theo's words. Crackle. Theo, you bastard, you like burning my money that much. Sejun got annoyed by Theo, seemingly taunting words. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, if you don't pay back the money within a month, I'll demote you to Representative Theo. Sejun decided to impose a harsh penalty on Theo, demotion. Meow, what are you saying, meow? Theo's expression was as if the world had ended upon hearing Sejun's words. Then, if I'm demoted to Representative Theo, does that mean I can't eat 2 churros at once, meow? For Theo, who was accustomed to eating 2 churros at once, the thought of only having one was too shocking. Of course, Representative Theo can only have 1 churro at a time. Chairman Park, that's too much, meow, stingy, meow. Theo started to whine to Sejun. However, Gorarung. Thea whined only a bit before quickly falling asleep, clinging to the cozy lap of Sejun. Thump thump. Thanks to this, Sejun was able to work on the dough in a fur-free, comfortable environment. Thump thump. Kuararung. Gorarung. Sejun's kneading sounds and the snores of Theo and Iona peacefully took over the kitchen. Chapter 233, Harvesting Rice. In the Black Tower Administrator's area. Kahatha, how has my granddaughter been? Kaiser, who had returned to the Black Dragon's territory in a good mood after drinking samyangju with Kellyan and Ramter, re-entered the Black Tower through the Black Dragon statue. Grandpa, where have you been? I have something to ask you. My little Aileen has something to ask this old man. What is it? Ask me anything, Kahaha. When Aileen said she had something to ask him, Kaiser was ready to answer any question. It's something I read in a book. There's a place where the sky is purple, the land is green, and there are crustacean insects with many legs. But the name of the place wasn't mentioned, so I thought maybe you would know. The place Aileen mentioned was where Flamey had rooted itself, but Aileen had no idea about it. That's why she asked Kaiser, even resorting to a lie to keep Flamey's secret. Purple sky and green land. Ah, of course I know. Upon hearing Aileen's words, something immediately came to Kaiser's mind. However, what Kaiser thought of was not a place, but the beings that create such an environment, the purple dragons. The places where purple dragons reside turn green due to the magic imbued with their toxic aura, and the atmosphere turns purple due to their poisonous breath. What is it? Well, I'm not sure of the exact location, but it's a phenomenon that occurs when purple dragons dwell. Really, purple dragons? Could be the purple dragons, territory, or inside the purple tower where such an environment is created. Kaiser replied, looking at Aileen suspiciously. There are no books about purple dragons in the library. I got rid of all those unlucky purple dragons books, didn't I? As Kaiser looked at Aileen with suspicion. Ah, right, Sejun is making samyangju again. He's planning to sell it this time. Aileen informed Kaiser that Sejun was making samyangju again. It was a promotion for Sejun's samyangju. Really? Upon hearing Aileen's words, Kaiser immediately headed to the brewery. Kellyan would be coming soon, and Kaiser planned to pay Sejun first and secure the Samyeonju. After Kaiser left, phew, Aileen sighed in relief, having been tense from deceiving Kaiser, and picked up a crystal orb. Kihihi, Flamey, I found out where your roots are. Really, where is it? I think it's the Purple Tower. There's a lot of poison there, but are you okay? The poison I can somewhat withstand, but it's a bit annoying because the bugs keep trying to eat me. What bugs dare to bother you, Sejun's tree? That won't do. I'll teach you a few spells. Aileen began teaching Flamey some magic. Early dawn. Squeeze, squeeze. Huh, what's that? Sejun woke up feeling something pressing on his face. Pew hut, Chairman Park, are you awake, meow? As Sejun woke up, Theo, who had been massaging Sejun's face with his paws, greeted him with a mischievous laugh. And then, Chairman Park, try this, meow. It's honey water made from fresh honey collected by bees this morning, meow. Theo handed Sejun the honey water he had forcibly made from the poisonous honeybees. What's this? Vice Chairman Theo, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Normally, Theo would be busy with his own things even when Sejun woke up. But now, from massages to honey water this early in the morning, it was too suspicious. No need to feel burdened, meow. Just go ahead and drink some honey water, meow. You're the most burdensome. All right. Following Theo's persistent urging, Sejun drank the honey water. Gulp, gulp. The honey water flowing down his throat. Refreshing. The honey water was sweet and refreshing. As Sejun drank the honey water. Pew hut, weren't you hot while sleeping, meow? I'll fan you, meow. Whoosh, whoosh. Theo waved his paws, fanning Sejun. Why are you really doing this? Sejun couldn't bear Theo's burdensome behavior anymore and asked. Pew hut, what do you mean, meow? Especially that mischievous laugh was too annoying. Why are you doing something you never do? Chairman Park, I want to keep being Vice Chairman Theo, meow. So please revoke my penalty, meow. So that was it. Just go to the 65th floor and get the money. Sejun didn't understand why Theo was behaving this way when all he needed to do was go to the legendary merchant to repay the money. However, Chairman Park, hear me out, meow. Theo, planning to continue borrowing Sejun's money, not just this time, I can't keep getting penalized like this, meow. Theo began earnestly trying to persuade Sejun. So, Vice Chairman Theo, you're saying that when you use my money, the efficiency is 1, but with other money, it's 0.5. That's right, meow. That's why I want to use Chairman Park's money, meow. Chairman Park's money is the best, meow. Is that really true? Why only his money? Isn't all money the same? Okay, let's do just one test, and if it's really true, I'll lift your penalty. Really, meow? Let's test it quickly, meow. Theo, eager to get the penalty lifted, exclaimed at Sejun's words. Wait a minute. Just as Sejun was about to ask for help to measure Theo's power. Sejun, not a power meter, but Kaiser himself came flying towards Sejun of his own accord. Then, here, take this. Kaiser thrust 100 million tower coins into Sejun's hand without any explanation. What's this? Kahaha, what else? It's the advance payment for the Samyeonju that you are making. Kaiser had prepaid the price for the upcoming Samyeonju. I got here first. Kaiser looked around and smiled inwardly, confirming that Kellyan hadn't arrived yet. I need to bring more money from the storage. Just as Kaiser was about to hurry to the storage to get more money. Kaiser, can I ask for a favor? A favor, anything for you. Kaiser readily agreed, hearing that it was a request from Sejun. After all, the favor was for Samyeonju. Please see how powerful Theo becomes. Sure, nothing difficult about that. Let's see it. Kaiser responded and began to closely observe Theo. Yes, thank you. Here, Vice Chairman Theo, take the money, it's from me. Sejun handed Theo 10 million tower coins to Theo. Thank you, meow. Poof. Theo burned the money he received from Sejun. Ho ho, a talent to become stronger by burning tower coins. That's really amazing. Kaiser looked at Theo, shining in golden light as he burned the money with interest. Once the golden light faded, "This time I'm lending it to you." Sejun handed another 10 million tower coins to Theo. Although he didn't quite understand this formal method of changing the ownership of the money, he decided to try it according to Theo's words. Poof! Once again, Theo burned the money and emitted a golden light. Upon closer observation, even Sejun could see that the intensity of the golden light was different from before, despite burning the same amount of money. "How about it, Kaiser?" Sejun asked Kaiser for an accurate assessment. Then, "The power gained just now is considered 100, then before it was only 49. Kaiser provided an accurate evaluation. "So it's true that he gets stronger by burning my money." Pew Hut Chairman Park see meow. "I was right, meow. Quickly lift my penalty, meow." Theo, relieved that his argument was validated, arrogantly laughed and clung to Sejun's lap. "Kaiser, thank you. Here's your samyeonju." Sejun handed Kaiser 10 bottles of samyeonju for helping him. Swoosh! And marked the day as the 351st morning on the wall. "This place where I've taken root is better for living than anywhere else." Wriggle, wriggle. Pottery, content with the nutrient-rich soil and the kind farmer Sejun, happily spread its roots. Then, twitch. Pottery's roots bumped into another set of roots. And then, "Hello, I am Flamey." The other roots greeted Pottery. "Flamey, are you also a World Tree candidate?" Pottery, a World Tree candidate, asked Flamey. "No, I'm not that." "What, you're not? Then you should have come to greet me, Pottery, a World Tree candidate, earlier." Pottery got angry, thinking Flamey was of a lower hierarchy for not being a World Tree candidate. "The farm's hierarchy is a mess. I need to reestablish it. Flamey, from now on, you will greet me every morning." And just when Pottery tried to assert dominance over Flamey. Yes." Pottery froze upon hearing Flamey's reply. "But didn't you just say something about doing something every morning?" "Oh, I meant that from now on I will greet you, Flamey, every morning. Please take care of me." Pottery's roots humbly bowed towards Flamey's roots. "Hey, you woke me up too early." Sejun, who had come outside, complained to Theo for waking him up early, but Gorarung. Theo, back to his usual self, didn't care at all and slept soundly. "That's more like it." Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun stroked Theo's head. "Yes, this is more like you. Let's check the rice." Carrying the sleeping Theo on his leg, Sejun went to the area where the rice, planted in the golden tree stump pot of abundance, showed a golden hue. And swoosh! He placed a rice ear on his palm and examined it closely. The rice ear was completely golden without a hint of green. "Good, it's ready to be harvested." Confirming that the rice was ready to be harvested, Sejun took out the sickle of freshness and swoosh! Started cutting the rice. Then, "You have harvested 3518 grains of golden rice. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 246,260 experience points." A message appeared indicating that the rice was harvested. There were a lot of grains, hence the high experience points. "Let's see." Sejun closely examined a grain of rice. Golden rice. Right arrow rice grown inside the tower, well-nourished and tasty. Grown by an excellent farmer, it has outstanding effects. Consuming 100,000 grains of rice triggers the rice as medicine effect. When activated, the rice as medicine effect randomly increases strength, stamina, agility, and magic stats by a total of 100. Right arrow cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 155 days. Right arrow grade, A. Is this good? The effect of increasing total stats by 100 by eating 100,000 grains of rice seemed good, but the number seemed incredibly high, leaving Sejun unsure if it was actually advantageous. What does it matter? The important thing is that I can eat rice. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun started to harvest the rice earnestly. As he cut the last stalk, you have leveled up. You have gained one bonus stat. A level up message appeared, and Sejun reached level 67. There were about 300 rice stalks planted in the pot. Having harvested nearly 1,000,000 grains, it made sense to level up. Good, now I need to the rice milling. Sejun shook off the rice from the ears and looked at the grains that had fallen to the ground, deep in thought. Then, rustle, rustle. He placed the rice between his palms and began to rub them together, as if grinding sesame seeds, husking the rice. The husks began to fall to the ground. Oh, it's working. Sejun rubbed his palms more vigorously. Then, zap. Electricity sparked in his hands, burning the rice and releasing a fragrant aroma. Ah, what? Sejun was startled by the unexpected result. Guys, help me out. Eventually, unable to hull the rice, Sejun enlisted the help of the still-sleeping monkeys, rabbits, mushroom ants, and poisonous honeybees to start hulling the rice. Rustle, rustle. The monkeys and rabbits hulled the rice by rubbing their palms like Sejun. Crunch, crunch. While the mushroom ants and poisonous honeybees used their front teeth to hull it. Then, croon. Daddy, what are you doing? Kyungi, who had just woken up, approached. Kyungi, are you awake? Wait a minute, Daddy will feed you rice soon. Kroong. Kyungi will help Daddy too. No. Before Sejun could stop him, Kyungi grabbed a handful of rice with his front paw and started hulling with just one paw. But, Kyungi, failing to control his strength, ground not only the husks, but also the rice grains into a fine powder. On the 351st day of being stranded, Sejun finally harvested the rice. Chapter 234, Eating Rice. When a suspicious object appeared on the beach. Weeing. Sirens began to sound throughout Hawaii. Since there had been strange signs beforehand, the United States had already issued an evacuation order for all of the Hawaiian region, and most of the people living in Hawaii had already evacuated via boats or airplanes. Boom. Kaboom. Thanks to that, tanks and fighter jets waiting on the shore could freely launch shells and missiles towards the black entities approaching, darkening the sea. After hundreds of shots and missiles were fired, it seemed like the enemy had vanished. But then, wriggle, wriggle. The scattered black flesh on the ground began to gather towards the sea, and then, boom, a gigantic black entity burst forth from the sea. What the is that, a leech? A leech. The black entity was indeed a leech. The soldiers finally recognized the identity of the enemy and were relieved. It was just a leech. Boom. Tanks and fighter jets resumed their attack on the giant leech. The leech was slow and large, making it an easy target for all their attacks. However, squish, squish. Despite the attacks, the giant leech's body quickly regenerated. Moreover, the giant leech did not remain passive. It expanded its head and then lunged its body to cover the fighter jets and tanks that had attacked it. Although the attack was simple, its enormous size made it sufficiently threatening. Crash. The fighter jets could quickly fly away to avoid the leech's attack, but the tanks were crushed under it. Move at full speed. Yes. The soldiers inside the tanks didn't panic and tried to escape by breaking through the leech's body. Then, crunch, crunch. With a crunching sound and the smell of fresh blood, smaller leeches started pouring in like water through the gaps of the tank. What the? Bang, bang. The tank commander accurately shot the heads of the approaching leeches. But, wriggle, wriggle. The fragments of the dead leeches were simply absorbed into the bodies of other leeches. And then, Wriggle, wriggle. The leeches clung to the soldiers' bodies, sinking their teeth in and starting to suck their blood. Arg! Save me. Eventually, they were buried under thousands of small leeches, their blood drained and becoming mummified like fish floating in the Pacific Ocean. 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Fire blaze up. Whoosh! Along with Flamey's incantation. Screech! Hundreds of approaching venomous centipedes were burned to death in the flames. True to Flamey's talent in fire attributes, Flamey skillfully used the basic fire magic as soon as she learned it from Aileen. However, this is still as annoying as ever. While it was easier than before since Flamey could kill hundreds at a time, the need for vigilance remained the same. Isn't there a better way? Ah, there is. The detoxifying green onions from the master. Flamey was excited at the thought of the detoxifying green onions, but then realized, but how do I get them? Not having a clear way to acquire them, Flamey quickly became dejected. I'll have to ask Aileen for a solution. Flamey decided to seek Aileen's help. All right, the rice is washed. Sejun soaked the transparent, hulled rice in water, gently stirred it with his hand, drained the water twice, and then pour. Sejun put the washed rice in a stone pot that Theo had brought from the 97th floor of the tower. It was all the harvested rice. The pot was large enough to hold it all. Swish. He also filled the pot with water. And is this enough? Sejun, who was pouring the water, fell into thought. Unlike an electric rice cooker, the stone pot didn't have any markings to indicate how much water to add. What should I do? Failure here would waste the hard-earned rice. No, precious rice cannot be wasted. Even if it fails, he'll eat it. But Sejun wanted to make delicious rice right from the start, if possible. Aileen, has the bronze mirror been fixed yet? Sejun asked Aileen, hopping to use his mom's help to make the rice. But the tower's administrator says the repair is not yet complete. The bronze mirror was still under repair. Sejun didn't know that Aileen had used it once to greet his mother. No choice then. Sejun measured the water level with his index finger, reaching one finger joint above the leveled rice. It was a method often mentioned by cooking experts on TV. Although it's a subjective method since everyone's finger joint length varies, Sejun had nothing else to rely on at the moment. This should be enough, right? Sejun set the water level one finger joint above the rice. Click. He closed the lid of the stone pot, placed it on the fire, and started cooking the rice. Heh, what should I have for side dishes? Sejun pondered what side dishes to eat with the white rice. First, I'll make grilled fish and stir-fried squid. Clang. Having decided on the side dishes, Sejun opened the void storage and took out piranhas and squids to start cooking. 30 minutes later. Creak. As he opened the lid of the stone pot. Oh! There was a glistening, fluffy rice shining brilliantly. Let's stir it a bit. Sejun stirred the rice with a rice paddle. And then, woo-woo. He blew on the rice stuck to the paddle to cool it down, and picked it up with his fingers. Choo-choo. Sejun savored the rice slowly. The texture of the chewy rice grains was just right. With a bit of pressure, the grains burst softly and mashed smoothly. And then, munch munch. The more he chewed, the more he could taste a slight stickiness and a savory sweetness. Wow, this is amazing. I made it, but it's so delicious. Sejun praised himself and scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Wow, it's so good. Perhaps because it had been almost a year since he last ate rice, but the rice tasted incredibly sweet. He felt he could easily finish several bowls of plain rice. I've been eating alone. After eating about 3 spoonfuls, Sejun finally came to his senses. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the animals. Kroong. Squeak. Ook. The animals came to the kitchen at Sejun's call. Here you go. Sejun dished out rice into bowls for the animals and then. Let's try this. Sejun scooped a big spoonful of white rice and topped it with a piece of grilled fish. Ayla. He put it all in his mouth in one bite. Chew. The salty flavor of the fish and the soft sweetness of the rice filled his mouth. Gulp. The salty savory taste of the fish and the soft sweet flavor of the rice filled his mouth. Gulp. After swallowing, the lingering salty taste made him crave more rice. Hehe, this time with the stir-fried squid. Sejun scooped some stir-fried squid with a spoon. Swish. Mixed it with the white rice and took another big spoonful. Ayla. And put it in his mouth. Chew. Gulp. After swallowing, the spicy taste lingered in his mouth, making him crave rice again. So delicious. As Sejun alternated between eating grilled fish and stir-fried squid. Krung. Daddy always eats so deliciously. If I follow Daddy, Kyungi won't fail. Kyungi started eating rice with grilled fish and stir-fried squid, following Sejun, and the other animals began to do the same. After a while, Krung. Kyungi want another bowl, it's so delicious. Squeak. Ook. The animals quickly finished their rice and eagerly presented their empty bowls to Sejun. All right. Sejun dished out more rice for the animals. And then, Krung. Hehe, delicious. Kyungi finished eating rice the fastest. After Kyungi ate 10 bowls of rice. Poof! A golden light emanated from Kyungi's body and then slowly faded. The rice as medicine effect had been triggered. Thanks to this, Sejun realized his cooked rice amounted to 100 servings and that about 10,000 grains of rice were in one bowl. Me too, Sejun started eating rice earnestly, hopping to experience the rice as medicine effect himself. As Sejun finished his 10th bowl, following Kyungi. Poof! A golden light glowed from his body. You have consumed 100,000 grains of rice. The rice as medicine effect has been triggered. Your total stats will randomly increase by 100, randomly distributed among strength, stamina, agility, and magic. Strength increased by 23, stamina by 9, agility by 37, and magic by 31. Great! Sejun's face lit up with a smile as he saw the message indicating his stats had increased due to the rice as medicine effect. And munch. Theo, enjoying the privilege of the vice chairman by eating 2 churros simultaneously while lying on Sejun's lap, was taken aback. Meow! When he saw the golden light emanating from Sejun. What meow? Pew hut. Chairman Park is also getting stronger by burning money like me, meow. Theo misunderstood, thinking Sejun was also burning money to get stronger. I need to work hard from now on to earn more money for Chairman Park to burn, meow. Theo's determination flared up, but just in spirit. Gorarung. Warming up from the burning resolve, Theo fell asleep while licking the churu. Soon, Kyungi were out of rice. The stone pot was empty. Krung. Kyungi want more. Kyungi made a disappointed face. It was understandable for a child used to eating 1,000 servings of rice noodles. Don't be too disappointed. We're out of rice, but there's still this. Swoosh. Sejun poured water onto the scorched rice at the bottom of the stone pot and began to boil it again, making scorched rice soup. Bubble. As the water in the stone pot started to boil, a rich aroma began to spread all around. Here, everyone have a bowl. Sejun served the finished scorched rice soup to the animals. And then, slurp. Sejun scooped up a spoonful for himself, chewing the twice-cooked rice. Gulp. He swallowed it along with the soup. The hot broth warmed his stomach. I guess I don't need to clean this. After finishing the meal, Sejun looked at the clean stone pot, cleaned by the animals who had eaten every last grain of rice and scorched rice. The rice and scorched rice were popular among the animals. Now it's time to work. After finishing the meal, Sejun got up. He hadn't been able to complete his quota of samyangju and rice noodles yesterday due to Theo's interference, so he had no time to rest today. Guys, let's get to work. At Sejun's call, the animals moved to their respective workplaces. Good morning, Flamey. Potery's roots greeted Flamey's roots respectfully as soon as morning arrived, as promised. Yeah, did you sleep well, Potery? Yes, I slept well. That's good, you need to sleep well. Here, take this. Flamey's roots passed a drop of liquid to Potery's roots. It was drawn from the lake where Flamey had rooted itself. Flamey wanted to give more, but more than a drop might be too much for Potery to handle. What is this? Potery asked, surprised by the immense energy emanating from the liquid. Think of it as a nutrient. Nutrient. Yes, so absorb the nutrient and hurry to make delicious grapes for our master. Yes, I will work hard to produce grapes. Potery began to absorb the liquid given by Flamey. Then, creak. As Potery absorbed the liquid, its branches rapidly grew, starting to produce bunches of grapes. Shortly after, boom, croong, it smells delicious. Squeak, ook, queak. The entire farm family, attracted by the delicious scent, began to gather around Potery. Is that the smell of grapes? Sejun, who had just woken up, was also drawn by the smell of grapes, like the other animals, and headed towards where Potery was. And then, whoa, he discovered an enormous number of grapes on the grapevine. Chapter 235. The only one I can trust here is Sejun. Potery, what's all this? Sejun approached Potery, astonished by the enormous number of grape clusters it had produced. When he had asked a short while ago, Potery had said it would take time for the grapes to ripen, but now they had suddenly appeared in great abundance. It's... Potery, about to respond, suddenly hesitated. This is... Po. This is the result of my love for no, not that. It's the result of my loyalty to Sejun. This is hard. After answering Sejun, Potery felt like crying. Initially, Potery had intended to say that Flamey provided it with nutrients. But then, whoosh, Potery, just try talking about me to Sejun. Flamey suddenly burst into flames from its roots, shouting. Flamey felt too embarrassed at the thought of Sejun finding out, heating up its body, but to Potery, it seemed like a threat of death if it revealed the truth. So Potery quickly changed its answer. Then, the Black Tower's administrator says she will kill you for flirting with Sejun. This time, the Black Tower's administrator threatened to kill Potery. No, Miss Aileen, you misunderstand. Potery hurriedly responded to Aileen, and had to change its response again. Why only me? What did I do wrong? Thus, unbeknownst to Sejun, Potery faced death threats from two beings, causing stress that wilted about 5 of its grape clusters. Potery, are you sick? Why are the grapes wilting all of a sudden? Sejun, using his skilled farmer's warm touch, stroked Potery, bringing it comfort. Indeed, the only one I can trust here is Sejun. Both beings would succumb to Sejun, so the only entity Potery could rely on to protect it from these fearsome beings was Sejun. As Potery regained its peace of mind, the wilted grape clusters began to revive. They're better now. Potery, I'm going to harvest the grapes. Yes, take as many as you like. Potery, now on Sejun's side, cooperated enthusiastically. Plug. Once Sejun had Potery's permission and plucked a cluster of grapes. You have harvested 1 cluster of vitality-infused fragrant grapes, 23 grapes. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You have gained 1,610 experience points. The harvest messages appeared. Fragrant. The harvested grapes had fragrant as an added descriptor. Considering the scent attracted all the animals on the farm, the description was well-deserved. Then, you have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation, right to cultivate this new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate vitality-infused fragrant grapes. Your job experience has increased greatly. Due to the job characteristic, all stats increase by 10. Messages appeared announcing the achievement of creating a new variety. And then, you have achieved the feat of creating 9 new varieties. As a reward for the great farmer's feat, the prestige of the Black Tower increases. The prestige exceeds a certain level, increasing the number of entrances to the Black Tower by 1. The number of entrances to the Black Tower increases from 100 to 101, with the 101st entrance spawning in the safest location. Messages appeared regarding the creation of 9 new varieties and the appearance of the 101st entrance to the Black Tower. The 101st entrance. Guys, let's eat grapes. Since the increase in entrances had nothing to do with him, Sejun drooled as he offered the grapes to the animals, who had been patiently waiting for him to harvest. It was impressive they had waited without giving in to the tempting scent of the delicious grapes. Our Kyungi waited well too, here. Especially Kyungi. Kyuehe krung. Hehe, it's delicious. As soon as Kyungi received the grapes from Sejun and put them in his mouth, he couldn't help but laugh with joy at the delicious taste. Is it that tasty? Krung krung. Yes, it's really delicious. Kyungi vigorously nodded in response to Sejun's question. Pad pad. Here, have some more. Charmed by Kyungi's cuteness, Sejun stroked his head and handed him another bunch of grapes. After distributing grapes to the animals, I should check the options first. Sejun closely examined the grapes before eating them. Vitality-infused fragrant grapes. Right arrow, these are top-quality grapes grown inside the tower, produced by a grapevine that absorbed tremendous nutrients. Right arrow, they have a very good taste, and the fragrant aroma of the grapes spreads far. Right arrow, the scent of the fragrant grapes can attract monsters that like the smell of blood. Right arrow, if turned into wine, the aroma will spread even further. Right arrow grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow expiration date, 180 days. Right arrow grade, A+. Top grade grapes with excellent taste and aroma. Can attract monsters that like the smell of blood. Despite one concerning detail. Let them come, Sejun bravely declared. This was the 99th floor of the Black Tower, home to the mightiest. Any that followed the smell of blood would soon see blood themselves. Of course, I'm not the mightiest, Sejun muttered to himself, having a moment of realization. Chairman Park, cheer up, meow. I'll earn a lot of money to make you stronger, meow. Theo, still misunderstanding that Sejun got stronger by burning money, patted Sejun's knee to comfort him. Oh yeah, thanks. Sejun wondered what earning a lot of money had to do with him getting stronger, but he appreciated Theo's caring gesture and accepted the comfort without comment. Then, yum, Sejun started eating the grapes. They were delicious before, but this time the grapes were even sweeter and richer in flavor. Yum yum. Wow, they're so delicious. Sejun devoured an entire cluster of grapes while standing there. Then, stare. He felt sharp stares at the back of his head. Eating alone, huh? The animals were intensely looking at Sejun, implying they wanted to join in. Shortly after, here you go, enjoy your breakfast. Animals holding plates gathered in front of Sejun harvesting grapes from Pottery's branches. Rabbits took 2 clusters, monkeys 5, and Kyungi and Pinkfur each received 1,000 clusters. After sharing about half of the grapes from the vine with the animals, I should eat some more too. Just as Sejun was about to sit down and eat more grapes. Krung, when do we eat breakfast, Dad? Kyungi, having eaten the grapes, asked Sejun. For Kyungi, 1,000 clusters of grapes were just an appetizer. Just a moment, crop gigantification. Sejun used the crop gigantification skill on the remaining grapes in front of Kyungi, enlarging a grape to the size of a baseball. About 100 clusters should be enough, right? Sejun used the skill on 100 clusters for Kyungi. And when he enlarged the last, the 100th grape cluster, Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV4 slightly increases. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV4 is filled and the level increases. The skill level of crop gigantification increased to 5. It was all thanks to Kyungi. After all, he almost exclusively used the crop gigantification skill for Kyungi. Here, now you can eat. Sejun gave the enlarged grapes to Kyungi and also ate some himself. Spit, spit. He removed the grape seeds as he ate. If I plant these, I'll become a grape tycoon in no time. Heh. Sejun laughed as he looked at the grape seeds collected in his hand. He had also asked the other animals to collect seeds, so he expected to gather quite a lot. Shortly after, time to wrap up. Sejun stood up to finish harvesting the remaining grapes. On the 55th floor of the tower. Peepayak, peepayak. 1-2. A black rabbit was harshly training other black rabbit soldiers. Peepia. You think that's good enough? Peepayak. Can't you do it properly? The black rabbit kept scolding the soldiers, seemingly dissatisfied with their performance. Pi ppi. Black rabbit, that's enough. The soldiers will collapse at this rate. Chuchu intervened, as Black Rabbit had been harshly training the soldiers for several days. Pipia. But with their current level, they can't protect Uncle. Pi ppi. That's. Chu, knowing how vulnerable Sejun's body was, couldn't continue her sentence. Black Rabbit's concern was understandable. Sejun could withstand one hit with the dragon's scale, but not two. Therefore, Black Rabbit was rigorously training the soldiers to guard Sejun. Pi ppi. Don't worry too much. It's unlikely anyone will ambush Sejun, and he has Master Uncle Theo and Hyungnim Kyungi guarding him. TL, Hyungnim equals brother-in-law. Paik. Okay. Black Rabbit felt slightly relieved by Chuchu's words. But then, PPI. Your Majesty, the high-quality blanket for Lady Iona has arrived. Pi PPI. Quickly show them in. Chuchu was just as worried about Iona, who had trouble sleeping. As Chuchu left to see the blanket. Peepayak. Break time, I'll go check the food storage and come back. Black Rabbit gave the soldiers a break and headed to the food storage to check if there was enough of Theo's favorite fish and Kyungi's favorite sweet foods. Peepayak. To think marriage would be this hard. Black Rabbit trudged to the food storage. His body was so dark it couldn't be seen, but he was so tired that dark circles reached his paws. Let's start now. Ook. After harvesting grapes, Sejun and the monkeys began preparing the base liquor for Samyeonju in the brewery. 2 hours later, the base liquor preparation was completed, and Sejun proceeded to add a second round of ingredients to the pre-fermentation Yeonju to make Samyeonju. I should try brewing this too. After the Samyeonju was done, Sejun washed 1,000 clusters of grapes, detached the grapes, and began placing them in jars. He planned to make grape wine. At that moment, Sejun, what's that? Kellyan, who had hurriedly gathered money from the warehouse after hearing Sejun's plan to sell liquor for tower coins, found Sejun preparing grape wine. This is grape wine. Really, take this money first. Kellyan hastily handed over a money pouch to Sejun. How much is all this? Sejun was surprised by the amount of money in the pouch as he opened it. It was a considerable sum at first glance. Exactly 1 billion tower coins, half for Samyeonju and the other half for grape wine reservations. Kellyan made a reservation for grape wine without even tasting it, trusting that anything made by Sejun would be delicious. As Kellyan secured his grape wine reservation. Sejun, are you brewing a new kind of alcohol? Kaiser, having not found much money in his own storage, and thus rummaging through Anton's, arrived. Kahaha, I'll reserve that alcohol too, take this. Kaiser also handed Sejun a money pouch for the remaining hand. But, Kahaha, you may have been faster with the Samyeonju, but I beat you to the grape wine. Kellyan gloated over Kaiser for reserving the grape wine first. What? Get out of our tower right now. Kaiser, infuriated by Kellyan's response, shouted. Wei, if you're upset, why don't you go to the White Tower? Why would I go there when Sejun isn't there? You go. Let. As the two argued. Tab. Theo tapped Sejun's leg to get his attention. And then, Chairman Park, lend me some money, meow. Theo's eyes sparkled as he saw the money pouches in both of Sejun's hands. Chapter 236, Enhancing Powers. MT, Bukhansan, South Korea. Let's quickly reach Beacon and then go down for a drink. TL, Beacon equals one of the three main peaks of MT Bukhansan. Sounds good, let's do it. Two hikers, having sweated out their energy on their hike, excitedly entered the trailhead, looking forward to a lively drinking session afterwards. Just a few steps in. Isn't that the Black Tower? Yeah, it is. What's it doing here on MT Bukhansan? They spotted the Black Tower, towering over MT Bukhansan. It was the 101st tower, which had appeared as the prestige of the Black Tower increased. At that moment, I'm sorry, but this area is now restricted. What? The hikers were stopped by members of the Awakeners Association who were guarding the trail. The 101st tower, never before seen in the world, had prompted them to restrict civilian access, fearing something might emerge from the tower. There's nothing we can do. Keep up the good work. Thank you for your effort. The hikers, complying with the staff's instructions, left. Out of all places, a tower had to appear here. I know, right? Just wanted to have a drink after sweating it out. Guess we'll just drink anyway. Nothing we can do about it then. With thoughts of morning drinks, the hikers laughed and headed straight to a shop at the entrance of the trail. South Korea, now in possession of 3 towers. Neighboring countries were envious but didn't pay much attention. The towers were closely clustered in a narrow area, and apart from allowing hunters to enter, they had no other special powers. Thus, the event of the 101st Black Tower appearing in South Korea quickly faded from public interest. Here you go. Sejun generously handed over 500 million tower coins to Theo, who had asked for a loan. Just as the saying goes that generosity comes from a full barn, Sejun's generosity grew with 2 hefty money pouches in his hands. But, thanks, meow, this much is enough for me, meow. Theo returned 400 million tower coins to Sejun, keeping only 100 million for himself. The maximum amount of money Theo could burn at once was 100 million tower coins. Moreover, after spending money to enhance abilities, one needed time to adapt to the enhanced powers. This was learned from burning Urin's money. Are you sure it's enough? Yes, meow. All right then. As Sejun was putting the returned money back into the money pouch, the tower's administrator suggests using your money to purchase powers. Powers are right. Sejun remembered that he too could become stronger by burning money. How much do I have? Sejun started counting the money in the money pouch given by Kaiser. After deducting the 100 million tower coins given to Theo, there were 1.4 billion tower coins in Kaiser's bag. Combined with the 1 billion tower coins from Kellyan, Sejun had a total of 2.4 billion tower coins. It was a tremendous sum. Aileen, what powers can I get for 2.4 billion tower coins? The tower's administrator asks you to wait a moment. After a short while. Available powers for granting. Powers: strong strength powers, strong agility. Powers available for enhancement. Powers: strong stamina power, strong magic power. Aileen showed Sejun the powers that could be granted and enhanced with his money. So I can enhance the powers I already have. Aileen, is it possible to grant and enhance all these powers here? With 2.4 billion tower coins at his disposal, Sejun was confident. Plus, knowing the cost for granting strong strength and strong agility was 100 million tower coins each, Sejun thought enhancing powers would cost at most 500 million tower coins. However, the tower's administrator says that would be difficult. The tower's administrator informs you that enhancing power, strong stamina and power, strong magic power, requires 2 billion tower coins each. The next level, strong, powers were much more expensive than Sejun had anticipated. Is that so? Then I'll go with strong stamina, strong strength, and strong agility. Prioritizing survival, Sejun naturally chose strong stamina, which would prolong his lifeline, and then selected other powers with the remaining money. The tower's administrator says she will begin granting the powers. The tower's administrator warns that it might be a bit painful. What? It might be painful. You didn't say that before. Before Sejun could finish his sentence, the granting of powers began. 200 million tower coins deposited in the seed bank will be deducted. The tower's administrator grants power, strong strength and power, strong agility to the Black Tower's mid-level administrator Tattoo. With the effect of power, strong strength, your strength increases by 50. With the effect of power, strong agility, your agility increases by 50. You can enhance power, strong strength and power, strong agility later using contribution points or tower coins. As Aileen had said, the first 2 powers were granted. But, it doesn't hurt. Contrary to Aileen's words, there was no pain. Phew, that's a relief. Sejun was relieved. Then, Wung, the tattoo of the Black Tower's mid-level administrator on Sejun's right hand, started to move. Slither, the black dragon tattoo under Sejun's skin, seemed to be absorbed into him. You have acquired all the most basic low-grade powers. Your body is too frail to handle the next level of powers. Body modification will begin to enable you to handle the next level of powers. At the same time, messages about body modification appeared. What body modification? Who decided this? This isn't right. Crack. Contrary to Sejun's will, his body began to forcibly remodel itself, and his muscles started twisting and contorting. Alorg. Sejun writhed in pain, as if needles were piercing his entire body. Chairman Park, what's wrong, meow? Where does it hurt, meow? Press. As Sejun writhed in pain, Theo hurriedly began to massage Sejun's body with his front paws. Crack. The body modification lasted about a minute before subsiding. Snore. In the meantime, Sejun, who had already fainted, slept snoring. Press. What's this smell, meow? While massaging Sejun, Theo sniffed around, searching for the source of the foul odor. And then, I got it, meow. This is Chairman Park's poop smell, meow. Theo identified the source of the smell. It was Sejun. The stench came from Sejun. As his body was being remodeled, bad toxins in Sejun's body were expelled along with sweat, causing the foul odor. It definitely wasn't because he had pooped. Definitely not. Normally, one would either wash him or move away from Sejun under such circumstances. But, click. For the sake of Sejun's knees, Theo chose to endure the foul smell and continued to knead. As Theo endured the odor and lay on Sejun's knees in a bread loaf position. Purr. Theo eventually fell asleep with his face buried in Sejun's knees. At the top floor of the Black Tower's Wizard Tower. Kaiwat. Things are going well now that I have this. In the master's room of the Wizard Tower, Iona was managing her duties while hugging with the Theo ball made from Theo's fur. Then, knock. Fren, the deputy master of the Black Tower's Wizard Tower, entered. Fren, a member of the Red Tribe, was originally an elder of the Destruction Wizard Tower, but became one of the 3 deputy masters under Iona after the Black Tower's Wizard Tower absorbed them. Fren, what brings you here? I've come to get your signature on the payment documents for the cherry tomatoes bought from Sejun's farm. Kaiwat, here you go. Normally, Iona would scrutinize and question thoroughly before signing, but swoosh. Today, she quietly inspected the documents and signed them immediately. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Right, have you heard the rumor, Tower Master? So Fren, who usually wouldn't mention such things, blurted out a rumor. What rumor? There's a rumor going around that the tower master is dating a mere merchant. Preposterous, right? How could you, of all people, be with a lowly merchant? As he spoke, Fren, who was angry, began to rant. And tremble. Yona too seemed to tremble with anger. I knew the tower master would be furious. Fren, who had always liked Yona, was pleased to see her reaction. As I thought, it's just a rumor. There's no way Yona would like that cat. Just as Fren was feeling relieved. Kaiwo, what's wrong with Theo? Yona shouted, her anger surprisingly not directed at Theo, the cat, but at him. It was the third stage of her fury. A wrong word here could mean disappearing along with the tower, regardless of being a deputy tower master or not. No, I didn't mean that I said it. It's just a rumor. Fren, desperate to save his life, hurriedly clarified. 1 hour after Sejun had fainted. What's this? Sejun woke up, moving his body around in amazement. He had fainted, feeling the agonizing pain of his muscles twisting, but now his body felt incredibly refreshed. Sniff. You, what's that smell? Sejun frowned at the foul odor emanating from his body. Meow. He quickly took Theo, still sleeping on his knees, and headed towards the fountain. Then, croon. Dad, where are you going? Kyungi brought you some good kudzu roots. Kyungi, who had returned from tending herbs in the western forest, spotted Sejun and approached with blue kudzu roots taken out from his snack pouch. But, croon. Kyungi's pace gradually slowed down. Croon. Dad, you smell like poop. Kyungi, holding his nose with his front paws, handed the kudzu root to Sejun while keeping a distance. Is this how you treat me? Do you want to bathe too, Kyungi? Croon. Yes. Though knowing why Kyungi was acting that way, Sejun, feeling a bit slighted, lured Kyungi, who loved playing in water, into taking a bath. Shortly after arriving at the fountain, Sejun thoroughly washed himself to get rid of the stench. Snap. Whoosh. Using his talent, Friend of Fire, Sejun created flames on his fingers and turned the fountain into a hot bath and enjoyed a soak. And then, splash. Kyueheb Krung. Hehe, this is fun. Kyungi happily splashed around in the fountain. This is refreshing. Watching Kyungi play, Sejun happily sipped a drink when the tower's administrator says, well done, and now it's time to enhance your powers. Aileen, having been busy with other matters, only now realized that Sejun had woken up. What, can't we not do it? Sejun recalled the pain he had experienced earlier. The tower's administrator says your body has already adapted to withstand the next level of powers, so there won't be any pain this time. Really? Then let's do it. Reassured by the promise of no pain, Sejun went ahead with enhancing his abilities. 2 billion tower coins deposited in the seed bank will be deducted. The tower's administrator enhances power, strong stamina, granted to the Black Tower's mid-level administrator tattoo to power, mighty stamina. With the effect of power, mighty stamina, your stamina increases by an additional 100. Flash. As the message about power enhancement appeared, this time the eyes of the black dragon tattoo on Sejun's right hand briefly shone, indicating the completion of the enhancement. And then, bubble. Theo, who had been hanging onto Sejun's knees, using his water affinity talent to stay submerged, thought. Chairman Park just burned a ton of money, meow. So now he's broke, meow. Hut. It's time for Vice Chairman Theo to step in, meow. Theo decided to immediately get up and go down to the 65th floor of the tower, where the pink piggy bank was. But it's too warm, meow. I feel like I'm melting, meow. The hot temperature of the hot bath hindered Theo's determination. Purr. Eventually, Theo succumbed to the warmth of the bath and fell asleep as if he had fainted. The next morning, Chairman Park, I'll earn lots of money, meow. Don't get into any trouble. Hut, just trust me, meow. Theo waved his front paws at Sejun, who saw him off, and then quickly ran off. Trust him after telling him not to cause trouble. I have a bad feeling about this. Sejun watched Theo's back as he boldly headed to the 65th floor of the tower, feeling uneasy. Chapter 237, Fool Me Once, Shame on You, Fool Me Twice. The territory of the Silver Dragons. Thud, thud. 10 black dragons had arrived. Surrounding them were the territory's owners, the Silver Dragons, along with white, green, blue, red, and golden dragons who had arrived earlier. These dragons were part of the expedition to explore the 10th tower, and most were around the same age, roughly 10,000 years old. They were already acquainted with each other, so there was no awkwardness among them. Miles Pratani, you're here. Yeah, Ricardo Ajax, you arrived early. Miles, the lead black dragon, was greeted by Ricardo, a white dragon. Both were born around the same time and had developed a close friendship while fighting against destruction. I didn't come early because I wanted to. Grandpa Kellyan told us to arrive before the black dragons. He said not to lose to them. You know how he is competitive with Grandpa Kaiser. Sigh, it's exhausting. Just the same for us. If Grandpa Kaiser hears that we lost to the white dragons, we can't let him see us that day. Ha, you too, huh? While they were conversing, thud, thud, other dragons started arriving. Amidst the conversation, I wonder who will be the center this time. The conversation topic shifted to who would be the center of the hatchlings a year from now. Every 1,000 years, the dragons would grant the strongest of the hatchlings the right to lead the others. The one receiving this authority was called the center. The role of the center was short, only 100 years, and since young hatchlings rarely gathered, the center rarely had to lead. However, for the proud dragons, whether their hatchlings became the center was a matter of great importance. Obviously, it'll be Ophelia, the best farmer among the hatchlings. The green dragon stated. What are you talking about? Have you seen how strong Arperion is? He started making essence of fire at 500 years old. The red dragons retorted. Our Hakon made essence of water at 499 years old. HMPH, that's all. Our Nemia made essence of earth at 498 years old. Each clan boasted about the strength of their own hatchlings. But 2 dragon clans remained quiet, the black and white dragons. The black dragons had recently heard about Aileen's miraculous recovery of her dragon heart from Kaiser and didn't have high expectations. We should stay quiet. The white dragons, having heard from Kellyan about Ajax losing to the much younger Aileen at 300 years old, remained silent. They feared mentioning it could lead the black dragons to bring up Ajax's defeat to Aileen. Aileen's magic had already reached the level of adult dragons, so Ajax losing was inevitable, but they couldn't proudly speak about losing to a dragon 300 years his junior. Unlike the black dragons who were unaware of Aileen's strength, the white dragons knew. This situation arose because Aileen, who wanted to continue as the Black Tower's administrator, asked Kaiser to keep her strength a secret. Naturally, Kaiser, being doting on his granddaughter, agreed to Aileen's request. Then, hey Miles, is your hatchling still whimpering? Killa Peeton, leader of the purple dragons, taunted the black dragons, picking a fight. What whimpering? Our Aileen has almost fully healed her dragon heart. So what? She hasn't fully healed yet, and even if she does, she's no match for our Pobai. What did you say? That old geezer Pobai is nothing compared to Aileen when she reaches 500. PFFFT, worry about what happens a year from now. Eek. Miles was infuriated by Killa's words, but couldn't retort. However, Miles, you cruel bastard, saving this. Ricardo, aware of Aileen's strength, thought Miles was acting to bait Killa and recorded the scene. Hehe, I'll create a dark history for you, Killa. Imagining Pobai getting mercilessly defeated by Aileen a year later, Ricardo laughed gleefully. Growing well, aren't they? After seeing Theo off, Sejun looked at the rice planted in a pot under the golden tree of abundance and said with a bright expression. Sejun had transplanted about 300 stalks of rice that had been growing in the field for 20 days into pots immediately after harvesting. We'll be able to eat rice soon. As Sejun observed the rice stalks. Now, how much more do I need to raise all my stats to 300? Sejun recalled the first trial of the 10th tower and opened his status window. Park Sejun LV, 67. Right arrow talents. Beyond mediocre, friend of nature, myriad landlord, enhanced magic circuit, friend of fire, sturdiness, sturdy vitality, a medicine that's bitter is good for stamina, zap, insignificant presence, talent, favored by the earth. Right arrow stats potential. Strength, 323,493, stamina, 566,705, agility, 215,448, magic, 316,547. Right arrow job, tower farmer A. Right arrow skills, magic seed sowing LV, 8 harvesting LV, 7 seed shop LV, 3 seed harvesting LV, 7 farmers warm touch LV, 4 crop gigantification LV, 5 fire field LV, 4 you're a field LV, 2 greenhouse LV, 3 beekeeping LV, 8 rain thunder LV, 3 cooking LV, 7. All stats except agility had already surpassed 300. The only one left to increase was agility. I need to increase agility by 85. Sejun, unaware of this, had been using his level-up bonus stats to increase only his stamina. It made sense as he always seemed to need more stamina. Now I need to focus on increasing agility. Sejun decided to invest his future level-up bonus stats in agility and closed his status window. Although the number was too high to be covered by bonus stats alone, he had no immediate way to increase his agility. Thump thump. Sejun began kneading dough to make rice noodles for the Black Rabbit's wedding ceremony. Meow 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 tilde I'm the deadly yellow cat off to make money. Vice Chairman Theo, at your service, meow. Theo, excited at the thought of extorting money from Urin and bringing it back to Sejun, hummed a tune and cheerfully descended the tower. Then, meow, another fork in the road, meow. 2 paths appeared before Theo. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, Pew Hut. I am the smart cat, Vice Chairman Theo. I won't be fooled this time, meow. After inspecting the paths, Theo chose the one different from the original and with a different floor pattern. Shortly after, thud, the path closed behind Theo as he entered. It was another fragment of the world-devouring serpent, Jormungandr. Theo had chosen the wrong path again. But sometimes, the wrong path can lead to the right destination. Meow, why is the path so weird, meow? Ah, isn't that pink pie no urine, meow? Walking down an endless path, Theo encountered Merchant Urine, who had also chosen the same path and got trapped. Pew Hut, I was on my way to find you anyway, and here you are, making things easy for me, meow. Unaware that he had entered the wrong path, Theo approached Urine with a smile. Urine, good to see you, meow. Oh, Theo-sama, please help me. Urine, who had been trapped for days, immediately asked Theo for help. Meow, help you, what do you mean, meow? Theo, didn't you know? It seems we are inside the body of that serpent. Frustrated by Urine's words, Theo felt annoyed. Smart me, got fooled by the apostle of destruction again, meow. This makes me angry, meow. Urine, give me some money, meow. Yes, here it is. Following Theo's request, Urine handed over all the money bags he had. Is this all, meow? Theo nonchalantly stuffed the 10 money pouches, handed over by Urine, into his bag and asked. Yes, I didn't expect to get trapped again on my way home. On his way back home, Urine was stranded again. It was a wonder how such an unlucky person became a legendary merchant. It's okay, meow. I'll want more later, meow. You owe me double this time, including from last time, meow. Of course, I have plenty of money. Theo made a deal with Urine to get more money later. Pew Hut, just trust me, meow. Stick to the wall, meow. Theo confidently stood in the middle of the path and, snap, took out the dragon claws. Meow. and swiftly swung his paw from top to bottom. Zzzt. Simultaneously, 5 lines appeared on the path, dividing it into 6 sections. It was Theo's new skill, developed after gaining insight from releasing 900 million tower coins worth of energy. Pewhut, I shall name the skill 1 meow/meow. As Theo named his new skill. SSSSS. The fragment of Jormungandr, divided into 6 parts from head to tail, died and turned to ash. White coins and trapped merchants began to fall. Clang. Ayalo. Fortunately, there was a flat merchant's passage right below, so all the white coins and merchants landed safely. A short while later, after Theo collected all the white coins, scrape, he made a hole in the merchant's passage, allowing the trapped merchants to enter. Thank you, Theo, for saving my life twice. Urin, now inside the merchant passage, thanked Theo for saving his life. Pewhut, next time watch where you're going, meow. Yes, Theo, come with me to the 65th floor of the tower. I want to reward you for saving my life. Urin, wanting to repay Theo, invited him to his home on the 65th floor of the tower. Theo's original destination. But, Pewhut, I'll visit Urin's home later, meow. Theo declined Urin's offer. He realized that bringing large amounts of money to Sejun at once was less effective than bringing smaller amounts more frequently to receive praise multiple times. Pewhut, I am indeed smart, meow. Too bad, then please visit me later. Got it, meow. Urin, see you later, meow. But don't forget to include interest, meow. Theo, already calculating interest on the money he hadn't yet received, packed 9 money pouches containing 1 billion tower coins each and headed to the 99th floor of the tower. After Theo left, I'm hungry. The tension released, Urin felt hungry and took out a snack pouch from his pocket, but, why is the money here? He belatedly realized that one of the money pouches had been swapped with his snack pouch. My garlic. Disappointed that his snack was gone, Urin trudged back home. When it was time for dinner, Krung. Dad, Kyungi is back. Kyungi, who had gone to the herb garden, returned. Krung. Here, Dad. Kyungi offered Sejun 10 blue kudzu roots. Thanks. Chomp chomp. As Sejun ate the kudzu roots. Click. Here, Kyungi, have some honey. He opened a jar of honey and gave it to Kyungi. Kyuehe Krung. Haha, thank you for the meal. Krung. Dad, why are you surprised? No, nothing. Did I hear wrong? I swear Kyungi spoke more formally just now. TL. Kyungi added kosupnida enus, siumnida, which is a formal way for saying thank you in Korean. Chomp chomp. Sejun continued eating the kudzu roots, thinking he must have imagined it. You have consumed the blue kudzu root of potential. All stats potential increased by 5. After eating all 10 kudzu roots. Lick lick. Sejun waited until Kyungi finished the honey. Then as Kyungi finished, Kyungi, let's make noodles. Krung. Okay. Sejun and Kyungi started making rice noodles by putting dough into the noodle machine. That's when. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo, with 9 money pouches containing 1 billion tower coins each and 1 snack bag filled with garlic, announced his return by leaping towards Sejun's face. Chapter 238, Facing the Third Trial. Tui, get off. Miuo. Sejun spat out Theo's fur that had gotten into his mouth and grabbed the scruff of Theo, who was clinging to his face. It was surprising how much fur had gotten into his mouth given how recently Theo had been brushed. Then, Sejun noticed Theo's fur sticking all over the freshly made rice noodles. This won't do. As Sejun pondered what to do with Theo. Krung krung. Did Big Brother come? Kyungi was making noodles. Kyungi, oblivious to Theo's fur contaminating the noodles, proudly showed Theo his noodle-making skills. I'm good at making them right. You're good, meow, but I can cut them even thinner, meow. Snap. Theo drew his dragon claws. Meow. And swiftly swiped his paw from top to bottom over the noodles. Swish. Simultaneously, the noodles made by Kyungi were cut in half by the descending dragon claw. Hut. How's my skill, meow? Krung. Big brother is amazing. Kyungi, who could obliterate noodles with strength but lacked the skill to cut them thinly, looked at Theo with admiration, and, "This is nothing to me, meow." Theo, basking in Kyungi's admiration, boasted proudly. "So what, the noodles are full of fur now." Sejun, looking at Theo with a "how do I deal with this troublemaker" expression, fell into deep thought. Then, "I've decided, Kyungi, let's take a break and eat some honey." Krung krung. Great, Kyungi loves honey and rest. Sejun used the keratin stick strategy, letting Kyungi eat honey, and "Theo, come here," called Theo over by tapping his right knee. Hut, did you call me Chairman Park, meow?" Theo obediently climbed onto Sejun's right knee. Krung. Kyungi likes dad's knee too. With Theo occupying Sejun's right knee, Kyungi took over the left and lick, began dipping his front paws in honey to eat. "Now Theo, have some churu." Hut, all right, meow. Responding to Sejun's offer, Theo lay down, ready to eat churu, licking his lips in anticipation. Chairman Park is trying to impress me. I should reward him later for his hard work, meow. Sejun was giving Theo churu to keep him still for brushing his fur, but Theo thought Sejun was trying to impress him. Slurp. While Theo indulged in his misunderstanding, eating 2 churros quietly. Brush. Sejun diligently brushed Theo's fur, gathering as much as possible. Despite having made a baseball-sized ball of Theo's fur just a few days ago, it seemed like there would be enough for another. "So much fur, good thing I can sell it to Yona." Shortly after, brush. Sejun, lost in thought, continued to brush Theo's fur in a trance when, "Chairman Park, I have something for you, meow." Theo, thinking it was time to give his reward, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Huh, what?" Sejun snapped back to reality and asked Theo, "I have something for you, meow." Theo replied, taking out 10 money pouches he had gotten from urine and handing them to Sejun. "Wow, how much did you make?" Hut, I made a lot, meow. So Chairman Park continued to count on me, meow. Theo responded with a smug look. "Right, only Vice Chairman Theo." Brush. Sejun patted Theo's head, praising him. Then he combined the last bits of fur he collected with what he had already gathered to create Theo Ball number 2. "Oh, there's 1 billion tower coins in each pouch." After finishing brushing, Sejun opened the money pouches to check the amount inside and said, "So 10 pouches mean 10 billion tower coins." Hut, that's right, meow. Theo confidently answered. It seemed the sucker he had found really did have a lot of money. "Better put them all in one pouch." Rustle. As Sejun was pouring the coins into one pouch. Rumble. Something with a pungent aroma and a slightly yellowish hue rolled out from the last pouch. This is garlic." Sejun immediately recognized it as garlic. Moreover, 6-clove garlic of agility. With its name, there was no mistaking it. 6-clove garlic of agility. Sejun picked up one of the garlic cloves to examine it closely. 6-clove garlic of agility. Right arrow, this is a plant that naturally grows within the tower, producing garlic bulbs with 6 cloves each. Right arrow, it has the ability to repel negative forces, but quickly rots due to contamination from surrounding energies, so it should be consumed as soon as possible. Right arrow, consuming it increases agility by 1. Right arrow, if all 6 cloves from a single garlic bulb are consumed, all stats increase by 1. Right arrow, it has a very pungent and spicy taste. Right arrow, expiration date, 30 days. Right arrow, grade, B+. Rustle. 1, 2. Sejun began counting the garlic cloves that had spilled out onto the floor from the pouch. 1,050. There were a total of 1,050 cloves of garlic in the bag. Good job, Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Startled by Sejun's sudden praise, Theo, who had been dozing off on Sejun's knee, looked confused. Was there still something to be praised for? Then praise me more, meow. As Theo awaited further praise from Sejun. Eating this raw would be tough, but it'll be sweet if roasted. Guys, wait here, I'll be right back. Meow. Kroong. Sejun lifted Theo and Kyungi off his lap and hurried to the kitchen. As Sejun rushed to the kitchen, Chairman Park, where are you going, meow? It's not my fault, meow. Let's go together, meow. Theo, mistaking Sejun's departure for anger upon discovering a pouch without money, hurriedly followed him. Kroong. Dad, are we cooking? Kyungi, thinking Sejun was preparing dinner, excitedly held the honey jar in his arms and followed Sejun to the kitchen, anticipating a delicious meal. 99th floor of the Red Tower. Why haven't I heard that the statue is finished yet? Ramter, eager to take the statue to the Black Tower and buy Samyeonju from Sejun, grew impatient and went to look for Udon as he hadn't heard from him. And then, he discovered a giant statue, not even 10% complete. What the? Who asked you to make it so big? You did. You asked for a statue resembling the great red dragon Ramter. How are we supposed to take it to the Black Tower like this? Such a size would surely be noticed by other dragons while transporting it to the Black Tower, making the Samyeonju trade impossible. Udon, remake the statue smaller. Okay. And do you have any spare armor? Yes, but why the armor? Never mind, just send it to me. Here it is. Udon handed over a spare set of armor he had made, and endowment magic. Ramter applied the necessary magic to the red full-body armor and sent it to the Black Tower. Here, try this. Sejun offered Theo a roasted garlic clove. Theo clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head and body in refusal. He wasn't upset about the misunderstanding, he was just picky. As expected, he won't eat it. Sejun thought he'd have to secretly mix garlic into Theo's chiru later. Then, kroong kroong. Kyungi wants that, it smells delicious. Kyungi, sensing the absence of the garlic's pungent aroma, eagerly held out his bowl for the roasted garlic, puffing his nostrils and stamping its feet. Russell, here you go. Sejun grabbed a handful of roasted garlic and placed it in Kyungi's bowl, then began eating the remaining 100 or so pieces himself, intending to eat them until his agility reached 300. Munch munch. Whoa, what's this? Though he expected the spicy taste to diminish when roasted, the garlic was much sweeter than anticipated. No wonder Kyungi was excited. This made it enjoyable for Sejun to eat. You have consumed the 6-clove garlic of agility. Your agility has increased by 1. As Sejun ate the garlic, messages appeared indicating an increase in agility. However, consuming 6 cloves did not increase all stats as stated. It seemed that eating all 6 cloves from a single garlic bulb was necessary for that effect. After Sejun had eaten about 50 cloves of garlic, you have consumed the 6-clove garlic of agility. Your agility has increased by 1. You have consumed all 6 cloves from a single garlic bulb. All stats have increased by 1. Messages appeared stating that all stats had increased by 1. Fortunately, among the 50 cloves of garlic, there happened to be 6 from the same bulb. However, after that, there was no more instances of all stats increasing, and Sejun was able to reach agility 300 after consuming 84 cloves. Then, all stats have reached or exceeded 300. You have passed the first trial of the 10th tower. Sejun had passed the first trial. The second trial of the 10th tower is now initiated. Second trial of the 10th tower, farming is at the mercy of the heavens. You never know what might happen. Always be prepared. Stockpile 10 million tons of food. What, 10 million tons? This seemed excessively challenging. There wasn't enough space to stockpile 10 million tons of food, and the food already stockpiled might rot before the new stockpile was complete. As Sejun pondered how to stockpile such an amount, you have exceeded 10 million tons in food stockpiling. You have passed the second trial of the 10th tower. The second trial was completed surprisingly easily. Why? Confused by the effortless passing of the second trial, Sejun realized that the tower system considered the kudzu, which he treated as weeds, as food. Thus, the kudzu planted on the 85th floor of the tower was counted as food, and the trial was quickly cleared. The third trial of the 10th tower is now initiated. Third trial of the 10th tower. A great farmer must have many new varieties. Secure 15 new varieties. The third trial started somewhat unexpectedly. This too. Sejun waited to see if the third trial would also be easily completed, but no message of passing the trial appeared. I've created 9 new varieties myself, so I need to make 6 more. Well, they'll probably come up during harvesting. Sejun decided to worry about the trial later and quickly prepared dinner. The animals, tired of waiting for Sejun, were sitting around the kitchen eating raw sweet potatoes and carrots. After dinner, Kyungi press. Krung. Okay. Sejun and Kyungi produced 9,000 servings of rice noodles and then went asleep. 1,000 servings of noodles had been ruined due to Theo's fur. The next morning, Kwek. Weak. A strange sound reached Sejun's ears. Listening more closely. Kwek. The sound came from the mushroom ants outside the house. Is it an elixir? Following the sound outside. Kwek. Kwek. 2 mushroom ants were waiting for him, their antennae held high, and on their backs were mushrooms that had fully grown. Just as Sejun had guessed, they were elixir mushrooms. Are you giving these to me before I leave? Kwek. Kwek. The mushroom ants wiggled their antennae up and down, in response to Sejun's words. Thank you. Tab tab. Sejun plucked the mushrooms from the backs of the mushroom ants and gently stroked their heads. Kwek. Kwek. After receiving Sejun's affection, the mushroom ants left. I'll have these elixir mushrooms for breakfast, along with other mushrooms in a hot pot before I leave. Sejun, up and about, headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. After eating breakfast, I'll leave the farm in your care. Kwek. Sejun entrusted the mushroom ants with the care of the farm. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, take good care of the rabbits. Sejun said to Theo. Don't worry, Meow. Theo confidently replied. Behind him, about 1,000 rabbits were standing, holding bundles and bags, ready to follow Theo to the 55th floor of the tower using the Lightspeed Merchant Passage. All right, see you later. Sejun unfolded the land deed for the 55th floor and disappeared. Day 354 of being stranded. Sejun descended the tower to attend the Black Rabbit's wedding. Chapter 239. Just hang in there. Now that everyone has gathered, let's depart. Stella Hisron, the representative of the Silver Dragons, announced as the dragons dispatched from various clans to explore the 10th tower assembled. Since the Silver Dragons' leader, Chrysella Hisron, had proposed this venture, the Silver Dragons were leading the expedition. Thump thump. At Stella's command, the dragons kicked off the ground and soared into the sky. Then let's depart. Black and white dragons at the front, golden and blue dragons on the left, brown and red dragons on the right. Stella assigned positions and formed a formation considering the relationships among the dragons, pairing those with good compatibility or friendly relations, and keeping those with poor compatibility or relations at a distance, naturally creating a diamond formation. Will this be okay? Stella glanced at the green dragons at the rear. Honestly, there were no dragons compatible with the purple dragons, who used poison. The green dragons were placed near them simply because they had the least trouble with the purple dragons. Flap flap. As the dragons flew towards the 10th tower. Screech. A clump of red mist, A fragment of the destruction emitted an eerie sound as it slowly approached them. "It's the dust of destruction. Be ready." Miles, at the forefront, was the first to spot the dust of destruction and shouted a warning. To simply dismiss it as dust was too dangerous due to the red mist. When this dust, emitted by the destruction, reached a certain size, they could form a physical shape and attack the tower. That's why dragons usually work to eliminate these remnants. "Dragons, fire your breath." "Got it." Following Stella's command. Whoosh! 90 dragons simultaneously breathed fire at the dust of destruction. Various colors of breaths, black, white, silver, and more, shot towards the red mist. Boom! The red mist, hit directly by the breaths, exploded and dissipated. Then, clang! Coins dropped from where the dust of destruction had dissipated. They were tower coins, about 1 billion in total. However, let's move on. The dragons generally ignored the tower coins as they were of no use to them, but collect. Only the black and white dragons quietly collected the tower coins. They had recently learned from Kaiser and Kellyan that tower coins could be used to buy samyangju. Since the other dragons showed no interest in the coins, all the tower coins collected from eliminating the dust of destruction went to them. Why are they collecting those? However, they had to endure the strange gazes of the other dragons. "We've arrived." After several hours of travel, the 10th tower came into view. "You have arrived at the 55th floor farm of the Black Tower. You have moved from the top floor, 99th floor, to the 55th floor. You have descended 44 floors. Due to the effect of tidal, retrogressor, all stats have increased by 44. Wow!" Sejun admired the trees around him, intoxicated by the sweet and unique fragrance of the fruit. Moreover, the fruits, already ripe, had a deep pink hue. "Peaches!" Sejun cheered upon seeing the abundant peaches on the trees. "If only I had known there were peaches here earlier." Sejun was delighted by the fragrance and appearance of the peaches. But if he had come earlier, he would have had to wait for them to ripen, so perhaps it was better he came late. Then, zip zip. Sejun tilde nim, this is incredibly delicious. The golden bat, which had been hanging on Sejun's back and sleeping, was lured by the aroma of peaches and started sipping the peach juice, excitedly calling out to Sejun. Fortunately, it seemed like the bat found the juicy peach, Mulbach 1, to its liking. Clang! Kyungi, come out, there's something delicious here. Sejun called out to Kyungi as he opened the void storage door. Dedada. Krung. Okay. Kyungi quickly rushed out. And then, sniff sniff. Krung. It smells delicious. With a joyful expression, sniffing the aroma. Leap. Kyungi lightly jumped about 2 meters high and plucked an exceptionally large peach, the size of 2 fists, from the top of the peach tree. Pluck. Sejun also picked a peach from a nearby tree. This one is hard. The peach Sejun picked turned out to be a hard peach, Ddakbok 1. That's odd. Sejun was puzzled. He had picked the peach from the same tree where the golden bat was eating from, but instead of a juicy peach, he ended up with a hard one. Both kinds are here. Upon checking other peaches on the same tree, Sejun found both soft and hard peaches. Interestingly, the same peach tree was bearing both hard and soft peaches simultaneously. Nice. Sejun was happy that he could enjoy both types of peaches, just as he was about to try the hard peach. Kyuehe Krung. Hehe, here, this is for you, Dad. Kyungi carefully handed Sejun the peach he had just picked with both hands, carefully. This is for me. Soft peach of vitality. The peach Kyungi gave had a name, unlike the others. Krung Krung. Yes, Kyungi picked the most delicious-smelling peach. Kyungi confidently nodded in response to Sejun's question. What's this? Sejun was surprised by Kyungi's sudden caring behavior. Had our children have changed too, visited him. It's not bitter, is it? Sejun carefully examined the peach with a bit of trepidation. Soft peach of vitality. Right arrow, a peach that grows on a tree in the tower, with an extremely rare chance of bearing a peach brimming with vitality. Right arrow, it's sweet and very delicious. Right arrow, the flesh is soft and can bruise or spoil quickly. Right arrow, consuming it allows you to learn the skill, vitality. Right arrow usage restriction, LV, 10 and above, all stats 10 and above. Thankfully, it wasn't bitter. A vitality skill. Sejun looked at the peach when. Krung. Eat it quickly, Dad. Kyungi, drooling, urged Sejun to eat it quickly. How much Kyungi must have wanted it. Okay, I'll eat it. Sejun, to appreciate Kyungi's feelings, quickly bit into the peach. Squishy. As he bit, the peach's fragrance filled his mouth, and the soft flesh released its juice. Slurp. Sejun quickly sucked in the juice to prevent it from dripping in. Squishy. Bit into the peach again. Chew. After Sejun devoured the entire peach in a trance. You have consumed the soft peach of vitality. You have learned the skill, Vitality LV, 1. A message appeared indicating he had learned the skill. Skill Vitality LV, 1. Quickly digests food remaining in the stomach to gain vitality. Increases strength, stamina, agility, and magic by 1%. Duration is determined by the amount of food remaining in the stomach. Krung. Now Dad can eat a lot and become strong like Kyungi. Kyungi looked proudly at Sejun for gaining the vitality skill. Now Dad can eat with me. Kyuiha. As Kyungi was delighted that Sejun could eat a lot. Meanwhile, Peep. A white rabbit spotted Sejun and Kyungi from a distance and called its companions, peach thieves. Dada. At the sound of the white rabbit's call, thousands of white rabbits swarmed in to punish the peach thief, surrounding Sejun. Then, Pai, the leader of the white rabbits, recognized Sejun and rushed into his arms. It was the brother of the black rabbit born on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Have you been well? Pai. Uncle, why are you so late? The misunderstanding was quickly resolved as the white rabbit greeted Sejun. And then, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the 55th floor peach orchard. The land deed skill, Farm Information LV, Max has been activated. Sejun was easily acknowledged as the owner of the land deed. Pai. Let's go to the kingdom quickly. The black rabbit is waiting for you. The white rabbit urged Sejun, intending to guide him to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Just a moment. Sejun stopped the eager white rabbit. Let's pick some peaches first. Our Kyungi hasn't even had a single peach yet. Wait a minute, Kyungi. Dad will pick some peaches for you. Sejun reassured Kyungi, whose eyes were shaking with the fear of not getting to eat peaches. Krung. Okay, Kyungi will wait patiently. Kyungi answered with a bright smile, waiting for Sejun to pick peaches. Sejun began to pick peaches, considering Kyungi had not yet had one. Are you all following well, Meow? Theo looked back at the rabbits following him and asked. Peep. Payep. The rabbits responded to Theo's question, essentially saying they were following well and urging him to lead the way faster. Understood, Meow. Theo resumed leading the way. But then, Meow, another fork in the road, Meow. Theo encountered a split in the path. I won't be fooled this time, Meow. Determined not to be tricked a third time, Theo scrutinized the paths carefully. However, what, Meow? This time both paths seemed natural. Hut, it's the right one, Meow. Deciding to trust his instincts this time, instead of overthinking as he had before, Theo chose the right path. This way, Meow, follow me, Meow. Peep. What? Payep. Didn't he just hesitate? No, Meow, I was just taking a break, Meow. Flustered by the rabbit's sharp suspicions, Theo hastily made an excuse and entered the right path with the rabbits. Payep. I think I heard a scream from the left just now. One of the white rabbits at the back paused to listen to the left path before quickly following the group. Shortly after, thud, the left path closed and a snake's head appeared. A miss. A fragment of Jormungandr, frustrated at missing its prey, withdrew its head from the merchant passage and sought other prey. This time, Theo had chosen correctly. Sejun and White Rabbit walked towards the Red Ribbon Kingdom's castle. Crunch, crunch. Kyungi, eating a hard peach, followed along. That must be the castle where the Black Rabbit is. Sejun saw the grand white castle in the distance, the newly constructed White Castle, replacing Grid's mansion. After walking towards the castle for about 30 minutes, Chairman Park Tilda, Theo, having safely brought the rabbits to the castle and now searching for Sejun, joyfully ran towards him upon spotting him. Then, Pyong Pyong, Uncle Kyungi, the Black Rabbit following Theo, also ran towards them. Oh, you found us on your own, Kyungi, get ready. Krung, understood. Crunch, gulp. Kyungi responded and quickly finished the peach in his hand, freeing up his front paws. Chairman Park Tilda. By then, Theo had drawn close to Sejun and once again leaped towards him. Whoosh! Snap! Sejun reached out his hand to catch Theo, but once again he failed to catch him. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo rubbed his body against Sejun's face, whining affectionately. Tui, you're early. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo's scruff, seemingly exasperated. It was as if Theo's fur reset no matter how much it was brushed. Pyong Pyong. Uncle, come quickly, everyone come. The Black Rabbit greeted Sejun, Kyungi, and the Golden Bat, who had come for his wedding. Black Rabbit, how have you been? How's the wedding preparation? Not too tough? Pyong Pyong. Yes, it's been really hard. As the Black Rabbit was responding, Kyungi, grab him. Pyong. Snap. Kyungi sneakily moved behind the Black Rabbit and restrained his front paws by sliding his paws under his armpits, preventing him from moving. Black Rabbit, this is all for your good, hehe. Kyuehe Krung. Hehe, that's right. Sejun and Kyungi laughed mischievously like villains. Just hang in there. Sejun pulled out the white kudzu root from his void storage. TL notes. 1. Mulbach and Dakbach refer to two types of peaches. Soft peaches, also called juicy peaches, and hard peaches, also known as crispy peaches. 2. Our children have changed. Ko uri inus, ko eiha inus, ko daludyasayo inus. It is a Korean TV show in which experts provide customized solutions to help inexperienced parents. Chapter 240. It was all your own doing. Pipayak, Pipayak. Uncle, why are you doing this? Kyungi, let go. Struggling. The Black Rabbit struggled with all his might to break free from Kyungi's firm grip, but Krung Krung. Can't let go, Big Brother needs to eat this. Kyungi held on tight, unwilling to let go. It was inevitable, after all, who would voluntarily eat something bitter. Then, swoop. Black Rabbit, this is for your own good. Make sure to chew it well. Sejun swiftly slipped a white kudzu root into the Black Rabbit's mouth as he spoke. Pipayak. Chew chew. The Black Rabbit automatically chewed what was put in his mouth. That's right, it's very bitter, isn't it? But it's good for you, so bear with it. We went through a lot of trouble to dig these up for you. I swear, we are not enjoying seeing you suffer. Hehe. Kyuehe Krung. Hehe, that's right. Sejun and Kyungi keenly watched the Black Rabbit's face, their expressions filled with anticipation. But, chew chew. Chew chew. Contrary to their expectations, the Black Rabbit nonchalantly chewed on the kudzu root without any issue. Gulp. Even more, he swallowed it completely. What? It's not bitter. Pipayak, Pipayak. It's quite edible. Can I have another one, please? The Black Rabbit asked for more kudzu roots, opening his mouth wide. What? It's edible. Krung. You can eat that. Sejun and Kyungi were shocked by the Black Rabbit's response. Here, obliging the black rabbit's request, Sejun handed over another white kudzu root. Choo-choo, choo-choo. The black rabbit comfortably ate it. Peepayak, peepayak. Kyungi, let go, let me eat properly. Kroong, kroong. Okay, big brother is amazing. Kyungi, convinced by the black rabbit's commitment to eating the kudzu root, unsuspectingly released him. However, as soon as the black rabbit was freed, he distanced himself from them. And then, tui tui, peepayak, you're both dead. Kroong. The black rabbit spat vigorously to rid his mouth of the bitter taste, then picked up his weapon, the thumping hammer. He had learned to hide his feelings while living in the royal family. Kroong. Dad, big brother is angry. Kyungi sensed the black rabbit's fury and quickly hid behind Sejun's legs, shouting out, I know that, but shouldn't you be protecting me, Kyungi? Dear nephew, how about we talk this over? Forced to the front line thanks to Kyungi, Sejun looked at the black rabbit and suggested a dialogue, but peepayak, peepayak. No way, do you know how bitter that was? The black rabbit was not willing to forgive the two who had forced him to eat the kudzu root. Shiver, shiver. The bitter taste still lingered on his tongue. Thump, thump, thump. The black rabbit, tapping the head of the hammer, slowly approached Sejun. Kaiwat, kaiwat, kaiwat. The two rabbits should not fight. Yona, who had agreed to officiate the wedding of the black rabbit and Choo Choo, was practicing her speech as she descended to the 55th floor of the tower, rolling the Theo ball with her front paws. Then, roll, roll. While Yona was focused on her speech, the Theo ball rolled away quickly, seemingly due to a slope on the path. Kaiwat, kaiwat, kaiwat. Feeling like she was playing with a ball, Yona happily chased after the Theo ball. As she followed it for about 10 minutes, a fork in the path appeared before Yona. Kaiwat, was there a fork here before? Yona hesitated upon seeing the fork that had not been there before. Kaiwat, I feel a strange magical presence here. Feeling a strange magic from the right path, Yona was inspecting it when roll, roll. The Theo ball rolled down the right path. And then, thud. The right path closed. It seemed that the Theo ball was mistaken for bait. Kaiwat, was there someone else with you? Yona and a fragment of Jormungandr locked eyes. HMPH, consider yourself lucky. Rumble. The fragment of Jormungandr, finding it bothersome to eat Yona, retracted its head, planning to find another spot. But, Kaiwo, 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 my Theo ball, give it back, power of the meteorite. Angered by her Theo ball being swallowed, Iona began chanting a spell. She had no intention of letting the Jormungandr fragment that swallowed her Theo ball go easily. HMPH, ungrateful creature making such strange noises. Calling her words strange noises. If only it knew about the wrath of the great destructive wizard Iona, it would never dare to say such a thing, especially not when Iona's wrath was at its 4th stage. Krieg. The fragment of Jormungandr opened its mouth to swallow Iona, who was emitting killing intent. Fall upon the enemy, meteor. In the meantime, Iona had completed her spell. Since they were not inside the tower, Iona used a more destructive magic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black hole opened above Jormungandr's head, and boom! A giant meteorite shot out of the black hole at high speed. The meteorite plummeted vertically, quickly nearing the head of Jormungandr fragment, and boom! It collided, cleanly erasing the head and part of the body of the Jormungandr fragment. SSSSS. The fragment of Jormungandr turned to ash and disappeared. Clink! And white coins started falling. Wind's power, heed my call, lift what I desire, levitation. Iona used magic to collect the falling white coins. Kaiwo, 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 suddenly I feel tired. Iona, still not completely over her anger, muttered to herself tiredly. Whether it was from using powerful magic suddenly or the loss of her Theo ball, she felt exhausted. Kaiwo, Kaiwo, Kaiwo. I need to curl up on Vice Chairman Theo's tail and sleep on Sejun's lap. Power of the wind, show me your path. Wind's decision. Yona quickly traveled to the 55th floor of the tower, following the trail in the wind. Pipayak. Uncle and Kyungi, if you both eat too, I'll forgive you. The Black Rabbit offered to forgive Sejun and Kyungi if they also ate the kudzu roots fairly. What? Me eat that kudzu root? Sejun was bewildered by the Black Rabbit's suggestion. However, Krung Krung. What should I eat? Kyungi is good at eating. Unlike Sejun, Kyungi eagerly awaited his share cluelessly. Kyungi, it's not that. While Sejun pondered whether to tell Kyungi the truth when. Krung. Kyungi will eat Dad's share too. Kyungi volunteered to eat Sejun's portion as well. Yay, thanks Kyungi. Suddenly it seemed like a halo shone behind Kyungi. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Kyungi, close your eyes, Dad will feed you. Sejun told Kyungi to close his eyes, so he wouldn't refuse to eat knowing it was a kudzu root. Krung. Okay. Kyungi obediently opened his mouth and closed his eyes as Sejun had instructed. Here comes the food. Krung. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sejun swiftly put 2 white kudzu roots into Kyungi's mouth. Kyungi, who usually avoided bitter things, ended up eating them anyway. It was all your own doing. Haha. Delighted by not having to eat the kudzu roots himself, Sejun watched. Chew chew. Oblivious, Kyungi diligently chewed on the kudzu roots. But, Krung. Chew chew. As the bitter taste of the kudzu roots hit, Kyungi's chewing slowed down and then. Gulp. He swallowed the 2 kudzu roots whole. Then, Krung Krung. Dad tricked Kyungi. Kyungi is angry. Swoop. Before the furious Kyungi could react, Sejun quickly stuffed a handful of prepared honey jelly into his mouth. Here, Black Rabbit, you eat too. Sejun fed the Black Rabbit an incomplete platinum royal jelly from the poisonous queen bee, enhancing all stats by 30 and forcibly awakening a talent. Yum yum. Krung. Delicious. Pipayak. Sweet. Thankfully, the honey jelly melting in their mouths dissolved their anger as well. If only he had given the honey jelly to the Black Rabbit earlier, this situation might have been avoided. But what talent did you get, Black Rabbit? Sejun regretted his actions and asked the Black Rabbit what talent he had awakened, harboring a glimmer of hope. However, Pipayak. I've awakened the talent King of Fights. It says I'll become stronger every time I win a fight. Indeed, the world was unfair. King of Fights. Wow, that sounded cool, right from the name itself. As Sejun envied the Black Rabbit's talent. Pew Hu Hut. If the Black Rabbit is the King of Fights, then I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the King of Knees. Theo declared himself a king too. Pew Hu Hut. Sejun's lap belongs to me, meow. Then, Krung Krung. Then what about Kyungi? Dad, what kind of king is Kyungi? Kyungi, wanting to be a king like his brothers, pondered for a moment before seeking Sejun's help. Kyungi is the king of gluttony. Kyuehe Krung. Haha, brothers, Kyungi is the king of gluttony. Kyungi proudly approached his brothers, announcing his royal title bestowed by Sejun. Pip pip, what about me, Sejun Nim? The golden bat hanging behind Sejun also timidly asked. You, Golden Bat, are the king of singers. Sejun responded with the first thing that came to his mind. Pip pip, thank you, brothers, I'm the king of singers. The Golden Bat, too, went to where its brothers were gathered and proudly announced its royal title. Should I be a king too? Watching the animals playing king, Sejun also felt like joining in. I should be the king of kings. Sejun pondered over his own royal title, the king of kings, the king who rules over all other kings. Cool, isn't it? Guys, I am the king. Before Sejun could declare his title. Sejun, hang in there, meow. I'll make you a king later, meow. Just trust me, meow. Krung Krung. Kyungi will help too. Kyungi will make Dad a king. Pip Pip, I'll help too. Stay strong. The animals talked about making Sejun a king. For Sejun, becoming a king was the first step. 99th floor of the tower. Ha, the great red dragon, Ramter Zahir, has arrived. The tower farmer of the Black Tower, come out and greet me. The red full-body armor controlled by the red dragon Ramter shouted with a laugh. What's all this noise? You're here. Kaiser came out upon hearing the noise. Where's the statue? There were some complications, but where is the tower farmer? How dare he ignore my call, the great red dragon Ramter Zahir? Would you hurry up? Sejun isn't here right now. When Ramter asked for Sejun, Kaiser informed him that Sejun wasn't around. What? Where did he go? Ramter, who was eager to buy Samyeonju, asked anxiously. Minus 55th floor of the tower. He'll be back in a few days, so wait. Oh, and the payment method has changed. To what? Well, I can't really say it outright. Give me some tower coins and I'll tell you. Kaiser, having spent all his tower coins on Samyeonju and grape wine, was eyeing Ramter's money. Tower coins? Why would I need those useless things? Here, take them. Easily deceived Ramter. Having no real use for tower coins, Ramter took out all the tower coins from his storage and gave them to Kaiser. Thus, Ramter was completely swindled out of 500 million tower coins without realizing it. Hehe, tower coins. Kaiser informed Ramter with a laugh. What? Tower coins are the new currency. Ramter realized too late that he had been tricked by Kaiser. As a result, Ramter had to go out of the Red Dragon's territory to earn tower coins himself. While Ramter was being swindled by Kaiser on the surface. I'll let you extend your roots here. Thank you, Flaminim. Here, eat this too. Yes, thank you. Underground, Flamey was generously extending her roots to provide space for Pottery to grow and even feeding it nutrients. Pottery, you need to grow into a world tree fast. Yes, I'll grow diligently. Pottery, under the hard training of Flamey, was being nurtured to become a world tree. Chapter 241. Did you just get angry at my dad? Hawaii, USA. Gulp, gulp. With no more food left in Hawaii, the giant leech decided to return to the sea in search of other prey. Its direction was toward the mainland USA. Just then, we have reached the destination. 5 C-17 transport aircraft appeared over the skis of Hawaii. And then, we will commence the food drop. From the transport planes, a vast number of blood tanks filled with blood were dropped to the ground. Some of the blood tanks broke open during the fall, spilling blood, but this was somewhat intentional. Gulp, gulp. The giant leech, sensing the smell of blood, changed its direction. It swallowed the blood tanks that had fallen to the ground. And then, crush. It powerfully constricted the tanks, bursting them open, and absorbed the blood inside. Operation successful. We have confirmed the leech has changed its direction, returning to base. The transport planes that carried out the operation changed direction and returned to base. When the giant leech first appeared, the U.S. military, unable to subdue it by the seaside, bombarded it with thousands of missiles. Billions of dollars were burned, but the effect was minimal. The giant leech, when hit by missiles, would split into smaller leeches and then recombine into its original form. Moreover, with no prey left, the leech began moving towards the United States in search of new food. Without a solution, the U.S. military eventually decided to launch their most powerful weapon, a nuclear missile, at Hawaii and withdrew the surrounding Navy. At that time, bodies drained of blood like mummies were discovered elsewhere. On the path passing Hawaii and heading to the mainland of the U.S., it turned out there wasn't just one giant leech. The U.S. quickly changed its strategy. Let's lure the enemy to Hawaii and contain them there. Thus, they dropped blood in Hawaii, attracting the blood-sensitive leeches to the island. This was also more cost-effective than using missiles, as the price of blood was cheaper. So the giant leeches were being raised in Hawaii. As they approached the White Castle of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, a vast city surrounding the castle came into view. Pipayak. This is Rabbit City, the capital of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The Black Rabbit proudly introduced Rabbit City from Sejun's shoulder. It was indeed something to be proud of. The city, with its buildings of various colors, was beautiful. Pipayak. Rabbit City is home to 1 billion rabbits. 1 billion. From the outside, it didn't seem like there was enough space for so many rabbits, but considering the burrowing nature of rabbits, it quickly made sense. The city was larger underground than it appeared on the surface. Pipayak. Yes, so. Sejun was astonished, and the excited Black Rabbit continued to explain enthusiastically. As they arrived at the city entrance while listening to the Black Rabbit. Snap! 4 Black Rabbit soldiers guarding the city's entrance saluted their king. Pipayak. The Black Rabbit accepted their greeting and entered the city, followed by Sejun. Theo, Kyungi, and the Golden Bat were all hanging on Sejun, so he just had to walk. Well, Sejun marveled again upon entering the city. Countless rabbits were busy selling things, eating, crafting, and doing their various tasks. If the emotion felt from the outside of the city was beauty, inside it was vibrant life. Pipayak. Uncle will tour the city later. First, let me show you the castle. Okay. Sejun snapped back to reality at the Black Rabbit's urging. The Black Rabbit seemed eager to quickly take Sejun to the castle. On their way to the castle. Black Rabbit, wait a moment. Sejun called the Black Rabbit to a halt upon spotting a red crystal in the middle of the vast square in front of White Castle. It was a waypoint. Pipayak. Why? Let's register at the waypoint first. Since one never knows what might happen in life, Sejun decided to register at the waypoint in advance. As Sejun approached the red crystal and placed his hand on it, waypoint of Tower Floor 55 has been saved. A message appeared, confirming the waypoint registration. Now let's go. Pipayak. Yes, this way. The Black Rabbit led Sejun to the entrance of the White Castle. Snap! The Black Rabbit soldiers saluted the Black Rabbit even more solemnly than before. It was clear from their alertness how well trained they were. Pipayak. The Black Rabbit acknowledged the soldiers' salute and entered. And then, Pipayak summoned the escort squad. Immediately upon entering, the Black Rabbit called for a guard squad to protect Sejun. Dedada. Snap! Your Majesty, did you call for us? At the Black Rabbit's call, 10 Black Rabbits quickly rushed over. Pipayak. These guys will guard Uncle from a distance until the wedding ceremony is over. As the Black Rabbit spoke, there's no need, meow, Pewhut. Chairman Park is under my protection, meow. Krung. That's right, Kyungi will protect Daddy. Theo and Kyungi volunteered to be Sejun's bodyguards. However, Pipayak. But still Uncle is weak, so more guards are better. That's true, meow, okay, meow. Krung. Agreed. Convinced by the Black Rabbit's reasoning, Theo and Kyungi quickly agreed. Guys, I've gotten much stronger, you know. Sejun thought he should show off his strength when he got the chance. Snap. Sejun tilde nim, I am Coco, the leader of the escort squad. Please take good care of me. Okay, Coco, I'm counting on you. With that, the escort squad assigned to protect Sejun greeted him, and Pipayak. Escort squad form a protective formation. Swoosh. They vanished from sight, using their invisibility skills. Where did they suddenly go? Sejun was bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the Black Rabbits. Pewhut, can't Chairman Park see them, meow? They are here and there and over there, meow. Krung. Daddy, they are also behind you and that pillar over there. Theo and Kyungi, able to detect even high-level stealth, informed Sejun of the hidden guards' locations. Pipayak. Let's go, I'll give you a tour of the castle with the family. The Black Rabbit led Sejun to where the mother and father rabbits brought by Theo from Tower 99th floor were, and began a full-fledged tour of the castle. 3 hours later. Rumble. As Kyungi's stomach rumbled, the Black Rabbit guided Sejun and his group to the dining hall. And then the food arrived. Chairman Park, it's grilled fish, meow. Theo immediately pointed to the grilled fish with his front paw as he found it. As he couldn't leave Sejun's lap, it was a sign for Sejun to move towards the grilled fish. All right. As Sejun approached the grilled fish. Krung. It smells delicious. Dedada. Kyungi, not being fixated on Sejun's lap, ran towards the sweet-smelling food and started eating without peeling it. Crunch, crunch. A fruit with a golden peel, sweet juice, and a crispy texture. It was a pear. Slurp, slurp. Pip, pip, it's tasty. Next to Kyungi, the golden bat had flown over and was sucking the juice of the pear with its teeth. There's a lot of delicious food. Sejun also began to eat while looking around at the various dishes. Oh, fried eggs. The first dish Sejun tried was fried eggs. The yolk was runny, a perfect sunny side-up. Technically, it wasn't a chicken egg, but it tasted just like a fried egg. Munch, munch. As Sejun tasted various dishes. Glug, glug. A cup was placed, and the servers poured a black, hot liquid into Sejun's cup. Could this be coffee? Sejun, smelling the fragrance from the cup, was surprised. Coffee with a scent of caramel, floral fragrance, and several other aromas. It had a rich and diverse aroma that tickled Sejun's nose, being incomparable to instant coffee. Pipayak. We were lucky to find it. I'll pack some for you when you leave. Okay, thanks. Pleased by the Black Rabbit's words, Sejun began to enjoy his coffee in earnest. Slurp. A sweet taste of chocolate grazed his tongue, followed by a heavy bitterness that balanced the flavors. Gulp. Finally, a refreshing hint of lemon neatly cleansed his palate. A single sip of coffee encapsulated an entire narrative of flavors. Wow! Whether it was the strong caffeine compared to instant coffee or the taste itself, Sejun felt a sense of fullness, and his spirit brightened after just one sip. Yeah, this is real coffee. Sejun, having enjoyed a truly satisfying cup of coffee for the first time in a while, happily continued his coffee time. Then, peep. Excuse me. A soldier entered and quietly approached the Black Rabbit to start reporting. Peepayak. Again. Peep, peep. Sorry, even though we strengthened the guard. Peepayak, peepayak. Understood. Keep the scene preserved. I'll be right there. It seemed to be a murder case from the conversation. Peep. Yes. The soldier quickly left the dining hall and... Peepayak, peepayak. Sorry, uncle. I think I need to go deal with this first. Yeah, don't worry about me. Go do what you need to. Peepayak. Then I'll see you at dinner tonight. The Black Rabbit hurriedly left the dining hall. And once the meal was over. But where is the food storage? Sejun asked a servant about the location of the food storage. He wanted to deliver the rice noodles. Then, Peep, I'll guide you there. Coco, the leader of the escort squad, revealed himself from stealth and led Sejun to the food storage. Coco guided Sejun through a door used by the servants bringing out food. Upon passing through the door, a vast kitchen appeared, bustling not only with rabbits but also with chefs of various species employed by the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Peep. This way. Coco led Sejun across the kitchen to a door at the end, revealing a massive food storage area. Upon arriving at the storage, Peep, peep. This is Sejun Nim, the king's uncle. Give him whatever he needs. Coco introduced Sejun to the storage managers and swoosh, vanished again, continuing to guard Sejun. Peep, pip. Sejun Nim, what do you need? The storage manager, thinking Sejun needed something, asked. But I want to store this here to use at the Black Rabbit's wedding. Kyungi, please take out the rice noodles. It was the opposite. Krung. Got it. Clank. As Sejun opened the void storage, Kyungi began to take out the rice noodles. Pip. The storage manager was confused by the unexpected situation when, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." A voice came from below Sejun. "Huh?" As Sejun looked down, "Pew hut. Well, if you must know, I am the deadly dragon Claude, yellow cat and subordinate of the great black dragon Theo Park Meow." Theo introduced himself to the golden furball. "But, Pew Hup, you should know how to lie if you're going to scam someone." The golden furball, a sheep, laughed at Theo. It was covered in so much wool that its true form was hidden. "Meow, what do you mean by scam, Meow? I'm not a scammer, Meow." "You're impersonating the famous Mr. Theo Park Ba, and he's not a yellow cat, he's a golden cat Ba. TL, Ba equals sheep sound in English." While Theo had become famous as the golden cat through the legendary merchant Urin's efforts. "Meow, I am a golden cat, Meow." Theo himself was unaware of this nickname. "No, not that, Ba. If you keep impersonating him, you might get into trouble if you meet the real Theo Park or Minotaur King." The golden sheep warned Theo to stop impersonating himself as it could get him in trouble later, a rather ironic situation. "Puahata." Sejun couldn't help but laugh at the situation. "What, are you laughing at my consideration, Ba?" The golden sheep was angered, feeling its concern was being mocked. Crackle. Blue sparks began to fly from the golden furball's wool. "Am I so easy to mock?" Sejun felt unjustly aggrieved. "I can produce sparks too." Just as Sejun was about to step in. Peep. Stop, legendary merchant Mimmernim." The escort squad surrounded the legendary merchant Mimmer to protect Sejun. They couldn't get too close because of the intense sparks. Just then, thud, thump. Kyungi slowly approached and nonchalantly grabbed the fiercely sparking Mimmer's chest wool, effectively holding it by the scruff. "Krung, did you just get angry at my dad?" TL, which one should I use for Mimmer? "One ba. Two meh." Chapter 242. Aren't you friends with Mimmer, Meow? FZZT. "No, absolutely not, Ba. I wasn't angry at all, Ba." Mimmer, caught by the scruff by Kyungi, released the lightning sparks and frantically shook its head in denial. The risk of death was 100%. Instinct warned it not to mess with that bear. It meant certain death. However, Mimmer's answer was not sufficient. Krung. You did 3 things wrong." "Ba, 3 things, Ba." Mimmer was startled by Kyungi's statement. Krung. "Yes, first, you got angry at Kyungi's dad. Krung. Second, you disrespected Big Brother. Third, you just lied to Kyungi." Squeeze. Kyungi informed Mimmer of its 3 mistakes and effortlessly pulled out his enhanced branch from his snack pouch with his right front paw. It was the enhanced branch dropped from a corrupted end. "I did everything wrong, Ba. Please spare me, Ba." As Kyungi took out the branch, Mimmer started to cry. Although Mimmer felt wronged for everything but the first point, now was not the time to argue. Even a barehanded slap meant certain death, let alone being hit with a branch. Then, "Kyungi, stop." Sejun called out to Kyungi. There was a misunderstanding, but it wasn't something worth killing over. "But, Krung. But this one threatened Dad. Kyungi will just spank him 3 times." Kyungi was apparently very angry with Mimmer for threatening Sejun. "Kyungi, it might be just a light spanking for you, but to the recipient, it would be no joke. Hikba 3 times." Even one spank could be fatal, and Kyungi threatened to give 3, as good as saying he would leave no corpse. Thump. Mimmer's head drooped suddenly upon hearing Kyungi's words. The fear caused it to faint. "Kyungi, eat this for now." "Numb." Knowing exactly how to calm Kyungi, Sejun skillfully put a honey jelly into Kyungi's mouth, still holding Mimmer by the scruff. Kyuhiha. The effect was immediate. Slip. Kyungi's grip loosened, and the fainted Mimmer fell to the ground. Thankfully, its fluffy wool cushioned the fall. Krung. Dad, Kyungi wants more honey jelly. Kyungi quickly forgot about being angry with Mimmer and clung to Sejun's leg. "All right, let's go over there and eat more." Sejun took Kyungi away from Mimmer, tapping his leg to signal Theo. "Take care of that one." The escort squad had already gone back into stealth, seeing Sejun was safe. "Got it, meow." Theo jumped down from Sejun's leg and approached Mimmer. "Pew Hugh Hut, I like this, meow." Theo laughed as he looked at Mimmer. "Servant of the Golden King, the Golden Sheep, meow." TL. Theo is referring himself as the Golden King. Press. Theo took a paw out from within Mimmer's wool and stamped a contract with its paw print. The legendary merchant Mimmer, the Golden Sheep, had unwittingly become Theo's subordinate while unconscious. And then, "First, I need to shear its wool and give it to Chairman Park, meow." Snap. Theo drew his dragon claws, preparing to shear Mimmer's wool. Mimmer's golden sheep wool had excellent resistance to electricity. Theo planned to make clothes for the delicate Sejun from Mimmer's wool. Chairman Park is so pitiful without fur like ours, meow. Snip, snip. Theo began to shear Mimmer's wool. Thus, the face of one of the three beauties of the Black Tower, Mimmer, was revealed, somewhat vaguely, as Theo's grooming skills were terrible. Screech. The dust of destruction. Defense squad attack. Q. Following Stella's command, the dragons assigned to defense fired their breaths at the approaching red mist near the 10th tower. When the dragons first arrived at the 10th tower, it was almost entirely covered in the dust of destruction. They worked to clear the dust and investigate the tower. And now they were annihilating the dust of destruction as it approached from time to time. Clink. Collect. Collect. Of course, the tower coins that dropped from the dust of destruction as it vanished were quietly collected by the black and white dragons. Thus, the dragons continued to survey the 10th tower. But there's no entrance to get inside. What they discovered was that the 10th tower had no entrance and was so sturdy that even their breath attacks couldn't break it. In short, there was nothing more they could do there. "We must change our plan. Half of us will stay here to guard the 10th tower, and the rest will return to report to our leaders. Representatives of each dragon species decide who will stay." Eventually, Stella decided to return, instructing each species of dragons to select 5 to remain behind. "You stay." "No way, why should I stay?" "You stay." "But I." While the dragons of various species argued and made excuses not to stay. "I will stay." "But you've collected so many tower coins." "I will stay as the representative." "If you're a representative, you should go back and report." The situation was the opposite for the black and white dragons. They were fighting to stay behind. "All right, have you all decided? Those returning should report to our leaders and await further instructions." Stella, as the representative of the investigation team, decided to stay at the 10th tower and instructed the other dragons. Thus, 45 dragons returned to their respective territories, and the remaining 45 dragons guarded the 10th tower. Q. Clink. Collect. Collect. Only the black and white dragons left behind at the 10th tower were excited. Krung. Delicious. Kyungi, with its fur in disarray due to Mimmer's electric attack, eagerly ate honey. "Our Kyungi's fur is all messed up." Swoosh, swoosh. As Sejun groomed Kyungi's fur while it ate honey. Uba. Mimmer, which had been unconscious, woke up. She first cautiously checked her surroundings to see if Kyungi was around. Phew. Relieved that Kyungi wasn't nearby. "But am I still alive, ba?" She couldn't tell if she was dead or alive since Kyungi wasn't in sight. Grope, grope. Mimmer touched her face to confirm that she was indeed alive. Thankfully, the vivid sensations assured her she was alive. Phew, lucky me, ba. This is all because of Happier, ba. Mimmer was annoyed at her subordinate Happier, who had suddenly disappeared. Originally, there was no reason for Mimmer, a legendary merchant, to be here. But suddenly, the subordinate responsible for coffee delivery disappeared. This transaction was directly requested by the king of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, so any hitch was unacceptable. So Mimmer had come to ensure the coffee delivery went smoothly, and ended up in this unfortunate situation. Then, Uba. Mimmer sensed something was off. The fur on her face, which should have been long, was excessively short and unevenly cut. And then, why am I cold? Mimmer felt chilly. This can't be. Mimmer, tired of getting attention for her beauty, had grown its fur to cover her face and body, which had recently kept her from feeling cold. No way. Realizing something was wrong, Mimmer quickly got up and looked down at her body. Ba bung! She screamed upon discovering that all her fur, except for the vital parts, had been sheared off. But it's too ugly. More shocking than being sheared was how hideously her fur had been cut. Meow, what happened, subordinate meow? Hearing the scream, Theo, who had been dozing off in a loaf position, asked Mimmer. You scammer, did you do this to me, Ba? I'm not a scammer, meow. I am a loyal subordinate of the great black dragon. Enough, did you cut my fur like this, Ba? Mimmer interrupted Theo as he tried to reintroduce himself. Yes, meow. I cut the fur to give to Chairman Park, meow. I will make good use of a subordinate's fur, meow. What are you saying, Ba? Why am I your subordinate, Ba? Pew Hugh Hut, look at this, meow. Theo showed Mimmer the contract he had stamped, while Mimmer was unconscious. What, Ba? You stamped this while I was unconscious, Ba? Yes, meow. Mimmer is now a subordinate of Vice Chairman Theo, meow. As Theo brought the contract closer to Mimmer for a better view. Click. Swoosh. Mimmer pulled out a transparent potion from her pouch and sprayed it onto the contract, causing the text to disappear and the contract to turn into a blank paper. Meow, what have you done, meow? HMPH, how dare you try to make me your subordinate? This is a contract nullification potion, Ba. Mimmer arrogantly responded. She had used the potion to nullify the contract. Meow, let's stamp it again, meow. Theo hurriedly tried to get another paw print for the contract, but whoosh. In the meantime, Mimmer quickly escaped, not wanting to be seen by anyone in her current state. What a shame, meow, my subordinate ran away, meow. Theo, having lost his subordinate, climbed back onto Sejun's lap. What about the sheep? She went home, meow. Lick lick. Theo answered and helped Sejun in grooming Kyungi. Veronica, I have secured the land deed of the Black Tower's 58th floor. A figure in a black hood spoke to a glowing purple crystal. Rito, well done. A voice replied from the crystal. Thump. It's nothing compared to the grace of Veronica. Rito knelt before the crystal, expressing his gratitude. Rito, it's rare for so many land deed holders to gather like this. Do not make any mistakes. Yes. As the light in the crystal faded. Drip, drip. Rito stood up and dropped a few droplets of liquid on a nearby corpse, which, hiss, began to rapidly dissolve. Once the corpse completely disappeared. Swoosh. Rito removed the hood, revealing a face identical to the recently deceased individual. Rito, a member of the chameleon race, had the ability to transform into anyone he had seen. Time to hunt for the next target. Rito held a palm-sized disc and infused it with magic, causing several dots to appear around it. The disc was a land deed detector, capable of sensing land deeds or their holders. Rito, a spy for the Purple Tower, was using the detector to find and eliminate holders of land deeds. When a land deed holder dies, the deed resets and reappears elsewhere. Good. Rito, having located the next target, moved to assassinate the target and seize the land deed. Peep. Sejun Nim, it is 20,000 servings of noodles correct. While Sejun and Theo were grooming Kyungi, the diligent warehouse manager who had transported the noodles came to report. Yes, that's correct. Thanks for your hard work. I'll be going now. Sejun had stored the noodles in the food warehouse and headed to the kitchen to share the recipe for banquet noodles. returning to the dining hall after instructing the chefs on the recipe. Kaiwat kaiwat kaiwat, hello Sejun Nim. Iona, who had been enjoying coffee with roasted peanuts, greeted them. Iona, nice to see you, meow. Krung. Hello, Iona's sister. Kaiwat kaiwat kaiwat, nice to see everyone. Swoop. Iona greeted them and wrapped Theo's tail around herself. Kaiwat kaiwat kaiwat, I'm going to sleep. As Iona was about to sleep. Kaiwo. Her eyes caught sight of golden sheep wool and a familiar scent. Mimmer. Kaiwo Kaiwo, Vice Chairman Theo, what's this about? Why do you have Mimmer's wool on you? Meow, Iona, you know Mimmer, meow. Great, meow, please take me to Mimmer, meow. Theo asked Iona to lead him to Mimmer to get another paw print stamp, but Kaiwo 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 Kaiwo, are you asking me to introduce you to another woman now? Iona misunderstood and became furiously angry. But, meow, Jonah, why are you angry, meow? Aren't you friends with Mimmer, meow? Kaiwo 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 Kaiwo, what did you say? Theo, unaware of the situation, further infuriated Iona, igniting her Kaiwo level 5 fury. Hey, no. Big brother, no. From behind, Sejun and Kyungi shook their heads vigorously, but Theo didn't notice. TL note. 1. Kyungi has been using polite speech from a few chapters back, but it's something that is not in the English language, so I am writing this to let you know to just think that his way of speaking has changed, and he is speaking more politely these days. TL, Mimmer after Theo treatment. Chapter 243, participating in a food fighter selection contest. Kaiwo 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 Kaiwo. Iona was on the verge of exploding. Iona, calm down, meow. Theo called out to Iona, gently wrapping his front paws around her, who was coiled around his tail, and brought her in front of him. Iona, now just a few centimeters away from Theo's face, met his eyes. Kayup. Confused by Theo's sudden action, Iona made a strange sound, unable to express either laughter or anger. Then, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Iona, it's okay if you're not friends with Mimmer, meow. Theo stroked Iona's head as he spoke. Kaiwo 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 Kaiwo. Iona's anger somewhat subsided with Theo's comforting touch. Come to think of it, Mimmer is all fur, meow. Mimmer's appearance was a mess, not suitable for following Theo around as a subordinate. Of course, Mimmer's disheveled state was due to Theo's terrible grooming skills. Mimmer would have felt incredibly wronged if she had heard this, but there was no one here to tell her that. Kaiwo, right, Mimmer does have quite the fur. Thanks to this, Iona's anger level dropped significantly. As the atmosphere lightened. Iona, but where is your Theo ball? Sejun changed the subject. The ever-present Theo ball was nowhere to be seen. The Theo ball, kayak kayak, it got taken by the Apostle of Destruction. Iona became gloomy at the mention of the Theo ball. That's good, I made a new Theo ball to give you. Kaiwat kaiwat kaiwat, really? Iona was overjoyed at the prospect of getting a new Theo ball. Yeah, here. Sejun took out the newly made Theo ball too and handed it to Iona. Kaiwat kaiwat kaiwat, thank you, I'll give you this in return. Iona handed Sejun 50 white coins she had obtained from the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction and put the Theo ball in her spatial pocket. Then, swoop! Iona once again clung to Theo's tail. Even though she liked the Theo ball, it couldn't replace the real thing. Shall we explore the city? As the mood improved, Sejun quickly suggested this before Theo could ruin the atmosphere again with his nonsense. Krung. Kyungi wants to explore the city too. Kyungi immediately clung to Sejun's leg in response to his suggestion. If Chairman Park goes, I'm going too, meow. Theo hurriedly clung to Sejun's leg as well. Let's go. We're off, meow. Krung. Let's go have fun. Sejun and the animals left White Castle and headed towards Rabbit City. Pipayak. How can there be no trace at all? Arriving at the crime scene, the Black Rabbit couldn't find any evidence. The The missing person had disappeared as if evaporated. There were no records of them leaving the city, nor was there a body. Moreover, nothing seemed to have been stolen. If it weren't for the report from their companions, no one would have known about the disappearance. Pipayak. But why? The sudden disappearances were perplexing. If this got out, the Red Ribbon Kingdom would gain a reputation for poor security right at its founding, a critical blow to the kingdom. The case had to be solved before the founding ceremony and wedding. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the fate of the nation depended on it. But there were no clues. There was no common link between the missing people, no shared characteristics. Then, Peep, did any items disappear along with your father? The Black Rabbit overheard a soldier asking the son of the first reported missing person. Ook. No, the land deed. Peep. The land deed? What land deed? Ook. The deed to the grapefruit farm on the 73rd floor of the tower, managed by our family for generations. Pipayak. The land deed. The Black Rabbit's mind lit up upon hearing this. That's it. He thought there were no stolen items, but perhaps the criminal had stolen the land deed. Pipayak. Find out if the other missing people had land deeds too. Peep. Yes. The Black Rabbit quickly instructed the nearby soldier. And then, Pipayak. Speaking of which, Uncle also has a land deed, doesn't he? Will he be okay? The Black Rabbit was worried about Sejun. As Sejun left the castle and took a few steps, Kaiwarung. Iona's snoring could be heard. With the perfect conditions for a good sleep, Sejun's lap and Theo's tail, Iona fell asleep almost as if she had taken a sleeping pill. Walking towards the city while listening to Iona's snoring, they started to see shops one by one. Wow, weapons, clothes. It had been almost a year since Sejun entered the tower. This was his first shopping experience there, and he was excited. This sword looks cool. Peepayas. You have a good eye, this sword to speak of it. A gray rabbit merchant selling swords began to enthusiastically explain, as Sejun showed interest in a sword. Krung. Kyungi wants to see the sword too. Kyungi showed interest in the sword Sejun was holding. Do you want to try it? When Sejun handed the sword to Kyungi. Krung. Kyungi will test if it's sturdy enough for Dad to use. Kyungi bent the sword in half to test its durability. Tingeng. Krung. This sword is too weak. Kyungi easily snapped the sword in half and commented. It wasn't that the sword was weak, but that Kyungi was just too strong. No matter what sword you bring, it probably won't pass Kyungi's strength test. Peepayas. How can this be? It was made from very expensive materials. The gray rabbit merchant was shocked to see his sword broken so easily. Sorry about that, I'll compensate for the sword. Sejun felt bad for crushing the merchant's hopes and dreams, and paid double the price of the sword. Peepayas. Thank you, I'll make an even stronger sword next time. Encouraged by this, the gray rabbit regained his enthusiasm for making better swords. Peepayas. Goodbye, come again. After being seen off by the sword merchant, they entered another shop. Wow, this armor looks cool. If Chairman Park is going to wear armor, Vice Chairman Theo, will test it, meow. Swoosh. This time, Theo shredded the armor with his dragon claws. Wow, a shield. Krung. Kyungi will check if it's sturdy. The shopping spree continued with Theo and Kyungi destroying the items Sejun was interested in to test their durability. At each shop it always ended with Sejun paying for the destroyed items. Since the items cost about 10,000 tower coins, which weren't too expensive, Sejun just thought of it as playing around and continued browsing the shops. As he paid compensation in the shops and entered the bustling area. Moo. Whoa. The roar of a black minotaur, along with tremendous cheers, were heard. That's an intense signal. Rito, who was searching for a new target after dealing with the previous one, was surprised to see the signal on the land deed detector. It was the largest signal he had ever seen on the detector, indicating someone possessed numerous land deeds. Where is it? Rito hurried towards the location of the signal. And then, Rito spotted Sejun with animals hanging around his body while browsing the shops. But who has the land deeds? The cat, the bear, the hamster, the bat. Sejun the walking zoo. Rito was confused as he observed the animals. Moreover, they're all too strong. Each one of them was a formidable being. This won't work. Realizing he was outmatched, Rito quickly retreated. Sejun remained unnoticed by Rito due to his talent, insignificant presence, and overshadowed by the other animals' overwhelming presence. What's that? Sejun walked towards the source of the noise, but couldn't see anything due to the crowd. Just then, Sejun tilted Nim hello. Someone called Sejun from behind. You guys are. Turning around, Sejun saw the black orcs. They too had come for the black rabbit's wedding. If you want to watch the contest, we'll guide you to a good spot. Make way, Sejun Nim is here. A contest. The black orcs led Sejun towards a gathering of black minotaurs and black orcs. As they reached the front row, Moo! Sejun Nim. There, Minotaur King and Ulrich were sitting together amicably. What are you doing here? Moo! We are eating. Minotaur King answered Sejun's question and pointed ahead. Over there. When Sejun looked where Minotaur King was pointing. Munch munch. Black minotaurs, black orcs, and many others were voraciously eating dishes made of carrots. Yes, contestant number 128 almost finished with the 101st plate. Staff, please bring the next plate quickly. Pigs were busily carrying food around. And in front of them hung a huge banner. Food Fighter Selection Contest. The black minotaurs and black orcs were using the Food Fighter Selection Contest as a restaurant. Saving even one meal in this way could save a substantial amount of food, so it made sense. A Food Fighter Selection Contest. Upon hearing the term food fighter, Sejun immediately thought of one being, Kyungi. Krung. Daddy, Kyungi wants to eat that too. As expected of a food fighter, Kyungi was already drooling with enthusiasm. But the contest was already underway. It might be too late to join now. As Sejun worried while looking at the eagerly shining eyes of Kyungi. Peep. The third preliminary round has ended. The fourth preliminary round will start soon. Those who wish to participate, please come forward. Fortunately, the announcer stated that the next preliminary round was about to begin. Moo. Wowwoo. Along with the announcement that the preliminary had ended, the successful contestants cheered. This must have been the noise Sejun heard earlier. Let's go, Kyungi. Sejun, eager to participate in an eating contest, detached Theo, who was clinging to his leg, and said, Meow, aren't you taking me Chairman Park? Just wait here, I'll be back soon. To avoid being accused of cheating by bringing Theo into the competition, Sejun detached him and took a place beside Kyungi. A short while later, we will now set up the food. Following the announcer's instructions, dishes of food started being served. Then let's start the fourth preliminary round. Begin. With the signal from the announcer, the participants began to eat quickly. Sejun and Kyungi also hurried to eat. However, Krung. Delicious. Unlike Kyungi, who kept enjoying the food as if eating it for the first time. Burp. Sejun quickly reached his limit. Vitality. You have used Vitality LV. 1. Quickly digest the food in your stomach. All stats increase by 1% for 30 minutes. Sejun used his skill to digest the food. Thanks to that, Sejun felt hungry again and started eating once more. As Sejun picked up his pace again. Those who have passed the preliminaries, please collect your tickets for the finals after the end. You must have these tickets to participate in the finals tomorrow at noon. The announcer explained the schedule following the preliminaries. In the finals, Legendary Merchant Urine will participate personally. The winner who defeats Urine will receive a tremendous reward, so please make sure to participate. Urine, was this the pink piggy Urine that Theo mentioned? Since there were only 3 legendary merchants, it seemed likely. As Sejun ate and heard Urine's name, Theo also heard it. Pew Hu Hut, as expected, Urine is unlucky, meow. Even in the food fight contest, Urine would lose to Kyungi, and if Urine met Sejun, Urine would be robbed even more than when he met Theo. How did such an unlucky guy become a legendary merchant, meow? Thinking of the always unlucky Urine, Theo commented. For Theo, who was always lucky, Urine's status as a legendary merchant was a mystery. Chapter 244, Chasing the Culprit. 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Creak creak. As Flamey's massive roots moved and spread out in all directions. Screech. Venomous spiders, feeling their territory invaded, tried to attack Flamey's roots. However, flames rise and burn. Whoosh! Using magic, Flamey crisply burned the venomous spiders clinging to its roots. Creak! And extended its roots again. As Flamey kept burning the spiders and spreading its roots. Oh, there's a farm here too. Flamey discovered a farm on the 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Creak creak. Hello there, I'm Flamey. As Flamey greeted the plants on the farm with its roots. It hurts, please help us. The plants, suffering from the venomous air in the surrounding, pleaded for Flamey's help. Okay, I'll help you. Creak. Flamey wrapped its roots around the farm to block the venom. Yap. And used the first leaf's ability, the flame of purification, to cleanse the farm's soil. Now it doesn't hurt anymore, thank you, Flamey Nim. The plants expressed their gratitude to Flamey. From now on, we will follow Flamey Nim. The plants of the farm decided to follow Flamey, who had saved them from their pain. Then, thunk! A rolled-up document fell in front of Flamey's roots. It was the land deed of the 23rd floor of the Purple Tower. Thanks, guys, hee. I'll keep it and give it to my master. Flamey tucked the land deed of the 23rd floor of the Purple Tower among its roots and continued to extend them. I can't eat anymore. Sejun, having eaten 50 plates, held his stomach, struggling when. Peep-ip. The 4th preliminary round has ended. The 5th preliminary round will start soon. The announcer's voice signaled the end of the round. And, croong croong. It's over already. Kyungi wants to eat more. Kyungi, wanting to eat more food, was reluctant to leave his spot, ready to participate in the next 5th preliminary round. Kyungi, let's go get the ticket. Croong. Okay. Reluctant to leave his seat, at Sejun's call, Kyungi sadly trudged over and clung to Sejun's leg. As Sejun and Kyungi went to get their tickets. Oh, you're the one who ate 1,200 dishes. Here's your ticket to the finals. Croong. Thank you. The operator knelt down and respectfully handed the finals ticket to Kyungi, then moved on to the other participants. Since the cutoff for advancing to the finals was eating at least 100 plates, Sejun was eliminated. However, since his goal was just to participate in the competition, he was not too disheartened. Let's go. Croong croong. Heh, are we going to eat dinner now? Thinking Sejun's invitation to go was for dinner, Kyungi grinned cheerfully. As Sejun and his group were about to return. Chairman Park, are you okay, meow? Cheer up, meow. I'll give you a better gift than the prize, meow. Theo ran over to comfort Sejun, who had been eliminated from the preliminary round, just with words. Rub rub. Vigorously rubbing his face against Sejun's knees, Theo seemed to be fulfilling his own desires rather than just comforting Sejun. Then, croong croong. No, gift from Big Brother is not needed. Kyungi exclaimed, upset by Theo's words. What are you talking about, meow? Croong croong. Kyungi will win the prize and give it to Dad, and Kyungi's prize is better. That was why Kyungi was upset. Kyungi also planned to win the prize and give it to Sejun. But Kyungi felt hurt when Theo mentioned giving a better gift than the contest prize. Pyu Hut, challenging me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. No matter how good the prize is, it can't beat my front paws, meow. Theo confidently stretched out his front paws, confident of his victory. Enough. Sejun quickly intervened to calm them down. Who's fighting? Huh, this is a punishment, boo-boo-butt, boo-boo-butt. He picked up Theo and Kyungi, giving each a playful belly raspberry. Pyu-hoo-hoo-hoo. Kyu-he-he. The atmosphere brightened thanks to Sejun's intervention. Let's head back quickly, see you later. After bidding farewell to Minotaur King and Ulrich, Sejun ended the day and returned to the White Castle with the animals. Of course, Kyungi ate dinner as usual back at the castle, as if he hadn't eaten 1,200 plates already. The next morning, Krung Krung. It's morning, excited to eat again. Kyungi, the happiest when eating, was thrilled at the thought of food as soon as he woke up. Is it morning already? Due to Kyungi's excitement, Sejun, who had been sleeping with Kyungi in his arms, had no choice but to wake up as well. Krung Krung. Yes, Kyungi wanna go eat breakfast quickly. Kyungi urged Sejun to get up. All right, but we need to wash up first. Sejun, being somewhat a royal uncle, couldn't go out unkempt. He quickly washed up and headed to the dining hall. Pyurorung. Arriving at the table, Sejun saw the Black Rabbit, propping his chin and dozing off. Did things not go well yesterday? After leaving during lunch yesterday, the Black Rabbit didn't return even for dinner. Then, Peepayak. Uncle, you're here, bring breakfast. The Black Rabbit, regaining consciousness, ordered breakfast to be served. Kyungi happily started eating. Despite the food fighter selection finals being in the afternoon, he didn't seem to care. Black Rabbit, what happened with yesterday's case? After eating a bit of his breakfast, Sejun asked the Black Rabbit. Chomp chomp. Meow. Theo, eating a handmade churro made by a chef of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, perked up his ears. Peepayak. Well, we couldn't catch the culprit, but we found out there after the land deeds. Land deeds? Peepayak. Yes. Then let me help you. Peepayak. Uncle. Yes, if the culprit is after the land deeds, I can use mine as bait, right? Pyu Hut. That's right, meow. This case will be handled by Detective Sherlock Sejun and Assistant Theo-san, meow. Theo, who had been listening, suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, Pyu Hut, it's time to show the teamwork of Chairman Park and Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Peepayak. No, the opponent is. The Black Rabbit tried to dissuade them, but... Krung. Right, you can't leave out Kyungi. Kyungi strongly opposed the idea of Sejun and Theo doing something together without him. And, Krung. Dad, Kyungi wants to play detective too. What role will Kyungi have? Kyungi looked at Sejun with sparkling eyes, wanting a role for himself. Sejun fell into a dilemma. Kyungi Jianil? No. If he appears, there's always a murder case. Sejun immediately dismissed the idea that came to mind. TL, Kim Jianil from the Kindachi case files. MC Hajam Kindachi's name in Korean version is Kim Jianil, and most of the cases involve murders. Then, Sejun pondered again. That's when, a name popped into Sejun's mind. It made sense since the character was originally big but became small. Besides, Kyungi was also good at knocking people out. There were many similarities. All right, Kyungi, from now on you're Detective Conan. TL, Detective Conan from Case Closed. Kyuehe Krung. Hehe, Detective Conan, good. Black Rabbit, focus on the founding ceremony and the wedding. We'll take care of everything else. Sejun confidently declared, trusting in Theo and Kyungi. Peepayak. Okay, but don't overdo it. The Black Rabbit responded with a worried voice. Meanwhile, he signaled the guard team with his hand to ensure Sejun doesn't do anything dangerous. Thus, Sejun, Theo and Kyungi set out to resolve the murder case in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, along with the secret agent Golden Bat. First, let's go to the crime scene and look for clues. Having received investigative authority from the Black Rabbit, Sejun and the animals headed to the crime scene. But there's nothing. As the Black Rabbit said, the culprit left no trace. While they were surveying the crime scene, Kyungi found a clue. A clue? What kind of clue? Krung, there's a bad smell at every crime scene. Bad smell. Kyungi, sensitive to smells, had discovered a clue. It was the smell of the chemical Rito used to dissolve the bodies. Krung. Yes, Kyungi will follow the bad smell and catch the culprit. Sniff. Kyungi confidently spoke and started tracking the smell to pursue the culprit. Now, it's time for the great detective Cunnin to shine. Sniff. As Kyungi followed the scent. Isn't this the place that sells fried carrots? Kyungi led Sejun to a fried carrot store. Krung. Sorry. Kyungi got distracted by the nice smell. Kyungi, seemingly embarrassed by his own actions, scratched his head. Lured by the delicious smell, he had instinctively followed it. Please give me 5 bags of those. Sejun bought some carrot fries. Let's eat and then move. Krung. Great idea. Crunch. Sejun and Kyungi took a break to eat the fried carrot. It was a flavor and scent that could indeed lure Kyungi. Then, sniff. Krung. It's the bad smell again. Kyungi, while eating the carrot fries, picked up the scent of the culprit. And, Krung, over there. He pointed to a figure with a face hidden under a gray hood. Golden Bat followed from the air. Yes, leave it to me. The golden bat, which had been hanging on Sejun's back, hurriedly flew off. Let's go too. Krung. Just follow me. Dedada. Kyungi hurriedly took the lead. But, Krung, there are too many smells here. Kyungi lost track of the scent. They had arrived at the site of the food fighter selection contest, where preparations for the finals were underway. The smells of numerous workers setting up the stage, the scent of food being cooked in outdoor kitchens, and other strong surrounding odors masked the scent of the culprit. It's okay, Golden Bat is tracking, Sejun, while comforting Kyungi, noticed the Golden Bat returning powerlessly. It seemed the Golden Bat had also lost track of the culprit. Hut. It's time for Detective Sherlock Sejun and Assistant Theosin to step in, meow. Follow me, meow. Theo, hanging from Sejun's leg, confidently raised his front paw, directing Sejun forward while looking at him. Chairman Park, it's our time to shine, meow. Why are you looking at me? Clueless Chairman Park, just go where I tell you, meow. Okay. They communicated through their glances. Let's go. Sejun moved towards the direction Theo was pointing, along with the animals. However, Sejun, overly confident in Theo's lead, overlooked one crucial detail. Theo's front paws had nothing to do with tracking the culprit. Theo's paws were specialized in finding objects beneficial to Sejun. What's this? Feeling like he was being tracked, Rito quickly removed his hood and headed towards the location of his target. This is the last one. This target was a big shot, and after collecting the land deed, Rito planned to disappear immediately. Thus, Rito approached the location where his target was. It was behind the scene where the stage for the food fight selection was being built. I've come to switch shifts. Rito spoke to the soldiers guarding a large tent. Bazark, what about Luda? Luda, he suddenly said he had a stomachache, so I came to replace him early. Really? But Luda is Bazark's weapon. Who are you? Dai. Realizing his disguise was blown, Rito immediately threw poison-coated daggers at the soldiers. Thud. Ko. Gurk. The soldiers, stabbed by the dagger, fell down with painful expressions. And, step. Rito quietly entered the tent. Clatter. Who are you? The target, who was snacking, dropped the food in fear and asked with a trembling voice. Just then, Chairman Park overheard meow. What? They seem to be poisoned. The voices of Sejun and Theo were heard outside the tent. Kuika. Urine, Rito's target and the legendary merchant, screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for help. Chapter 245, Kyungi Bite. Kroong. Meow, what's this sound? Hearing Urine scream, Theo instantly reacted. Theo, do you recognize that voice? Yes, that's the voice of the pushover meow. Pushover? Pushover, the legendary sucker, no. Legendary merchant Urine, who gave Theo 900 million tower coins and 6 clove garlic of agility. Theo, Kyungi, hurry inside. Understood, meow. Kroong. Understood. Following Sejun's command, Theo and Kyungi hurriedly rushed into the tent. As Theo and Kyungi entered the tent, just chew on this. Sejun forcefully fed detoxifying green onions into the mouths of 2 soldiers who had turned pale due to poisoning. However, the soldiers had lost consciousness and couldn't chew. Fortunately, the detoxifying green onions Sejun put in their mouths were powerful enough to neutralize the poison from the poisonous potatoes and even aggrade poisons. The powerful detoxifying green onions started to slowly neutralize the poison, even though they were just being held in the mouth. Chew. As the poison in their bodies began to neutralize, the soldiers, still unconscious, instinctively started to chew the onions. Thanks to this, their faces gradually returned to their normal color. A short while later, cough, as the soldiers spat out poisoned blood and regained consciousness. Golden Bat, take care of them here. Okay. Sejun entrusted the soldiers to Golden Bat and entered the tent. I guess it must be all settled by now. It was obvious since Theo and Kyungi had entered. Thinking the situation was already resolved, Sejun entered, but what? It wasn't as he expected. I am the Vice Chairman Theo, meow. No, meow, I am the Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Inside the tent, 2 Theos were arguing, each claiming to be the real Theo. Kroong. There are 2 big brothers. Who should Kyungi punish? Kyungi was confused, not knowing which Theo to attack. Kroong. Phew, thankfully. Rito sighed in relief, seeing the confused Kyungi. The moment Rito tried to attack Urine, Theo and Kyungi entered the tent. Stop, meow. Kroong. Stop. They quickly surrounded Rito. It's a failure. Realizing he was no match for Theo and Kyungi, Rito quickly threw a smoke bomb and transformed into Theo, positioning himself next to the real one. The reason for transforming into Theo was just instinctive. There was no time to think. But it turned out to be very successful. Because, Kroong, which one is the big brother? The bear that came in with them was confused. How dare you impersonate me, the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat Theo Park. It's unforgivable, meow. The cat, whom he transformed into, couldn't stay quiet and kept giving away information. How dare you impersonate me, the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat Theo Park. It's unforgivable, meow. Thanks to this, Rito gained time to follow the conversation and gather information. Kyungi, punish this guy, meow. Meow, no, meow, Kyungi, I'm the big brother, meow. Rito used the information he got from Theo and his intuition to even tell Kyungi to attack the real Theo. Kroong. Kyungi's head hurts. While Kyungi was confused. Another human entered. How should I act? Faced with a new variable, Rito panicked. Chairman Park, help me, meow. He's impersonating me, meow. Again, Theo was the first to blurt out, giving Rito information. So I should call that inconspicuous human Chairman Park. Chairman Park, no, meow, he's impersonating me, meow. Rito quickly mimicked Theo as well. But What is this, some kind of disguise? They look exactly the same. Sejun immediately felt that the Theo on the right was fake, thanks to his Theo detector. Then, Kroong Kroong. Dad, there are two big brothers. What should Kyungi do? Kyungi, upon spotting Sejun, ran over and blocked his path, probably to protect Sejun just in case. Hey pig, no urine, come over here. Sejun first called urine over to his side to protect the source of money from any harm. As Kyungi stood ahead of Sejun and urine behind Sejun. Flinch. Vice Chairman Theo, don't. Sejun stopped Theo, who was trying to rush towards him. Chairman Park, I want to come too, meow. Chairman Park, can't I come either, meow. Theo, eager to get to Sejun's knee, whined, and Rato hastily mimicked him. Meow, because of you I can't go to Chairman Park's knee, meow. Frustrated at being unable to approach Sejun's knee, Theo unsheathed his dragon claws. What are you talking about, meow? It's because of you, meow. Zing. Rato unsheathed his claws too. While clashing their claws could have easily resolved the situation, but... Hold on, I have a way to find out who the real Theo is among you two. Sejun decided not to proceed that way. Pew hut, as expected of Chairman Park, meow. Hurry up and tell, meow. I will prove I am Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Pew hut, as expected, Chairman Park is great, meow. I can't wait to prove it and return to Chairman Park's knee, meow. Both confidently responded to Sejun's words. It's simple, bring the best item from inside this tent. Sejun asked them both to find and bring the best item from inside the tent. It was a ploy to officially take Urine's belongings. Pew hut, good, meow. I've actually been drawn to something since earlier, meow. Pew hut, victory is mine, meow. Both Theos started rummaging through the tent. Rato, who was looking for a chance to escape. But, bring the best item. Rato changed his mind upon hearing Sejun's words. He knew what the best item inside the tent was. It was the prize prepared for the winner of the food fighter selection contest, who would defeat Urine. This is it. Rato picked up the ornate box containing the prize. Rather, this worked out well. If he could prove he was the real one here, the real Theo would be attacked by the group, and in the meantime, he could seize the opportunity to kill Urine and take the land deed. And, click. While pretending to search for the item, Rato pulled out the land deed detector and fed it magic power, causing a massive light to appear around him. It was an opportunity to obtain the land deed he initially aimed for. While Rato was aiming for the land deeds again. Meow, it's too hot, meow. Theo, whose front paws turned black from extracting the charcoal from the furnace with his dragon claws, was carefully searching for the item he was drawn to. Kroong. Dad, Kyungi is sleepy. Come here. Sejun picked up the sleepy Kyungi and gently rocked him. Kyurong. Kyungi quickly fell asleep. It seemed he had been stressed from using his brain. Shake, shake. Sejun gently rocked the sleeping Kyungi. Then, can we really find Theo like this? Urine, oblivious to his belongings being pilfered, worriedly asked Sejun. Don't worry, if it's Theo, he'll bring something amazing. Is that so? I'm sorry for the late introduction. I am Urine, the legendary merchant. Okay, I'm Park Sejun, the tower farmer. While Sejun and Urine exchanged greetings. Pew hut found it, meow. Theo, with blackened front paws from touching the charcoals, walked over holding a piece of black charcoal. Now, Chairman Park's knee is mine, meow. Theo, by now, had forgotten about defeating the fake Theo and was only thinking about claiming Sejun's lap. And, Pew hut, this is the best item in the tent, meow. Rato also arrived with the box containing the prize. Thus, the two Theos arrived at Sejun's side at a similar time. This person must be the real Theo. That box contains the prize for the winner of the food fighter selection contest. Urine confidently pointed at Rato, declaring him to be the real one. Urine knew best since he chose the item himself, aware of the fantastic contents inside. Meow, Chairman Park, don't be deceived, meow. Theo, feeling anxious due to Urin's comment, shouted at Sejun. Chairman Park, it's me, meow. I am Theo Park, your right-hand man, meow. Urin, how can you not recognize me, Vice Chairman Theo, your life's savior, meow. Simultaneously, Theo glared at Urin. Indeed, this Theo must be the real one. Just now the other Theo glared at me. Urin exclaimed, having seen the real Theo glare at him. Urin is a fool, meow. I am the real Vice Chairman Theo, meow. As Theo was getting frustrated. Don't worry, I'll check both items and then decide. Urin, please take out the item from the box. Sejun reassured Theo and asked Urin to take out the item from the box. Yes. Click. As Urin unlocked the box with a key, there was a beautiful white gem inside. And sacred stone piercing. The name displayed above it. A sacred stone. Sejun tried to take a closer look, intending to examine the white gem closely, but I am the sacred stone piercing. You are not worthy, get lost. The sacred stone rejected Sejun, telling me to get lost. I should ask Aileen to give it some polishing. Sejun, slightly offended by the sacred stone piercing's reaction, put down the gem and turned to examine the charcoal brought by the real Theo. Black charcoal. An unappraised item with no description. However, since Theo brought it, expectations were high. Could this be even more remarkable than the sacred stone? For an accurate assessment, I'll have an expert appraise these. Aileen, please appraise these items. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. With Aileen's response, both the sacred stone and the black charcoal vanished. By the way, since the sacred stone told me to get lost, make sure it listens well. Sejun added a remark with a bit of a grudge. The tower's administrator is furious that such a mere sacred stone dared to tell you to get lost. The tower's administrator says she will personally ensure that it obeys you absolutely. After finishing the conversation with Aileen. Tab. Kyungi, wake up. Having secured the items, Sejun tapped the sleeping Kyungi's buttocks to wake him. It was time to wrap things up. Kroong. Is it time to eat? Kyungi, upon waking up, immediately thought of food. Yes, but before that, Kyungi bite. Pointing at Rito, who was off guard, Sejun instructed Kyungi to attack. Kroong. Kyungi bites. Bang. Following Sejun's command, Kyungi dashed forward and snap. Bit Rito, thus concluding the murder case. And Pew Hut. As expected, Chairman Park recognized me, meow, but Urin is an idiot, meow. Theo, still holding a grudge, clung to Sejun's knee and glared at Urin. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Urin repeatedly bowed, apologizing to Theo. Land deeds. Sejun spotted the land deeds that had fallen from Rito's body. Coco, tell Black Rabbit we've caught the culprit and return these to their owners. Okay. Sejun instructed Coco to deliver the land deed to the Black Rabbit. Honestly, Sejun wanted to keep the land deeds for himself, but this incident involved the participants of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's founding ceremony and Black Rabbit and Choo Choo's wedding. If he, Black Rabbit's uncle, kept these deeds, it might bring shame to Black Rabbit. Still, I managed to secure 2 good items. Sejun smiled contentedly, thinking of the items Aileen was appraising. Lord Urin, the contest is about to start. An event staff member from the Food Fighter Selection Contest announced outside the tent. Kroong. Kyungi will win and give the prize to Dad. Kyungi, unaware that Sejun had already secured the winning prize, said, No matter how much I owe you for saving my life, I can't easily concede the victory in the food fighter competition. Urin, burning with competitive spirit, stated, I have never lost to anyone when it comes to eating. Spark. Amidst the tension between Kyungi and Urin, the real food fighter contest was about to begin. Chapter 246. I don't fall for such marketing tricks. I have some preparations to make, you go ahead. Really? All right then. Responding to Urin's words, Sejun left the tent with the animals. At that moment, participants of the Food Fighter Selection Contest Finals, please come up to the stage now. The staff of the Food Fighter Contest began to guide the participants. Kyungi fighting, eat a lot. Sejun cheered on Kyungi, who was holding a ticket to the finals and heading towards the stage. Krung krung. Got it, Kyungi will eat a lot and win. Buoyed by Sejun's encouragement, Kyungi confidently gave a thumbs up, as if to say he had everything under control. Khwahaha, the little guy has big ambitions. Right, he'll probably end up crying after biting off more than he can chew. Kek kek. The large participants scoffed at Kyungi's declaration, but then, Moo! What did you just say to our Kyungi? Huh? Nothing. Their derision was quickly quelled by glares from the black minotaurs participating in the contest. Soon all 100 participants had found their spots, and Sejun with the animals took their seats in the audience. Krung. Dad, Kyungi is here. Kyungi, who had momentarily lost sight of Sejun and became anxious, spotted Sejun sitting in the audience and waved his paws. Yeah, Kyungi fighting. Sejun responded by waving back and cheering for Kyungi. I wish I had a camera. Sejun lamented. Kyungi, squeezed among the huge participants and waving at him, was just too cute. Sejun watched the adorable Kyungi while waiting for the contest to start. But what did Urin mean by saying he had something to prepare? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Sejun became curious about Urin, who hadn't yet appeared on the main stage. Surely he hadn't encountered any life-threatening situations. Sejun, who was as weak as a sunfish, worried about Urin. Then, now, the host of the Food Fighter competition and undefeated champion of the Food Fighter contest, legendary merchant Urin, will make his entrance. Bam bam bam. With the announcer's introduction and the sound of fanfare. Clicking. The floor of the main stage's highest seat opened. And thump. Urin jumped up from below, wearing a golden crown and a golden cloak. Oink. When Urin let out a roar filled with the will to win. Well, the legendary food fighter Urin. The great pig Urin. The audience cheered for Urin. He waved back at them and took his seat. It seemed this was the preparation he mentioned. Wait, Urin was the organizer of this contest. What kind of person was he really? Sejun was astonished. Given what Theo had told him and his actions, it seemed impossible for him to make any money. How does he make money? As Sejun pondered how Urin became a legendary merchant. All right, now that all participants are in place, let me explain the rules of the Food Fighter contest. The contest will. The explanation was long, but in summary, since it was held in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, all dishes used carrots as the main ingredient. The contest involved eating 5 appetizers and then the main dish. The winner would be whoever ate the most of the main dish. Essentially, the appetizers were just a warm-up, and the main dish was the real game. Let's prepare the first appetizer. With the announcer's cue, dozens of pigs began placing almost small car-sized bowls of carrot soup in front of each participant. That's an appetizer. The scale of the Food Fighter contest appetizer was extraordinary. Once all the participants had their food in front of them. Please enjoy the first appetizer, carrot soup. With the announcer's signal, the participants began eating the carrot soup. And slurp, slurp, bang, bang. Urin and Kyungi impressively finished their carrot soup at a pace that overshadowed the other participants, placing their bowls down almost simultaneously. Krung. Hearing each other's bowls being placed down, Kyungi and Urin looked at each other. Krung. Kyungi is still hungry. I feel the same. It's like I haven't eaten anything. Urin responded to Kyungi's provocation without backing down. Zap. Kyungi and Urin eyed each other, their competitive spirits flaring. Oh, participant number 7, who finished the carrot soup at the same speed as Urin, This competition is getting exciting. The announcer highlighted Kyungi's impressive eating skills, setting up a rivalry between Kyungi and Yurin. Usually, Yurin's speed was so overwhelming that it was hard to make the competition exciting, but today, it seemed there would be some tension in the contest. Then, Krung, my name is Kyungi Park. Kyungi appealed to the announcer to call him by his name, as the announcer hadn't mentioned it. Yes, participant Kyungi Park, right? I will refer to you by your name from now on. As time passed, let's prepare the second appetizer. After the participants finished their carrot soup, the announcer called for the second appetizer. Pigs brought in gigantic plates of carrot salad, heaped up like mountains. In the king's office at White Castle. Pipayak, did uncle ask you to deliver this? Pipak, yes, that's right. Black Rabbit was surprised to see the land deeds Sejun had sent over. Solved in just a few hours. He hadn't expected the issue to be resolved so swiftly. Sejun, his uncle, was impressive. He had received reports that Theo, Kyungi, and Golden Bat played key roles in solving the case, but he believed it would have been impossible without Sejun as the focal point. Pipayak, Pipayak. This is the land deed of the 25th floor of the Black Tower, reported missing by the Radson family. This one is. The Black Rabbit was checking if the land deeds matched the reported losses when. Pipayak, Pipayak. Wait, this isn't a Black Tower land deed. He found a land deed from a different tower, among those of the Black Tower. Purple Tower 80th floor land deed. It was an unreported land deed. This meant the criminal possessed it. It seemed to hint at the mastermind behind the scene. Was it the Purple Tower? Pipayak. Pass this on to my uncle. Pipak. Yes. Coco, holding the Purple Tower land deed, rushed to where Sejun was. Now let's prepare the third appetizer, announced the announcer, and this time, Pigs brought out huge glasses filled with carrot juice and set the food. During the setting of the food, viewers must be tired just watching the participants eat. From now on, the dishes being eaten by the participants will also be sold to the audience. If you want to order, please raise your hand. Following the announcer's words, the audience began ordering the same dishes as the participants. I'll have the carrot soup. 6 carrot salads here. Hungry from watching the participants eat, the audience quickly ordered food. Oh, this is a pretty good marketing strategy. Sejun thought it was a decent marketing tactic. But, HMPH, I don't fall for such marketing tricks. Determined not to be swayed by the sales tactic, Sejun refrained from buying anything. Now please enjoy the third appetizer, carrot juice. Audience members can also order carrot juice starting now. As the carrot juice was set up, the participants began to drink it. Gulp, gulp. Bang. Again, Kyungi and Yurin impressively drank the carrot juice at an incredible pace, placing their glasses down simultaneously. Krung. Oink. Zap. As the two glared at each other in a standoff. For ugh, I give up. Buffy. Some participants started to drop out. Soon after, when the remaining participants finished their carrot juice. Now only 75 participants remain. Let's prepare the next appetizer. As the announcer announced, Pigs brought out plates with the fourth appetizer. Then, spotting the fourth appetizer, Sejun's eyes lit up, and he began to take out money. And now, participants, please enjoy the fourth appetizer. The audience can also order carrot cake starting now. Upon the announcer's announcement, here 10 carrot cakes. Sejun placed an order. I wanted to eat it anyway, so it's not like I'm falling for the marketing. Sejun convinced himself that he wasn't swayed by the marketing. In the Black Tower's administration area. How dare you tell my Sejun to get lost, huh? Kwung. Aileen, transformed into her true form, stepped heavily on the white sacred stone with her right foot as punishment for speaking rudely to Sejun. TL. Sejun will have a difficult time in future rolling. Ahag, Lady Aelin, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The sacred stone screamed, begging for mercy. Then, you'll listen to Sejun from now on, right? Aelin eased the pressure on her foot while talking to the sacred stone. She wanted to resolve it peacefully, as it was an item requested by Sejun. But how can I listen to such a weak being? The sacred stone, still not comprehending the situation. What, you called Sejun weak? You dare disrespect Sejun? Squeeze. Aelin intensified the pressure on her foot, angered by the sacred stone's words. Crack. As the pressure exceeded the sacred stone's threshold, it started to crack. Save me, I'm breaking. Aha, break then. Those who disrespect Sejun deserve to be crushed. Squeeze. Aelin put more weight on her foot, pushing the sacred stone to its limits. A sacred stone that doesn't obey its owner is dangerous, especially for Sejun who can't subdue it by force. Thus, if the sacred stone couldn't be tamed, Aelin planned to destroy it without hesitation for Sejun's sake. Obey Sejun. Crack. Despite Aelin's efforts to tame the stone. But still, the stone stubbornly resisted. No good, can't be helped. Aelin gave up on taming the stone and prepared to put her full weight on it to destroy it. Then, I surrender. I will obey Sejun from now on. Finally, the sacred stone declared surrender. Really, you'll obey Sejun? Aelin reduced the pressure while asking for confirmation. Yes. Then swear your allegiance to Sejun. Do I really need to swear? Still not getting it, As Aelin began to increase the pressure again. No, I'll swear. I, the sacred stone piercing, swear to obey Sejun for the rest of my life. The stone finally made an oath of submission. Should have done that earlier. Repair. Aelin used magic to repair the cracks on the sacred stone. Then, Keihe, shall I appraise this now? Feeling good after subduing the sacred stone, Aelin started to assess the black coal brought by Theo to appraise it. Who is it? Who dares to awaken me, the heart of dark, the god of darkness? A majestic voice emerged from the coal, which turned out to be the heart of dark, the god of darkness, not just coal. Hef again. Seeing the power emanating from the heart, Aelin realized it would take much longer than the sacred stone to make it manageable for Sejun. Aelin sighed in annoyance. Arg. Bang. Annoyed, Aelin threw the heart of dark onto the ground, trying to assert dominance. But, what, who dares? The heart remained undaunted. Kwang. Aelin stomped on the heart with force. What's happening? The heart was confused. Kwang Kwang. But Aelin kept stomping on the heart without response. After dealing with the sacred stone, she realized such beings cannot be reasoned with. Aelin had learned that some entities only respond to force. Chapter 247. This will be refilled endlessly. Wow, this is delicious. Sejun beamed with happiness as he ate the carrot cake. Sweet bread studded with carrot pieces and layers of thick, smooth, slightly tangy cream cheese in between. Yum yum. All these elements melded together perfectly in his mouth. And crunch crunch. The crisp texture of the carrot pieces added another layer of enjoyment. If only I had coffee to go with this. Sejun spoke in a voice filled with regret. At this moment, he really missed having coffee. I'll buy 1,000 slices of carrot cake. So planning to enjoy it later with coffee, Sejun ordered a large quantity of carrot cake. With his void storage, there was no worry of it going bad, and at 0.3 tower coins per slice, it was an affordable price for Sejun. Are you really ordering 1,000 slices of carrot cake? The salesperson, shocked by the large order, asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Just then, Krung. This is delicious. Kyungi was seen in Sejun's view, quickly devouring carrot cake behind the salesperson and grinning with satisfaction. No, 1,000 slices won't last even a day. Thanks to this, Sejun changed his mind. No, I'll buy all the remaining carrot cakes. So he decided to buy all the remaining carrot cakes. Kyungi would surely ask for some too, so no matter how much he bought, it would never be enough. There are 10,010 slices left. Are you sure you want to buy them all? Yes, how much will that be? I won't charge you for 10 slices. Just 3,000 tower coins, please. Okay. As Sejun was about to pay. Sparkling. Theo looked up at Sejun with shining eyes. Vice Chairman Theo, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Pew hut. I'm excited to see how well Chairman Park can haggle, meow. What? Sejun was taken aback by Theo's innocent comment, devoid of any malice. Theo watched Sejun's every move with the eagerness of a baby bird learning from its mother, not wanting to miss any of Sejun's bargaining skills. Tab tab. Chairman Park, don't mind me, meow. Theo spoke while tapping on Sejun's leg. But, burning gaze. Feeling immense pressure from Theo's intense gaze, Sejun felt a huge burden. He felt compelled to show Theo a cool side of himself, what to do. Cough, since it's a bulk purchase, how about a discount? Sejun started haggling, using the bulk purchase as an excuse, but I'm sorry, but we've already given you a discount for 10 slices of the carrot cake. The salesperson was a tough nut to crack. But if you can't sell all these carrot cakes today, they'll go bad, so how about a discount? Sejun then tried to leverage the expiration date, but do you think we'd let these cakes go bad? The salesperson glanced at the pigs transporting food. We can handle them before they go bad, so no need to worry. Thus, no discount. Sejun was slightly flustered, as both attempts at bargaining failed. However, burning gaze. Chairman Park is amazing, meow. He will surely show something incredible, meow. Theo continued to look at Sejun with eyes full of strong trust. Pull yourself together, Park Sejun. Theo is watching. Motivated by Theo's trust, Sejun regained his focus. And then let's do this. Sejun started haggling again. A short while later. Please put the cakes in here. Clank. Sejun said as he opened the void storage. Okay. As the salespeople were putting the carrot cakes into the void storage. Haha, Vice Chairman Theo, did you see my bargaining skills? Sejun started bragging to Theo. Pew hut, I saw it, meow. How did you think of that, meow? You bought the goods and you actually made money, meow. Chairman Park is truly amazing, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with admiration, praising him. As Sejun and Theo were talking, all 10,000 slices of carrot cake have been transferred, but are you sure you won't regret this? The salesperson approached, having finished the task, and asked. Of course, we even signed a contract. Just make sure to have the money ready to pay later. Heh, that won't be necessary. The salesperson left with a laugh. But where did they get ingredients like flour and dairy products for the cake? Suddenly, Sejun became curious about the source of the carrot cake's ingredients. At that moment, I give up, The last participant struggling to eat the carrot cake finally conceded. Now there are 63 participants left. Let's prepare the fifth and final appetizer. The announcer called for the next appetizer. A giant orange lump in a transparent glass bowl began to be placed in front of the participants. Wisps of smoke. The smoke rising from the orange lump. But it wasn't smoke from heat, it was smoke from cold. What's that? Sejun quickly recognized the identity of the fifth appetizer and hurriedly prepared to order. And, participants, please eat the final appetizer. Audience members can now order the same carrot ice cream the participants are eating. With the announcer's announcement, sales of carrot ice cream began. In the Black Tower's administrator area. Bang bang. Please, let's just talk. After being stomped on numerous times by Aileen, the Heart of Dark, the god of darkness, became slightly more humble and requested a dialogue. However, swear an oath to obey our Sejun. What? Who is this Sejun? The Heart insolently questioned Aileen's demand to swear an oath to Sejun, and it was not the response Aileen was looking for. Bang bang. Aileen started stomping on it again. Submit to Sejun. Who is Sejun? At least let me meet him. Submit first. Bang bang. The heart, being stomped on without understanding the situation, cried out in injustice, feeling wronged. But Aileen could not allow the heart of the dark, god of darkness, to meet Sejun. That's too dangerous for Sejun. A holy stone is dangerous enough, but this heart is hundreds of times more dangerous than that. If the heart of dark met Sejun, it would likely try to kill him or take over his body. Aileen's only option was to keep stomping until the heart submitted. So Aileen was determined to keep stepping on it until she got the answer she wanted. As Aileen was tamming the heart, "Aileen, your grandpa is here, but what are you doing? Wait, who is this?" Kaiser, who came looking for Aileen, recognized the heart she was stomping on. "Do you know what this is, Grandpa?" "Course, ha. Where did you find this?" "Theo brought it to us." "Theo, that fascinating fellow, ha. Dark, nice to see you again." Crack. Despite laughing, Kaiser, in the form of a black dragon statue, gripped the heart so tightly it almost broke. It was definitely not a friendly gesture. "I'm not the god of darkness, Dark himself. I'm his heart." "Humph, think I'll let you off for that." Kaiser glared at the heart as if he would kill it. "And the past." Kaiser began a story from the past. 200 years ago, when Aileen was just born. What? Aileen's dragon heart isn't functioning. To save Aileen, Kaiser approached the god of darkness, Dark, to make a proposal to save Aileen. "So you want me to enter your granddaughter's dragon heart and move its magic power in its place?" "That's right, you got it." Dark's magic was similar to that of the black dragon, so it wouldn't cause significant side effects if it resided in a dragon heart. Without any price. The price is your life. Would you do it? With those words, Dark fled. "Stop right there." Kaiser chased after Dark. "I had to return because I received word that Aileen's condition was critical, and I lost track of Dark." Thus, the Dark that Kaiser let slip away 200 years ago suddenly appeared here, with only his heart remaining. "Ha, Dark, you scoundrel, time to pay for running away back then." Recalling the annoyance of that time, Kaiser, as the black dragon statue was about to swallow the heart, he intended to destroy it, as he had stated 200 years ago. Then, "Grandpa, no, that's for Sejun." Aileen quickly intervened to stop Kaiser. "What, this?" "Yes." It's too dangerous for Sejun." Kaiser expressed his concern in a worried tone. Although he didn't know the full story, the heart of Dark, the god of darkness, had appeared out of nowhere. Despite its claim to be just the heart of Dark, the fact that it possessed the divinity of the god of darkness remained unchanged. Sejun could die trying to withstand its divine power. Maybe it's better to just destroy it. Crack. Kaiser gripped the heart tightly as he spoke. "Should we do that?" Aileen, who thought a loyalty oath would suffice, started to be persuaded by Kaiser's words. "Please spare me. I, the heart of the god of darkness, Dark, pledge allegiance to Sejun, and I will seal my divinity so as not to harm Sejun Nim." Realizing that being taken away meant death, the heart hurriedly swore an allegiance oath to Sejun for survival. And is this enough? After making its oath, the heart quickly sealed its divinity, leaving only about 10% unsealed. Then, "You crazy!" Kaiser erupted in anger. "I'm sorry, I disrespected Sejun Nim too much. You trying to kill our Sejun, huh? Reduce it to 1/100th of that." "What?" 1/100th would mean 0.1%. If sealed to this extent, the heart would barely be able to speak. It now. Under Kaiser's pressure, the heart of Dark sealed 99.99% of its divinity. Did I really just swear an oath to obey a being of this level? The heart had a late realization. Wow, delicious, I should buy all of these too. After tasting the carrot ice cream, Sejun decided to buy all the remaining ones. There are 37 participants left. 26 people were eliminated during the last appetizer, the carrot ice cream. Participants, you've waited long. Now we will bring out the main course. With the announcer's announcement, pigs carrying plates covered with giant lids came out and placed one in front of each participant. And now let's reveal today's menu. Assistants, please open the lids. Oink. Thump thump. Upon the announcer's command, the pigs, enlarged to 5 meters in size, opened the lids. It seemed that the pigs could shrink and enlarge their bodies. Inside were 100 steamed fish carrot stews, each with a fish stuffed inside a carrot the size of a thigh, arranged neatly in a 10x10 grid. Wow, looks delicious. While Sejun admired the food. Thump thump. The pigs who opened the lids made their exit. But seeing those pigs enlarged like that, Urine must not originally have that body right. Sejun thought of Urine while watching the pigs leave. This is a bit tricky. Sejun looked uneasy. If this went wrong, he wouldn't be able to get back the 30,000 tower coins deposit he had paid while signing the contract. Sejun's negotiation with the salesperson was based on a contract where he put up 30,000 tower coins as a deposit, which equaled 10 times the price of the carrot cake. If Urine won, the salesperson would keep the deposit, and if Kyungi won, Sejun would receive double the contract deposit. Of course, Sejun wasn't worried about losing the 30,000 tower coins. Puhu Hut, Chairman Park is a genius, meow. It was because of Theo, who looked up to him. He didn't want to disappoint Theo, who had such strong faith in him. Now, participants, please enjoy the main course. The main course will be refilled endlessly until only one participant remains. As the announcer announced, the remaining 37 participants started eating the main dish, steamed fish carrot stew. Kyungi fighting. Sejun energetically cheered for Kyungi, who was eating the food. Everything depended on Kyungi. And Krung Krung. Dad is cheering for Kyungi. Kyungi will win. With Sejun's enthusiastic support, Kyungi's body began to glow red. Krung Krung. This will be refilled endlessly, so no need to hold back. Kyungi activated his talent for gluttony to 100%, which he had been restraining until now. Chapter 248. Is it already over? 10 minutes after the main course was served. Krung. Kyuig. Both Kyungi and Urine raised their hands simultaneously. Yes, the plates of Kyungi Park and Urine have been emptied. Staff, please hurry and bring more dishes for these two contestants. Following the announcer's words, pigs brought plates with 100 steamed fish carrot stews and placed them in front of Kyungi and Urine. And instead of taking away the empty plates, they were stacked to the side. This was done to count later how much each had eaten by the number of plates. As the pigs brought dishes for the contestants dozens of times. I give up. Contestants began to drop out. Moo. Even the black minotaurs, who had not dropped out until the main course, eventually couldn't hold on and began to drop out one by one. Shortly after, as the stack of plates beside Kyungi and Urine exceeded 15, the last remaining black minotaur, Minotaur 3, dropped out. Now there are only 2 contestants left. Kyungi Park is showing a performance not at all inferior to the legendary food fighter Urine. Only Kyungi and Urine were left. And then, munch munch. They began eating earnestly. Until now, the pace of serving had been delayed due to other contestants, leading to multiple interruptions in their eating. Krung. Kyuig. Thanks to this, the time it took for them to finish their food and raise their hands became quicker. Staff, please hurry and bring the food. The staff couldn't rest and had to keep serving plates. Munch munch. Krung. Kyuig. Kyungi and Urine kept eating non-stop. Despite consuming an enormous amount, their eating pace hadn't changed from the beginning. Suddenly, as the stack of plates beside them surpassed 30, Kyuig. Urine's body began to grow a little. It seemed hard to maintain his small size due to the food in his stomach. Krung. In contrast, Kyungi showed no other change except for an intensification of the red glow around his body. Krung. Kyuik. Yes, once again both Kyungi Park and Urin have raised their hands at the same time. They have both reached 50 plates. Staff, please refill the food quickly. The announcer urged the staff. However, Kyuik. No more food came, and a pig ran up to the announcer to relay something. Oh, I have regrettable news. All 50 chefs who were cooking have collapsed due to exhaustion. The chefs, who were overexerting themselves to keep up with the eating pace of Kyungi and Urin, had collapsed. Urin, who valued quality as much as quantity, wanted to eat the best food in the competition, and had employed 50 top-class chefs to prepare the contest's dishes. But combined, Kyungi and Urin had more than 100 plates stacked beside them. Each plate had servings for 100 people, so they had consumed food for 10,000 people during the main course, not to mention what other contestants had eaten, totaling almost 20,000 servings. Including the 5 large appetizers, the amount of food prepared by the chefs was even more. It was understandable that they were exhausted. Therefore, we will unfortunately have to substitute the contestants' food with raw carrots from now on. Kyuik. Following the announcer's announcement, pigs brought plates with 100 carrots each in front of Kyungi and Urin. Crunch, crunch. And they started eating the carrots. Soon, 100 plates were stacked beside them. Wow, did they eat all that in an hour? The audience was astonished at the amount they ate. Kyuik. Urin's body started growing again. Slowly enlarging, he eventually reached a size of 3 meters. Then, Kyuik. A pig ran up to the announcer again. And, I'm afraid I have to convey another regrettable piece of news. It seems we've run out of all the prepared carrots. The announcer announced a shocking fact to the audience. For the first time in the history of the food fighter competition, they had run out of food. If we can't secure more food within an hour, I'm afraid we will have to end this competition with a tie. All the nearby ingredients had already been purchased for the food fighter competition. It was highly likely that the competition would end this way. Chairman Park, if it's a tie, doesn't that mean we lose, meow? Theo, aware of the contract details, looked at Sejun in shock. Could it be? Is Chairman Park going to lose, meow? Does that mean Chairman Park isn't that great, meow? Well, Sejun hadn't anticipated the competition ending due to a shortage of food. He had bet on Kyungi's overwhelming victory, so even in a tie, he had negotiated the contract so that the salesperson would keep the deposit, but he had increased the reward ratio if Kyungi won. I can't lose like this. Chairman Park is great, meow. Sejun didn't want to disappoint Theo, who believed in his greatness. Thud, thud. Sejun stepped onto the stage. Then, you can't come up here, please get down immediately. The announcer tried to stop Sejun. But, Krung, Kyungi's dad is here. If you stop Dad, Kyungi will get angry. Kyungi stood up and shouted. Don't be rude to him, he's a VIP. Urin also stopped the announcer. Thud, thud. Thanks to them, Sejun reached the announcer without any interference. Continue the competition, I'll supply the food. Clank. Sejun spoke to the announcer and opened his void storage. 4th floor of the Black Tower. The surroundings were filled with mutant cherry tomatoes. Then, Vice Chairman, have you arrived? As Michael McLaren, Vice Chairman of Gagel, arrived through the waypoint, the employees of the Experience Farm greeted him with a 90-degree bow. Gagel had transformed the 2nd and 3rd floors of the tower into Experience Farms and was now developing one on the 4th floor. Yes, how's the farm expansion going? Sir, currently, half of the 4th floor has been completed. Paul, the team leader in charge of the 4th floor's Experience Farm, responded to Michael's inquiry. What, why only half? Michael asked in an annoyed tone, surprised at the slower-than-expected progress. Well, as we reported earlier, the The resistance from the black skeletons is too fierce. The black skeletons, unnoticed in a corner of the fourth floor, had black bones instead of white like other skeletons, even with all the slave soldiers deployed. The average level of the slave soldiers was about 15, not enough to be overwhelmed by the fourth floor's monsters. But, yes, the number of slave soldiers killed in battle with the black skeletons has exceeded 1,000. The black skeletons were much stronger than regular skeletons. How many enemies are left? Most have been dealt with, but the remaining are elite, so it might take some more time. Just a little longer, please. Put in a request to the Crash Guild. What, the Crash Guild? Paul was shocked at Michael's order. The Crash Guild was a secretive organization operated by Gagel, comprising solely of notorious criminals, and everyone hesitated to work with them. Yes, time is money, we can't wait forever. Finish quickly and move to the fifth floor. Michael's goal was to conquer each floor and ultimately become the owner of the tower. There was no time to waste. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a bit of a problem, but thanks to Mr. Park Sejun, we can continue the competition. Park Sejun. The audience chanted Sejun's name, following the announcer's announcement. And Pew Hut, as expected of Chairman Park Meow. Chairman Park is even greater than great Meow. Yurin agreed to buy Sejun's carrots at a high price, and Theo's praise for Sejun's sword even higher. Hehe, crop gigantification. Sejun, amidst the cheers of the audience and Theo's praise, enlarged the agility carrots in the void storage and handed them to the staff pigs. Quack! The pigs weighed the carrots to ensure they were of equal weight before delivering them to Kyungi and Yurin. Crunch, crunch. Kyungi and Yurin resumed the food fighter competition, eating the carrots. Why are these so delicious? Yurin, having tasted Sejun's carrot, looked surprised. It was much tastier than the usual carrots he ate. Kyuehe-krung. Hehe, Daddy's carrots are the best. Kyungi was also delighted, having only eaten tasteless carrots before Sejun's, as they both enjoyed Sejun's delicious carrots. Are they that delicious? Can I try some? The audience began to show interest, and naturally, Sejun's carrots were promoted. Then, oh, Mr. Sejun. The salespeople approached, asking if they could sell Sejun's carrots. Of course. There was no reason to refuse, since they offered to handle the sales themselves. How much should we sell the carrots for? When the salesperson asked about the pricing. Pew Hut, let's discuss that with me, Vice Chairman Theo, Chairman Park's right hand, Meow. Theo, overflowing with admiration for Sejun, was eager to be involved in something himself. And then, SHRRK. Theo cut a giant carrot into 200 pieces. Skewer the carrots on sticks, Meow. Yes. The salespeople started cutting the carrots and skewering them, then began selling the carrot skewers for 0.5 tower coins each. Crop gigantification. While Theo and the salespeople sold carrot skewers, Sejun enlarged 3,000 more carrots. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV5 has slightly increased. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV5 has been filled and the level has increased. As the level of crop gigantification increased, the size of the giant carrots grew even more. After Sejun's crop gigantification skill level increased, and he gigantified another 3,000 carrots. Kyuika. Yurin's body grew again, almost reaching 10 meters in size. However, despite his increasing size, Yurin's eating pace started to slow down. He was reaching his limit. The end was in sight. Shortly after, is this what losing feels like? I've lost. Thump. Unable to eat anymore, Yurin finally conceded defeat and fainted. Yurin is eliminated. Therefore, the winner is Kyungi Park. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new legend in Food Fighter Contest. Crunch, crunch. Krung, krung. Is it over already? That can't be. Kyungi is still hungry. Kyungi, still happily eating carrots, became furious at the announcer's words and the red glow emanating from his body intensified. It was a side effect of activating his gluttony at 100%. It's okay, Kyungi. Daddy will give you more to eat. Crop gigantification. Sejun calmed Kyungi down. After Kyungi ate about 1,000 more giant carrots. Krung. Kyungi don't want to eat anymore. Kyungi, finally full, refused to eat anymore. Krung. Kyungi wants to eat sweet potatoes now. No, it wasn't that he refused to eat. He was just tired of carrots, considering Kyungi had eaten tens of thousands of carrots today. Okay, crop gigantification. Sejun took out sweet potatoes, enlarged them, and gave them to Kyungi. Since Urin agreed to pay for the food, there was no need to economize. Eventually, after eating 5,000 giant sweet potatoes, Krung. Kyungi is full now. The red glow around his body disappeared. And then, Krung. Kyungi is sleepy now. Dedada. He ran and leaped into Sejun's arms. Thump. Oof. Sejun caught Kyungi, feeling a huge impact. Kyungi had eaten tens of thousands of servings of food. Even if his weight was reduced to 1,000th, it was still significant. Sejun almost hurt his back. Kyuehe Krung. Hehe, Daddy will take the prize. Kyungi, wanting to give Sejun the prize, giggled sleepily. That's right, you did great. Stroke, stroke. As Sejun stroked Kyungi's head. Kurorong. Kyungi quickly fell asleep, snoring. Just then, Meow, Chairman Park, get away from Kyungi, meow. Theo, who was selling sweet potatoes to the audience, noticed the explosive power building up in Kyungi's body and shouted at Sejun. The food Kyungi had eaten was finally being digested, causing his power to increase explosively. Chapter 249. All my questions have been answered, meow. Choo-choo. Kaiwat, 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 really. Choo-choo. Kaiwat, 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 I'll wait with you. Yona spent her time keeping Chuchu company, who was waiting for Black Rabbit to return from investigating a murder case. However, Kaiwat, 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 so what happened? Choo-choo. Engrossed in their conversation, the two soon forgot the original intention of waiting for Black Rabbit, falling into a world of endless chit-chat. They talked through the night, breakfast, and lunch, thoroughly enjoying their gossiping. Pipayak, with the Black Rabbit, having solved the murder case with Sejun's help, came looking for Choo-choo. And then, Pipayak, Choo-choo. The two happily went off to sleep together. Kaiwat, 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 I should go to sleep too. Left alone, Iona decided to find Theo for a good night's rest. Kaiwat, 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 it's that way. Following the tracking magic she had placed on Theo, Iona made her way to him. Kaiwat, 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 there's Theo. From a distance, she spotted Theo busy selling sweet potatoes to a large crowd. Kaiwat, 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 I need to hurry and sleep. With that thought, Iona quickly approached Theo. But then, Kaiwat, this is an immense power. Iona sensed an enormous surge of energy nearby. Pipayak, Sejun is in danger. Power of magic, follow my command and block all impact. Force shield. Realizing the source of this immense power was Kyungi, who Sejun was holding, Iona hastily cast a spell to protect Sejun. Zing! Fortunately, a cylindrical shield enveloped Kyungi just before his power exploded. Kruyung. At the same time, Kyungi stretched out grandly. Just a moment's delay could have been disastrous. Sejun was saved from an explosive fate. And then, flash! An intense red light burst from Kyungi's body. Kwang! And the red energy shot up into the sky. Yona hadn't had enough time to complete a spell that could fully contain Kyungi's power. She smartly made a hole in the top of the force shield, directing Kyungi's power upwards, successfully preventing any damage to the surroundings. Well, there was a little damage. Chairman Park, wake up, meow. Sejun, who had fainted due to the shockwave erupting into the sky, was saved by his black dragon tattoo once again. That was close, meow. Squeeze. Theo used a black dragon scale to imprint a tattoo on Sejun's body. Slap, slap, and slapped Sejun's face with his front paws to heal the unconscious Sejun. Slap, slap. The sound was like a slap, but it was actually healing. Slap, slap. Ahem. Sejun regained consciousness, feeling something hitting his face. Slap, slap. Chairman Park, are you awake, meow? Theo, who was treating Sejun, spoke with a relieved voice as Sejun regained consciousness. Yeah, but why did I faint? What about Kyungi? Sejun, recalling the moment just before he fainted, hurriedly got up and looked around. Then, floating, he found Kyungi floating about 1 meter off the ground, emitting a faint red light. Kurorong. Seeing Kyungi snoring, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Is Kyungi okay? Kaiwat, Kaiwat, Kaiwat. Yes. He's in a light sleep state to adapt to the sudden increase in power. It's fine as long as you don't touch him. Responding to Sejun's query, Iona, who was on Theo's tail, answered. Really? That's a relief. Kaiwat, Kaiwat, Kaiwat. But it's still dangerous here, so we should return to the White Castle. Okay, but how do we move Kyungi? You said not to touch him. Kaiwat, Kaiwat, Kaiwat. That's easy. If Sejun moves, he'll follow automatically. Huh, what do you mean? Kaiwat, Kaiwat, Kaiwat. Just start moving and you'll see. Not fully understanding what Iona meant, Sejun nonetheless did as she suggested and started moving. And then, whoosh, Kyungi followed Sejun. Even in his sleep, Kyungi subconsciously made sure not to separate from Sejun, following Daddy. Thanks to this, it seemed possible to move Kyungi to White Castle as long as they moved slowly enough for Kyungi to follow. Let's go then. As Sejun was about to leave with Kyungi for White Castle. Chairman Park, you go ahead, meow. I'll stay and collect the money from Urine. Theo decided to stay behind to collect Sejun's money. Okay, got it. I'll go ahead then. Understood, meow. I'll bring a lot of money, meow. Just don't overdo it. After Sejun left, Urine, wake up, meow. Pay and then go back to sleep, meow. Slap, slap. Theo slapped the unconscious Urine's face with his front paws, using his healing skill again. Is Kyungi following well? On his way to White Castle, Sejun looked back to check if Kyungi was following properly. Floating. Kyungi was still following obediently. That's really amazing. Kurorong. Kyungi, clearly asleep, was still following him closely. Hehe, but our Kyungi is really cute. Sejun admired the peacefully sleeping Kyungi. As cute as he usually was, Kyungi looked the cutest while sleeping. I want to touch him. It was tempting to touch Kyungi's chubby cheeks, but he couldn't. It was quite frustrating. As Sejun continued towards White Castle, occasionally checking that Kyungi was still following. Suddenly, back. Sejun Nim. Coco, who had gone to the Black Rabbit and then returned to Sejun, ran up to him. Yes, did you deliver the land deeds to Black Rabbit? Back. Yes, and the king asked me to give this to you. Coco handed Sejun a land deed. Purple Tower 80th floor land deed. This is from Purple Tower. Back. It was mixed with the Black Tower's land deeds. The king believes Purple Tower is behind this incident and asked you to take revenge. Got it, leave it to me. Sejun decided it was time to teach Purple Tower a lesson for daring to attack Black Tower. And with the Purple Tower land deed, to transport items under 100 kg from Black Tower to White Tower, a transportation fee of 1 million tower coins is required. Would you like to proceed with the inter-tower transport? Yes. He sent it to Ajax. Go, Ajax, wipe them out with your breath. Sejun ordered Ajax to launch a breath attack on the 80th floor of the Purple Tower. At a tavern in Rabbit City, on the 55th floor of the tower. Is it true that Golden Cat Theo, subordinate of the Black Dragon, is coming here for the wedding? Yes, that's right. Theo is the elder brother of Black Rabbit who's getting married, Of course he'll come. Right, I heard that rumor and came here too. Monsters in the tavern were drinking and talking. They were there on behalf of the 5-floor bosses from the 50th floor, hoping to receive the Black Dragon's Dragon Warrior helmets. But will Theo meet us? That's why I prepared this. Thud. A monster placed a hefty money pouch on the table. Then, clatter, clatter. Is it true? A subordinate of the Black Dragon is here. A hooded figure, sitting quietly, approached them to inquire. Slap, slap. Kuika. Urin, who had fainted, under Theo's healing started to regain consciousness. Urin, are you awake, meow? Yes, did you wake me up, Theo? Thank you. Hut, you should feel honored to receive my healing, meow. Let's settle the payment quickly, meow. Payment? Oh, of course, Kreta. Regaining his senses, Urin quickly called Kreta, the deputy head of his Midas trading guild. Yes, did you call for me? Kreta approached at Urin's call. Meow, perfect timing, meow, since Chairman Park won pay up, meow. Theo extended his front paw towards Kreta. Kreta was the salesperson who had negotiated and written the contract was Kreta. Yes, I didn't think Urin Nim would lose, but here are 20,000 tower coins. Kreta took out the money from his pouch and handed it to Theo. The cost for the ingredients provided, for the carrots. Kreta then calculated the cost for the carrots and sweet potatoes that came from Sejun's void storage. Here's the cost of ingredients, 5 million tower coins. After finalizing the ingredient costs, Kreta went back to organize the food fighter competition venue. And then, Hut, now let's settle our account, meow. Theo, with a gleam in his eye, turned to Urin. What account? Yes, meow. First, hand over the prize for winning the food fighter competition, meow. Kuika. Urin looked confusedly at Theo. The prize was already taken by Sejun. That wasn't the prize. It was unavoidably lost in the process of saving Urin's life in an emergency, meow. So bring out a new prize, meow. Theo, inspired by Sejun's excellent performance, even though he had already secured 2 valuable items. My brother Kyungi is a very ferocious creature, meow. If he finds out he won the competition but didn't receive a prize, he'll be angry, meow. Theo threatened to obtain the prize. That's possible. Urin was easily persuaded by Theo's almost unreasonable logic. No wonder Theo thought he was a pushover. Currently, I don't have a prize. Then how about this? Urin touched the giant plates next to him. Then, swoosh. Where Urin paw touched, the plates started turning into gold. Meow, how did you do that, meow? Theo, surprised, asked Urin. I have the talent called Midas Touch, which can turn the weight of what I eat into gold. An incredible talent to create gold, but it came with the consequence of tremendous bad luck. That's why Urin usually surrounded himself with beings of strong luck to counterbalance his own misfortune. There's such a talent, meow. Yes, here you go. Urin responded, handing Theo 10 giant golden plates. Urin, give me a few more gold plates, meow. As Theo put the golden plates into his bag, he asked Urin. Sure. Swoosh. Urin effortlessly created more golden plates. Watching this, Theo realized. Meow, all my questions have been answered, meow. Theo finally understood all the unanswered questions about Urin. How someone with such terrible luck and poor business skills became a legendary merchant. Urin is just a rich pig with a lot of money, meow. Being a legendary merchant was just a hobby, and Urin was originally just wealthy. Hut, Ulrich, I look forward to working with you, meow. Yes, I also want to be friends with Theo Nim. Urin, who wanted to be close to Theo to counterbalance his strong misfortune, happily responded. The golden paw that brings luck and the golden paw that creates gold. No one knew what changes this meeting would bring to the Black Tower. But that was a story for another time. Hut, Urin, make 10 more gold plates, meow. If you make 10 gold plates, I'll give you one of these, meow. Theo took out a black dragon scale and showed it to urine. What is that? With this, you can survive a near-death experience once, meow. Thanks to this, weak Chairman Park has saved his life several times, meow. It will also help someone unlucky like you, meow. Really? I'll buy 10 of them. Pew Pew Hut, then give me 100 gold plates, meow. Okay. Thus, Theo filled his bundle with gold from the food fighter competition prize, and by selling the black dragon scales. Meow meow meow. Pew Pew Hut, Chairman Park will be happy to see the gold, meow. Thinking of Sejun's joy at seeing the gold, Theo happily hummed a tune as he ran towards White Castle. Chapter 250, Harboring Treacherous Thoughts. Meow meow meow. Just a little more and I'll see Chairman Park, meow. Da-da-da-da. As White Castle came into view, Theo quickened his pace. Suddenly, boom! With a loud explosion, a black object smashed through the wall of a tavern and flew towards Theo. What the meow? Theo casually dodged the object flying towards him and closely examined the object whizzing past his face. Meow black, it's a skull, meow. Theo identified the object as a skull. What's the meaning of this, meow? Thinking someone had attacked him with a skull, Theo yelled towards the tavern where the skull had come from. Then, sorry, it was a mistake, so why are you standing there? Just go on your way. A nonchalant monster walked out of the tavern, responding to Theo. Meow. Theo was surprised to see the monster. Thud thud. Unaware or not caring about Theo, the monster picked up the skull it had thrown. How dare a lowly creature from the lower floors talk to me, Paku from the 59th floor of the tower. Huh. Bang bang. He slammed the skull onto the ground as he yelled. GRR. The skull, unable to answer due to a missing jawbone, just took the abuse miserably. A truly despicable scene of bullying. But no one around interfered, not wanting to get involved in needless trouble. Then, stop that, meow. Smack. Theo struck the back of Paku's head with his front paw. Ouch, I was just educating this lowly creature who dares interrupt me, huh? Paku, enraged after being hit on the back of his head, shouted furiously with bloodshot eyes. Theo was capable enough to send Paku off to the afterlife without much effort. But unlike Kyungi, Theo could finally control his strength. He hit Paku just hard enough to annoy him. Theo was annoyed, but he had questions to ask. Hey, who hit me on the back of the head? Paku, completely unaware of who had hit him, asked his companions in the tavern. Then, point. Silently, the monsters pointed their fingers at Theo. They knew that whoever struck Paku and returned to their spot in a blink of an eye was much stronger than Paku. However, Paku, being from the 59th floor of the tower, was no slouch either. The nearby threat seemed more intimidating. What, it was you? I told you to get lost. Realizing Theo was the one who had struck him, thanks to the other monsters, Paku started yelling at Theo. Slap. Only to get smacked in the face by Theo's paw, his head turning 90 degrees. This was no healing slap, but a real slap. Ow, how dare. Paku, unable to see Theo's movements, was stunned by the sudden pain on his face, realizing he'd been hit, but before he could react. Slap slap. Theo delivered a double slap to Paku. Do you know who I am? Slap 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 slap. Theo continued to slap Paku's face as he made useless remarks. Slap slap. Paku ended up with dozens of blue paw marks on his face after being slapped by Theo. I failed to recognize someone so noble. I apologize, please forgive me. Paku suddenly became polite. And then, what's your relationship with Scaram, meow? Theo, now that Paku was ready to talk, asked about Scaram. The reason Theo was surprised seeing Paku, it was because Paku was a goblin. Seeing the goblin Paku reminded Theo of Scaram, who had deceived him. They felt similar somehow. And then, Scaram, of course I know him, he's my uncle. You know my uncle. Theo's intuition was correct. What? Theo's question brought a glimmer of hope to Paku, whose expression brightened and then darkened rapidly. Oh no! Uncle was a low-quality swindler who was expelled from the village. Even his own family, like his grandmother and mother, would shudder at the mere mention of him. If Theo knew Uncle, it surely wasn't for anything good. And Theo, unable to exact his revenge, because Kaiser immediately obliterated Scaram upon seeing him. Puhuhut, Scaram is your uncle, meow. That's great, meow. I owe Scaram a big favor from before. Now it's time to repay it, meow. Theo, who had a terrible past with Scaram, chuckled as he took out a contract. White Castle. Kurorong. Slurp. Yum. Yeah, this is the taste. Sejun, watching over the sleeping Kyungi, enjoyed his coffee and the carrot cake he had bought earlier, smiling contentedly. Just then, the tower's administrator says that the appraisal and tamming of the item you entrusted is complete. Following Aileen's message, 2 items appeared in Sejun's hand. They were the holy stone piercing and the heart of dark, the god of darkness. Thanks, Aileen. The tower's administrator says you don't have to thank for such small matters. Aileen, try this. It's sweet and delicious. Sejun took out carrot cake and carrot ice cream from the void storage and sent them to Aileen. Isn't it tasty? I've got. While Sejun was talking with Aileen. The piercing stone. Ice cube stone. Yeah, it's me. Long time no see. How have you been? But who's that person? Ice cube stone asked, noticing the unusual aura of the heart of dark, the god of darkness. I am the heart of dark, the god of darkness. A god, huh? It's an honor to meet you. Yes. This is perfect. I've been looking for an opportunity to seize this human's body. Let's join forces and take it. Ice Cube Stone, whose effect from Yona was wearing off, suddenly made a surprising proposal. Piercing Stone and the Heart of Dark, the god of darkness, were taken aback by the proposal. And then, this is my chance. Although it was inconvenient to have the Ice Cube Stone already beside Sejun. But now that Ice Cube Stone was harboring such malicious thoughts, it was a perfect opportunity. Aileen tilde Nim, Ice Cube Stone is harboring treacherous thoughts. Aileen tilde Nim, Ice Cube Stone is planning a rebellion to seize Sejun Nim's body. Both of them simultaneously reported Ice Cube Stone to Aileen. Then, the tower's administrator asks if they can examine the original holy stone you possess. Should I? Unaware of what was happening, Sejun handed over Ice Cube Stone to Aileen. The tower's administrator asks if they can return it later. Sure, I don't need it right now. As Sejun agreed, Aileen began to crush and tame the Ice Cube Stone under her foot. Let's see what their options are. After finishing the conversation with Aileen, Sejun first examined the piercing stone that Aileen had appraised. Holy stone piercing. Right arrow, a stone created when a star fell from the sky. Right arrow, if you supply magic power to the stone, it can pierce through any desired target. Right arrow owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow grade, S+. Right arrow usage restriction, magic power 300 or higher. It can pierce through any desired target. Let's test it. Sejun took out a sweet potato, placed it on the table, made a gun shape with his hand, aimed at the sweet potato, and infused magic power into the stone. Pishu. A finger-sized hole appeared in the sweet potato. Oh, it works. Can it be thinner, piercing? This time, Sejun thought about making a thinner hole and infused magic into the stone again. Pishu. This time, a pen-sized hole appeared in the sweet potato. This is fun. Pishu, pishu. Sejun took out a few more sweet potatoes, making holes of varying thickness, and played around. After spending some time making holes in the crops, Sejun picked up the Heart of Dark, the god of darkness, to inspect it. Heart of Dark, the god of darkness. Right arrow, this is the heart of the god of darkness, dark. Right arrow, 99.99% of dark's power is sealed within it. Right arrow, when magic power is infused, it will bind to the owner's shadow, increasing all stats by 5. Right arrow, it can summon the shadow minions of the god of darkness. Right arrow owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Right arrow grade, unmeasurable. Right arrow usage restriction, magic power 300 or higher. 99.99% of the power is sealed. That meant it almost had no ability left. However, the fact that it still could increase all stats by 5 and summon shadow minions meant that this item was still incredibly powerful. Well, it's the heart of a god after all. Sejun infused magic power into the heart of dark to bind it to his shadow. Then, squish! The heart of dark turned liquid-like and slipped through Sejun's fingers, dropping to the ground. Slurp! Before seeping into Sejun's shadow. The heart of dark, the god of darkness, has been successfully bound to Tower Farmer Park Sejun's shadow. All stats have increased by 5. Following the successful binding, a message appeared. Shadow minions. With the heart successfully bound to his shadow, Sejun attempted to summon a shadow minion. Given the name, they seemed like beings that could labor or fight on behalf of their master. Heh, I can have them run errands and do various tasks. Even summoning one would make life more convenient. But insufficient magic power to summon a shadow minion. Sejun's magic power was not enough to summon even a single shadow minion. Ah well, time for another carrot cake. Disappointed, Sejun relieved his stress by eating something sweet. Meanwhile, sniff sniff. Krung. Attracted by the sweet smell, Kyungi slowly opened his eyes. Hurry up and stamp it, meow. Theo urged, pushing the contract forward. Sniff sniff, yes. Squish. Under Theo's pressure, Paku had no choice but to stamp the contract. Then, Party A, Theo Park. Party B, Paku. Paku belatedly noticed Theo's name above his own. Wait, could you be the golden cat Theo Park, subordinate of the black dragon? That's right, meow. Work hard from now on, meow. Yes. And just like that, Paku unexpectedly found employment at Sejun's farm, a place envied by many these days. Then, GRR. Hearing Theo's name, the skeleton looked at Theo and tried to say something. What's it saying, meow? Paku, go and find its jawbone, meow. Yes. Theo, unable to understand the skull, ordered Paku to find the missing part. Theo Parknim, we are at your service, here you go. The monsters in the tavern, having overheard Theo and Paku's conversation, quickly brought the rest of the black skeleton's parts in. Click-clack. Assembled them. They wanted to impress Theo and receive a dragon warrior helmet first. Once the skeleton was fully assembled, please bestow upon me the dragon warrior helmet, Theo Parknim. My kin on the 4th floor of the tower are dying. The reassembled black skeleton, now able to speak properly, begged Theo to give it the dragon warrior helmet. Presumptuous, how dare someone from the lower floors? Paku, thinking he should receive the dragon warrior helmet first, was upset at the black skeleton for speaking out of turn. But then, smack. Ouch. Be quiet, meow. Theo hit Paku on the back of the head to quiet him down. Tell me what's going on, meow. Yes, I am Onik, a black skeleton from the 4th floor of the tower, recently humans. Onik, the black skeleton, began to explain the situation on the 4th floor of the tower to Theo.